Will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible, please.
Morning. A little bit late here. You didn't miss anything.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Drew Dilkens, DREW-DILKENS.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Morning,
Thank you.
Tricia.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Dilkens. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. Nice to see you again.
You as well.
You had an interview with Commission Council on September 2nd of this year. You recall that?
Yes.
And we had an interview summary that was made as a result of that interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes. And you've had a chance to review that summary.
Correct.
And do you have any corrections to make to that summary at this time?
Just a slight correction as it relates to the statement regarding the CBSA and the offer for tow trucks.
Okay, so let's pull that up. It's WTS 6019. And I believe you're referring to evidence that was on page 5. So we'll go to page 5 of that.
Morning, Allison. Cavell. Who's on the stand?
Okay, and it's
Dilkens,
the
Mayor of the
paragraph
City of
that says
Windsor.
towing resources right there.
Correct.
Okay, so what is it that you would like to change with respect to that paragraph?
So the correction should be that CBSA did not offer tow trucks to the Windsor Police Service or the city. The CBSA offered to help clear the drivers and tow trucks that may be available from the United States. So it wasn't that the CBSA had tow trucks themselves that was offered.
Okay, so they were facilitating the movement of tow trucks and drivers over the border, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. We'll make that correction. Thank you. And we'll have that witness summary entered into evidence. You also swore an affidavit attaching 2 institutional reports from the City of Windsor.
Yes.
And we're going to bring, well, first of all, we'll bring the affidavit up. It's AFF 6013.
I'll be right back.
Apologies, Council. Is there a prefix to that number?
AFF 6013. Okay, and if we can scroll down a little bit. Do you recognize this as your affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, great. And we'll go to the 2 institutional reports then. WIN.IR 701. Okay, and if we can go down a little bit. Okay, and you recognize this as the institutional report for the City of Windsor?
Correct.
Do you have any corrections to make to this institutional report?
I would just make one correction as it relates to, this is probably not material, but for the interest of being correct, there's a mention in there that the city was formed in 1935 and it mentions an amalgamation act. Windsor actually received city status in 1892.
Okay, so Windsor has been a city since 1892, but it was amalgamated in 1935.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll make that correction, and it will be entered into evidence. And then if we can just have the second institutional report, WIN.IR 702. And this, I believe, is a timeline of key events. And you recognize that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have any changes to make to that institutional report?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. We'll have those entered into evidence along with your affidavit. So I understand you've been a mayor, the mayor of Windsor since 2014, is that right?
That's correct.
And my understanding is you've also been the chair of the Windsor Police Services Board since that time as well.
That's correct.
And as mayor, you are also part of the Community Control Group, is that right?
That's right.
And can you explain what the Community Control Group is?
The Community Control Group is effectively the members of our corporate leadership team, so the commissioners and the appropriate people needed to deal with certain events. And basically the idea is if we have a significant event, we give information once to the whole group and then provide a response where everyone is on the same page and understands what needs to be done before we adjourn a meeting.
And when you say commissioners, those are the kind of leads of the different departments in the city?
Yes, it's would be analogous in a corporate setting to the vice president.
Right.
So it's the senior city leadership team, the city manager, and all of the different department heads for each department.
Okay, great. And that includes EMS and the heads of, well, I assume also members of the WPS, or at least one member of the WPS would be there as well?
If required, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And my understanding is the CCG was activated during the blockade in Windsor of this year, is that right?
That's correct.
And what kind of decisions would be made at the CCG level?
Any sort of operational decision that is required from a city perspective, and it could be traffic control measures, it could be the acquisition of public works items, perhaps Jersey barriers, it could be procuring any sort of legal resource that is needed. It really runs the gamut depending on what's required in each situation.
And what's an example of the kind of decision that was made for this particular event, which was the blockade?
Well, with respect to the blockade, everyone got together. It was very quickly determined that the right incident command for this event was a police response. And so on the back end, we were providing operational support to police. And that was procurement of Jersey barriers, traffic signal control, signage, a whole host of different inputs that would be required to manage what police needed to deal with the event.
And was there also an aspect that dealt with maintaining city services and ensuring the impacts to the residents and businesses was as little as possible?
That's true. So from a transit perspective, we want to make sure that the transit routes that would have crossed the area in question, that they can continue to be maintained in some order, that people could continue to move throughout the city. And so all of those people were around the table making sure that we were deploying the right response to support police in this endeavor.
Okay, thank you. And so you wore three hats in a sense during the event. You were the mayor of the city, you were the chair of the Windsor Police Services Board, and you were a member of the CCG, correct?
Correct.
And so in your role as CCG, who would have been briefing you? Would that have been Chief LaForest?
Yeah, Chief Steve Lafayette is our fire chief. And so he took control of the CCG and was sort of the, I would say like the emergency coordinator, making sure that all of the people were around the table and that the facilities were available, and he acted as the person in charge for that group.
And as mayor, would it have been the CAO who briefed you?
Well, I mean, I received briefings from the chief of police at the time, from the deputy chief, Belair, from the CAO, from city legal. I mean, there were a number of inputs coming into me throughout the day. And certainly at CCG, it was during the CCG meetings, it was a chance for us to share information broadly so that everyone was on the same page and that we knew what was required, and we were, for lack of a better term, locked and loaded moving forward.
So in many ways, your three hats were kind of together at the same time. There wasn't really a distinction between the three roles that you were playing.
Almost none.
Okay. So I want to familiarize the commissioner and others with Windsor and the geography of Windsor and the Ambassador Bridge, which is the bridge in question, because I think it provides some context to what we're going to be talking about in the next couple of hours. So I wanted to bring up the map that was circulated earlier. And so this is a map of Windsor, correct?
A portion of it, yep.
Portion of it. Okay, thank you. And we can see at the bottom there, that where the cursor is, that yellow line that goes east to west. Is that the 401?
Yes, the part that's marked 401 will be the portion that goes to the new Gordie Howe Bridge. And then the portion south of where it says East Row Expressway is basically, it's called the Herb Gray Parkway, but it's a direct connection. It effectively is the 401. It links the 401 to through the city of Windsor to the future Gordie Howe Bridge. And then of course traffic, that bridge is not open yet, but traffic that is trying to access the Ambassador Bridge has to get off the 401 north of East Row Expressway where they're getting on a municipal road. So they
Okay.
move from a provincial highway to a municipal road.
So maybe we can zoom in a little bit on the municipal road. So that would be the yellow road running northwest. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the name of that road?
Huron Church Road.
Huron Church Road, okay. And so that's a municipal road now within the boundaries of the city, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so to get to the bridge, we're going to zoom in. It's about 5 kilometers, is my understanding, from the 401 to the bridge on Huron Church Road. Is that right?
It might be somewhat less than that,
Okay.
say between just around a little over 3 kilometers.
Okay, fair enough. And so let's zoom in a little bit there. Okay, and so where would the entrance then to the bridge be?
So just to the left of where your cursor, your pointer is, right there where that green dot is,
Yes,
traffic would proceed north
yeah,
and continue to follow the yellow line. Now you're on to basically the entrance, the approach to the bridge.
okay. And so that's still within the city. And is that now, is there any federal agencies that are in that area that are in charge of securing that area?
Well, the response is a municipal response. So if there was an accident, if there was some form of criminality or something that required police attention, Windsor Police would respond.
Okay,
But you were actually now getting on privately owned property. The Ambassador Bridge is owned by a private corporation. And so that private corporation is required to follow the provisions of the International Bridges and Tunnels Act, which is federal legislation in Canada, and that the minister responsible for administering that legislation is the Minister of Transportation.
okay. And does CBSA have a presence on this portion on the entrance of the bridge?
Yes, so CBSA, you see the red, looks like a customs officer, a police officer, that's where CBSA has their staff.
Okay, great. And so I wanted to make the map 3D if we can, just to show the elevation, because the bridge actually starts not at the river there, but actually further down in the actual city. So I just wanted to show that. If we can zoom in a little bit. So it looks like the bridge really starts. Well, we can see there now it's going underneath Wyandotte Street. Is that right?
It goes over
It
Wyandotte
goes over,
Street.
yes.
Right.
And so it looks like part of the bridge is actually going through the city itself, not over water. Is that right?
Correct.
And
So the bridge itself, I mean, people would refer to the bridge as the portion of the structure between the 2 largest pillars. Everything else is the approach. And so the approach to, you can see the large pillar coming out of the water there. Everything leading up to that pillar is the approach, and you can see the rise in elevation as vehicles get on the bridge. And just north of where the pointer is now, that's the University of Windsor campus. It's directly adjacent to the Ambassador Bridge, and they have about 17,500 students that attend that campus.
And the other side looks to be quite residential, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we can zoom back a little bit, yeah, and just move back. So in order to then enter the bridge, drivers would come north on Huron Church Road, and they would enter what we call, is this called a plaza, this area where vehicles would enter to go through customs and go through the border?
So where the pointer is now, you can see if you stayed to the left on that roadway, that would be into the plaza area, past the duty free and then onto the bridge. And where that pointer was, where the number 3 is, again, if you stayed to the left, you're going to the bridge. To stay to the right, that's how people, majority of people I would submit, get to the University of Windsor each and every day. So that is one way to get on the Ambassador Bridge. There is a second entrance to the Ambassador Bridge, and that is sort of in the middle of the screen where the yellow dot is right there. There is an entrance point just down, 20 meters or 30 meters. You can turn in and access the bridge that way as well.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is that the blockade occurred at the intersection of Huron Church Road and College Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's go to that area. I believe that's where the green cursor is. Is that right? The
Yes.
green dot. Okay, thank you. So, so now with that in mind, we can talk a little bit about the blockade and how it occurred, having a better understanding of the layout of the city and where the bridge is in relation to the rest of the city. So thank you for that. So you had mentioned that the Ambassador Bridge is privately owned, and that's on both sides of the border, correct?
Correct.
And the southern end, the Canadian port of entry, is, as we saw, within the city of Windsor.
That's right.
And my understanding is that there are a few other points of entry, or there are other areas to be able to get to the US side, including a tunnel. Is that right?
Yes, the City of Windsor and the City of Detroit, we respectively own our own halves of the Windsor-Detroit Tunnel. We manage them together, but ownership rests with each municipality.
And what kind of vehicles pass through the tunnel as opposed to through the bridge? Why would one go over into the tunnel versus the bridge?
The tunnel is predominantly just vehicular traffic, passenger cars. Auto haulers can go in the tunnel, but there are weight and height restrictions. The tunnel's 90 plus years old, so there are height and weight restrictions in the tunnel. So the vast majority of truck traffic uses the Ambassador Bridge. Passenger traffic uses the tunnel.
Okay. And my understanding is there's also a ferry between Windsor and Detroit. Is that right?
That's correct, and the ferry is used for hazardous goods. They cannot cross over the Ambassador Bridge if they're carrying hazardous goods.
And does any kind of just regular traffic go also on the ferry, or is that exclusively limited to hazardous goods?
It's exclusive to vehicles carrying hazardous goods.
Okay. And I understand there's also a rail tunnel that connects Windsor to Detroit. Is that right?
There is. Yes.
And what kind of traffic goes through the rail tunnel?
I'm not sure in terms of the volume of traffic, but it is not a double stack tunnel, so it limits the type of traffic that can go through, train traffic that can go through.
And is it generally commercial traffic?
Yes.
Now, according to the institutional report that we saw earlier, my understanding is that there are over 2.6 million truck crossings over the bridge, or there were in 2020. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
And this is about 28% of all of Canada's truck crossings.
Correct.
And my understanding also is that the bridge handles over $390 million of trade each day. Does that sound right?
Yeah, so the numbers vary, and it really, the estimate is between 300 and 450 million, depending on the day, depending on the season. But that, any way you cut it, it's hundreds of millions of dollars a day. So between 3 and 450 is sort of the rule of thumb.
And the bridge also serves as an important corridor for travel for Windsor residents. Is that right?
It does.
And generally, what kind of day-to-day traffic in terms of residents is going over the bridge?
Well, I would say there really are two kinds. And so living in Windsor, we have the benefit of being a sort of that safe, small city, community in Canada. And then people who live in Windsor in our area often cross for all of the amenities that you would find in a big city, whether that's sports or dining or entertainment. All of that exists in Detroit, just 10 minutes away. But we also have about 6,000 people who cross to go to work. So people who live in our community and cross to work in the greater Detroit area each and every day. And those are, everything from engineers and a whole host of healthcare professionals that continue to cross even during the pandemic.
And now you had mentioned that if there was an accident on the bridge, it would be the Windsor Police Service who would respond to that accident, correct?
If it's on the Canadian side, yes.
Yes. Now, what happens if, for example, someone's trying to cross unlawfully or there's another type of situation that's not, say, an accident?
Windsor Police, from my understanding, would be the ones that would receive the first call and provide the first response if there's other criminal type of activity.
Does the OPP have any jurisdiction anywhere in Windsor or the bridge, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. I would say that the OPP is responsible. When we looked at the map just a few minutes ago, where the 401 meets the EC Row Expressway, the OPP is responsible to patrol effectively the 401, which is in our area as well.
Right, but the 401 is outside of the city limits, is my understanding. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. And does the RCMP have any jurisdiction anywhere in Windsor or on the bridge?
Not to my knowledge. They have a presence in Windsor. There's a detachment, but I'm not aware that they have any sort of operational dealings with the Ambassador Bridge per se.
Okay. Now, just going back to the arrival of the convoy that caused the blockade, and to even go further before that time, my understanding is that there were slow roll protests that happened at the end of January. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you aware of those at the time?
I really wasn't aware of them at the time. They really had no impact, and the chief of the day hadn't mentioned that to me. And so I wasn't aware at the time.
And these were convoys of trucks going up and down Huron Church Road, kind of slowly, in a slow manner. Is that your understanding of what that was?
Correct.
Okay.
And as I came to find out, they weren't blocking traffic, so traffic to and from the Ambassador Bridge was still able to move.
Okay, thank you. Now, at the end of January, were you aware of the convoy protest that was happening in Ottawa?
Yes.
And did you have at that time any information to suggest that those protests might impact Windsor?
I had no information myself, and nothing was passed to me at the end of January.
Okay. So when were you first advised that there was potentially a risk of a blockade to the bridge, or that there was maybe a plan to blockade the bridge?
February the 4th.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to WIN 6010. And this is an email dated February 4th. And if we go to the bottom of the first page, yeah, we can see the email is from somebody at CBSA to Carolyn Brown and some other individuals. Who's Carolyn Brown?
Carolyn Brown is a city employee who's responsible for managing the Windsor-Detroit Tunnel, our half.
Your half of the tunnel. Okay, not the bridge, the tunnel.
Correct.
Right. And so she's saying, Mr. Boismere is saying to her, we have heard of additional slow roll protests in and around Huron Church and the Ambassador Bridge over the next few days. Information on social media also suggests that, quote, if we don't see any change by Monday, we will be shutting down the Windsor border crossing completely, end quote. While there is no information that I have been made aware of regarding protests at the tunnel, if any such blockade occurs at the Ambassador Bridge, we may see an increase in passenger traffic and those commercial vehicles that are able to utilize the tunnel. Okay, so were you made aware of this information at the time?
Not from the folks on this email, but I did receive a call from the chief of police shortly thereafter, who told me about the slow roll, and the police are monitoring this slow roll through the city of Windsor.
And at that time, was there any discussion about potentially trying to prevent a blockade from occurring?
No, what the chief told me, Chief Mizuno had said that that's when I found out that it was already happening in the days prior to February the 4th, and that everyone had been peaceful, that there had been no blockage of traffic to and from the Ambassador Bridge. And so what the chief told me is that they were monitoring the situation, and she just wanted to let me know.
Okay. And did the city do anything in response to this information?
On this particular time, I wouldn't say on February the 4th, not right away. I mean, what I did when I found out, I sent a text to Minister Mendicino just to let him know that I had received this information, so that he was aware, because we were watching, of course, what was happening in Ottawa and elsewhere around the country. And I just passed that up to the minister for his attention.
Okay, so we'll go to those text messages since you've mentioned it. WIN 402295. So these are your text messages to Minister Mendicino, is that right?
Yes,
And so the blue is you, and if we go down, there's some white. The white text is him?
that's correct.
Okay, and if we just go back up a little bit. Hi, I know things are crazy for you. Wanted you to know that police here are prepping for the potential return of truckers and other malcontents next week. It sounds like they may be attempting to block traffic to the Ambassador Bridge. So that's on February 4th. As you mentioned, when it came to your attention that there was a risk.
I'm just going
of
to
a
try
blockade.
something different here,
That's-
guys.
that's
Give me a
correct.
second.
And if we go down, he says, thanks, man. Let's try to connect this. Let's go down a little bit more. This weekend, stay safe. Okay, so it sounds like you knew him from before. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. It's not the first time you're texting him.
No,
Okay. And he mentions to connect that weekend. Did you speak to him prior to the blockade taking hold? So this would be Friday the 4th, so either on the 5th or the 6th?
I don't recall if we spoke on the weekend.
Okay. Now, moving forward to February 6th, my understanding is that there was a risk of a blockade at another location in Sarnia. Is that right?
Yes,
And were you aware of that at the time?
yes, I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about what that was about, where it was and what was the issue?
Well, we were watching, and the chief had called me as well, but we were also watching social media and traditional media as well, and saw that there was a thread and then a blockage at or around the Blue Water Bridge.
And that's in Sarnia?
Yes.
And do you know how long that lasted or when it got resolved?
I don't recall how long it lasted, but my recollection is it was ended pretty quick.
And did that raise any concerns with respect to the Ambassador Bridge and possible blockades there?
Yes, it did.
So let's move now to February 7th, the day the blockade actually happened. Can you just walk us through that day, what it was like for you, when you found out, and what you did that day?
Well, I'll say leading up to the 7th, there was lots of activity over the weekend because you could feel the temperature rising in terms of comments on social media, what was happening in and around Sarnia. We were watching what was happening in Ottawa, and we know anyone who lives in Windsor knows and appreciates how important the Ambassador Bridge is, not just for our local and regional economies, but also provincially. And so over the weekend, we started making preparations to acquire jersey barriers at the request of police. I had made an effort to secure one of our Transit Windsor buses to put on the, I would say, the other side of customs on the duty-free side of the tunnel, just in case there was a blockage at the bridge and the tunnel, because there was the thought that you could have the closure of both pieces of infrastructure. And we knew that we had to provide a mechanism to move healthcare workers who lived in Windsor and worked in Detroit. We had to be able to get them through the tunnel, even if their cars could not get through the tunnel. And so we moved a transit bus to the other side, to the duty-free plaza in the tunnel. And then there was work being done to figure out how to move that bus through, because we were still in this COVID restriction period, and there arrived can and all sorts of restrictions crossing back and forth through the international border. So work was going on that front as well. And so everyone was working very well together, dealing with whatever information we had, and trying to provide and prepare for the eventuality in the worst case scenario, which would be the closure of Huron Church Road leading to the Ambassador Bridge.
And ultimately, the tunnel was not blocked, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the bus did not need to be used.
It wasn't used, but we made all preparations just in case, because it was imperative that we had access for healthcare workers to get through to the United States.
Okay, so there was a sense that the temperature was increasing, as you say, and then on the 7th, what happened on that day?
Well, on the 7th, we opened our Emergency Operations Center. So that is at one of our fire halls. The chief opened the EOC. There was a meeting, say 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning that day at the EOC, or of the CCG, I should say. And everything was sort of laid out. Here's what we have. Police were on that call. Everyone was briefed on the information that was available at the time. And everyone was on the same page. So preparations were being made if it got worse.
And was there any discussion about doing any kind of actions to prevent a blockade from taking hold? Because it sounds like there was an anticipation that this could happen. It hadn't yet happened. Was there any discussion about trying to prevent it from happening?
There were some efforts by OPP, as I was made aware, up the 401, outside of the boundaries of the city of Windsor, to try and divert truck traffic that may be on the way. But I think it's fair to say that if you know the city of Windsor and anyone who lives in our city, because of the distance from, say, EC Row Expressway, the end of the 401, to the Ambassador Bridge, and we're talking 3 kilometers each way, the number of businesses, the number of homes, the hotels that are built up that require direct access to Huron Church Road, it would be, for all intents and purposes, practically impossible to guarantee with any certainty that you could provide a route for trucks and without having huge disruption to the community, not just the business community, but also the people who live on the west side of the city.
Right, because Huron Church Road does serve as an access point between the east side of the city and the west side. It seems to cut right through the city, is that right?
It bisects right through. And so you can imagine the Ambassador Bridge, when it was built, 90 years ago, that the road, Huron Church Road, was effectively a road with farms on either side back then. And over time, there are still homes whose driveways require access to Huron Church Road. But over time, that's changed. And so again, you have hotels, many hotels and motels. You have lots of businesses, and you have a whole community. In fact, the western side of Huron Church Road is one of the oldest communities in Ontario, going back to the mid 1700s. It's called Sandwich Town at the time. And so it's a lot of history in that area, and a lot of people live there. Not just students that go to the University of Windsor, but a whole host of folks. I mean, there's probably 25,000 people who live on the other side.
The bridge was
of
resolved
Road,
without
the
using
west
the
side.
Emergencies Act.
Right. And so there was a CCG meeting in the morning, and then what happened after that?
Everyone was just making plans, doing the best they could do to support police as they tried to mobilize everything that they required to provide us support. It was very obvious that if something happened here, it was a police response that would be required.
And do you know at what point the slow roll became a blockade and the blockade took hold?
I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. I'll take you to an email. It may help. WIN 402223.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to try something real quick here. Let's see if it works at all.
So this is another email, if we go down from CBSA to Ms. Brown. And this is in the morning. Open source information states that a convoy will meet up in Comber, Ontario
Okay, it
between
looks
9
like it's
and
gonna
10
work.
this morning and start heading for the Ambassador Bridge at 10. Info also states that they will only be going to the bridge and the tunnel will be left open for emergencies and emergency vehicles. So this would have been at 10 a.m. Or at 9:44. In any event, the bridge was still not blocked.
Give me one
Did
second
you
here.
receive this information? Was this passed on to you?
I don't recall if that was passed on to me or not.
Okay. And
I
I'll
mean,
take,
I say that, and I'll tell you, I was talking to the chief.
Okay, just 1 second here. 1 second. I'm just trying something. 1 second. No good place to put this thing. What does this look like when we actually have? No, that's not correct. It's probably the best place for it. So now I can talk over it and you can kind of make out what they're saying anyways. It's too small. It's not any, you can't get any. No. Let me see if I can change that. No sound. That's terrible. Hold on. We'll fix it. Bear with me. We will fix it. 1 second.
Police chief in the city of Windsor responsible for operations.
okay. And you already mentioned Chief Mizuno, who's the chief of police, right?
At the time, yes.
At the time. And so Deputy Belair says, okay, we do have
Let
a
me get
more
my magnifying
comprehensive
glass.
plan and some fallback and negotiation strategies.
I'm
There is
sorry.
freedom of movement and we do live in a democracy. If it is an
I'm just trying to make
aggressive,
this work a little bit
keep
here.
going down,
Okay.
public demonstration, we have incremental steps to take place as we have done our legal homework. Do you recall what the discussion was around this point, what Chief Belair was trying to express here?
My sentiment at the time was that they were doing everything they could to speak with the protesters, to try and find some way to allow a slow roll to continue if that's what folks wanted to do, but to prevent a permanent shutdown of Huron Church Road.
And
This is a mess. I'm
my
trying to make it work.
understanding is
Don't
that in
worry.
this meeting, the police service explained it had a plan in place if the protests worsened, and that in the meeting, preparations were discussed, such as jersey barriers and mobilizing towing resources. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you explain a little bit the city's role in securing jersey barriers?
I'm not sure exactly who did it, but there was requests made. And so likely it would have been our Public Works Department sourcing whatever we had internally as a city. And then where we were deficient in the numbers required, reaching out to adjacent municipalities and trying to procure the jersey barriers that police had asked for.
And my understanding is that the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario ultimately did provide a significant number of jersey barriers. Does that accord with your recollection?
Certainly at the end of this incident, we wouldn't have been able to do it without them. We needed their help to secure 3 kilometers of jersey barriers in each direction. So a total of 6 kilometers of jersey barriers.
And my understanding is the city was not, did not secure towing capacity or was not able to secure towing capacity. Is that right?
We have police have a contract with a company, which is quite standard, and they provide towing services. And so they had capacity, but there was, also there were threats being made against the company and the owners of the company that if they participated in towed cars, there was all sorts of things going on to sort of attack the company and their reputation online, giving them negative reviews and
Negative
doing a number
reviews.
of things that happened.
It sounds like free
ultimately. So
speech.
yes, they are our contractor. They
Did
were
anyone actually
cooperative.
execute a threat against any
but
of these
If
companies?
the expectation is that
Or
they could have helped
actual
move
physical violent
all
threat?
of the
Or
vehicles
did they
that
just
were
give
there,
them
including some
bad
of the heavy
reviews
trucks, I
online?
don't think they would have
Because
had
I
it.
think there's
It
a
would have taken
dramatic
a
difference
long
between
time,
those two things and the
or
implication
they
of the
wouldn't have had
Emergencies
all of
Act.
the resources required. We would have needed
Like if they
additional
gave,
support
if a bunch of
any
people gave
attempt
somebody
was
a
made to
one-star
go in
review on Google,
and move everyone
does that justify
in
the
any timely
Emergencies
manner.
Act?
So they didn't refuse to provide
That's
services.
what he literally just said.
It's just they were one company and couldn't
literally
do all
just
of
said
it,
that they got
essentially.
negative
I'm not aware
reviews.
that they refused to provide services.
They did not review. They did
But
not
you are
refuse
aware that they
service.
received some kind of negative, I guess, repercussions as a result of assisting.
That's
They
correct.
received a one-star review on Google invoke the
And
Emergencies
my
Act.
understanding is that originally both the north and the southbound lane of the bridge
Not even
was
close, Deborah.
blockaded.
Not even
And then
close.
at some point, one of the lanes opened up. Do you
So
have a
the
sense
threats they
for,
got was that
for
they
the kind of the
got
movement
one-star
of the
reviews on
blockade and
Google.
the different points of entry?
And
I
therefore,
think police would be better
we need the
positioned
Emergencies
to
Act.
answer that, but the
So that we
briefings
can
that I
go
received
into
from the
Google
chief at the
and
time is
change
that the
their review
ongoing
to back to
negotiations,
positive.
they were trying to get a lane open for emergency
Oh my God.
purposes. And so they were at
They
one
never
time
even reviewed
successful
to
in
do
doing
it.
that.
They never
and then that
refused to
ended
provide
very, very
service. They
quickly.
did
And
provide
part of
service
the
in the
issue
end. So
that we experienced
it
collectively
had
in
no
Windsor
impact.
is that this was a leaderless movement. There was no one speaking for the group who could guarantee the behavior of the other members. And so police will know better the timing in terms of, the ebb and flow of what they were able to achieve. But the briefings I received from Chief Mizuno was that at one time they did have a lane open, but that agreement dissolved very quickly.
And my understanding too is that the access from Wyandotte Road was open at one time and then that also became blockaded over time.
Correct.
And
a very
when you
good point,
say a
Susan.
leaderless movement, is this information you received from the police or how did you come to that conclusion?
Yes, that's information I received from police.
Okay. Now, on the 7th, which is the day of the blockade, I understand you had a discussion with Solicitor General Jones. Is that correct?
In or around the 7th, it was the 7th or the 8th.
Okay. And she asked what Windsor needed to respond to the blockade?
She did. And so obviously the Solicitor General had responsibility for the OPP at the time. And I wanted to make sure that she was informed of what was going on the ground. But my question to the Chief of Police was, Chief, what do you need? How many officers do you need? Because she told me she does not have enough human resources to end the situation that had developed in Windsor. So my question to her was, what do you need? Tell me what you need, and I'll help amplify whatever you need, up the chain with the folks that I speak to. And so she said, I need 100 officers. And so I amplified that with the Solicitor General. I amplified that with the Premier. I amplified that with Minister Mendicino. And then there were conversations later in the evening on the 8th with my Chief of Staff and other Chiefs of Staff at for sure, the federal level. And they asked for that request in writing. And so the Chief in her own right was already working through her channels. And so I asked her, I told her that we're getting the request to put this in writing. Can you please do that? And she did that the next day. And so we received the letter on the 9th. And she sent that letter to asking for 100 officers to the commissioner of the OPP and the commissioner of the RCMP. And then we forwarded those letters as well to the folks that we were talking to.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it started with a discussion between you and the chief. You asked her what she needed. She told you 100. You then went to Solicitor General Jones and to Minister Mendicino and said, we need 100 officers. And they came back and said, please put that in writing. And then you went back to the chief and told her, put it in writing. And on the 9th, these letters went out. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
Okay. So when you spoke to the Solicitor General on the 7th, that would have been to tell her the request for 100. And is that when she told you I need it in writing?
No, she never told me she needed it in writing. And so I spoke with the Solicitor General just because I wanted her to be aware of what was happening on the ground and make sure that she was informed of what was going on down here. And the same with Minister Mendicino, just here's the temperature and the tenor on the ground. Here's what we're seeing, just so they had a sort of situational awareness, I would call it. And so they didn't ask for it in writing. It was through their staff, really at the federal level, through staff at the federal level who said, can you please put the request in writing? And that was on the evening of the 8th.
Okay, I made the captions as big as
And then I
they
sent
go.
a message to the chief saying they're asking for this in writing. And she had one of her deputies or superintendents put that in writing, and she sent it off in letter form to the commissioner of the RCMP and the commissioner of the OPP.
And on February 8th, that
Good
was
morning,
your
Wendy.
chief of staff that participated in that
If you
staff
build it,
meeting.
they
Is
will
that right?
come.
That's correct.
Okay, Susan.
And do you recall anything else noteworthy from that discussion with the Solicitor General at that time on the 7th?
No, she was obviously very concerned, very interested, very much wanting to help. And, we agreed just to stay in touch and make sure that we were informing one another of important things related to the matter.
And in terms of your discussion with Minister Mendicino that same day, was it similar kind of tenor? Is that essentially the same type of discussion?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, on February 8th, there was also a meeting of the Windsor Police Services Board, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an in-camera meeting, is my understanding. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes.
So I'll take you to the minutes of that meeting, WIN 401999. Okay, and if we go down. Oh, sorry, I think this was actually your request to call the meeting.
Yes.
So you called this meeting as chair, correct?
Sarah Sabi-Houdin is our board assistant. And so I had asked her to call a meeting of the board. I think I did it. If you went down even further, I think I asked around noon on the 8th.
So, and the minutes of that meeting are actually at WIN 402174. Okay, yeah, there we go. So it was on February 8 at 7 p.m. And we can see the chief was there, 2 deputy chiefs, you were there as well. Some counselors were there and others. And if we go down to, I believe it's, oh, there we go. Chief Mizuno provided an update to the WPS board on the recent situation regarding the Ambassador Bridge blockade. WPS was notified last week of the potential for this protest to take place in Windsor. And then if we go to the end of that page, WPS has requested assistance should we need it from Chatham Police and LaSalle Police. Our top concerns are public safety and de-escalation. What was the board's role with respect to securing resources from other local police forces?
The board took no role in that directly. The board, and I think you see in the minutes, was Chief, do you have the resources required to deal with the situation? What do you need from us? If you don't have the resources, what do you need us to authorize in terms of budget or whatever was in our purview to assist with the chief providing the response that was required?
And did the WPS request any assistance from the board at this meeting?
No.
Okay. And if we go down, keep going. Chief Mizuno there in the middle says WPS officers are doing a fantastic job. Lessons have been learned from Ottawa and from our own past experiences, and external assistance has been requested. Do you know what the chief meant from when she says lessons have been learned from Ottawa? Do you know what those lessons are?
In my conversations with the chief, the largest lesson learned was not to let this grow. Don't let bouncy castles and hot tubs and sort of those types of amenities come to the streets on Huron Church Road and allow this to grow. So make sure that we're dealing with this, as quickly. and
Goodness
swiftly
forbid
and
bouncy
professionally,
castles and
in a way that,
and hot tubs, the
as
number
she
one
said,
threat to
provides for
Canadian
public safety and
democracy, apparently.
de-escalates. But
Jeez
don't,
Louise, it's almost a
lessons
joke.
from Ottawa don't allow this to grow. There may have been others that were on her mind, but that's one that she mentioned to me.
And are you aware whether there were actions taken to contain it so that it wouldn't grow?
Police did take action with respect to Jersey barriers, and so they cordoned off certain streets, and they had
This is hilarious.
control of certain areas that I think, made their life a little easier and was able to prevent the situation from getting larger.
This is hilarious.
And in terms of the request for 100 officers, do you have a sense, or did the board have a sense for how that number was conceived?
No idea.
No idea.
It was simply a request of the chief. What do you need? Recognizing that they had already on the weekend, let's say of the 4th, 5th, 6th, leading up to this, already put a request in for some public liaison officers from the OPP. And so she was already doing what was required to ask for resources that we may not have had that would have helped provide for what she's saying here, de-escalation, public safety. It was only when it was finally cemented, the situation finally cemented itself
you are
and became
Jim
a
Watson's
permanent
twin.
blockade. She had told me, I don't
Well,
have everything I need. We won't be able to resolve this with the human
physically
resources
speaking?
that we have inside the Windsor Police Service. We're going to need additional help.
Not really.
To which my question was,
Attitude-wise,
what do you need? How many
a
officers
hatred
do you
for
need?
bounce houses.
You tell me, and I will
I
help
think so.
amplify that, at the political level so that they are aware of what our request is. And of course, the expectation is that she was going
We
to
all knew that
do
was
what she
coming.
needed to do through the OPP and the proper channels operationally on her side.
Right. And in terms of an operational
So they
plan,
completely
did the
crippled
board
their
ever
own city.
see how
I
those
understand.
officers
Thank you
were
for that
going
insight,
to be
Aaron.
used?
No.
Did the board ever request to see an operational plan?
No, and I think that would be somewhat unusual for at least for our board. We wouldn't get into that level of detail. And none was presented and none was asked for.
Okay. And are you aware whether those resources requested were ultimately provided?
I think it's fair to say more than what was requested was actually provided. And so my understanding, at the sort of in the final analysis is that we asked for 100. One may look at the fact that the chief wrote one letter to the RCMP and one letter to the OPP and may say, well, in fact, you asked for 200. Even if you look at 200 as, if you look at it from that perspective and you say we asked for 200,
Pretty
it's
sad.
my understanding that we had at least 500 officers attend to deal with the situation.
And when you say you were amplifying the request politically, what was the response that you were getting from the federal government and from the provincial government?
A desire and willingness to help. There were great lines of communication with Sylvia Jones, great lines of communication with the Premier. Minister Mendocino was excellent, and a great phone call.
Minister
with the Prime
Mendocino was
Minister,
excellent. I think
that
this is
had
the first
that,
person
he
to ever
was
say those words.
very understanding,
in a
and
sentence.
of course, living through the situation here in the Ottawa, had a perspective on what we were dealing with and wanted to help. So all lines of
Windsor blocked
communication
the
were
border, yes,
open,
it did.
and it was back and forth. So it was very good.
And
I can't make that comment to Spotlight,
did the
Teresa.
board take any specific actions to support the WPS during this
It must be
time?
really small because I've read that law
the
probably
board
about like
asked
50
the
times.
chief, what do you need from us? And her comment effectively
Hold on, I'm
was,
going to bring it on the screen really quickly for you to
everything we
see it.
need, or it's being worked on at this
It
point.
used to
There
be
was
here.
no direction required from the board that wasn't already being worked on.
So it was the board's understanding on February 8th that the only thing preventing the blockade from being dismantled was the influx of resources.
You
There was
can
a
read it
plan
for
in
yourself
place.
right
It was
there.
just, they were just waiting for the resources.
Correct.
Did the
That's
board adopt any policies?
That's text from the
pursuant to
Emergencies
Section
Act that
31 of the
defines
Police
national
Services Act
emergency
with respect to
and
either
a
the
public
slow
order
roll
emergency
or the
as a
blockade?
national emergency. And that
Did the
cannot be
board ever
effectively
direct
dealt
the
with under
police
any
chief,
other law of
in
Canada,
any way as
which we've heard direct
contemplated in the Police
testimony
Services Act?
was
No.
not the case, that they could deal with it. They had
And
lots
who
of
was
different ways to
advising
deal
the
with it.
board on these issues, on legal issues and interpretations of the act, et cetera?
We didn't have
Just
legal counsel
keep
in
that on
these
screen for a
meetings.
couple minutes,
Until you'll
for a couple-
see,
for a
we
bit,
had the
because some
entire, in
people
this
are very
particular meeting,
confused
we had
about
the
what a
entire
public order
board, we had the
emergency is.
chief,
And
Deputy
this is
Chief
directly
Belair
from
at
the
the time,
text of the
was
Emergencies
there.
Act.
We had our provincial police liaison
And that's the
person from
really
the Solicitor
important
General's
tidbit
office,
right there under,
there as well,
under a
Dave
national
Kelly.
emergency.
And so it
Also, A and
never
B,
got to a point
A
where the
and B,
board
they'll never
felt
they'll
like
never
or asked a
qualify
question that
A and
couldn't be
B.
answered or was
A
unsatisfied.
and
in
B,
some
they'll
way.
never
So
be
the
able
board
to
felt satisfied
qualify
at the end of
either
this
of these
meeting
conditions
that
for a
they had
national
asked the
emergency,
appropriate questions
and then
of our
certainly
chief,
not.
and we're supporting
Certainly
her
not
in
the
every way
highlighted
that she
portion.
asked.
Now, are you
So
aware of
the-
whether the
the only
WPS had
summation
any
to make of that
communications
is
with
that the Emergencies Act is
protesters or
used
blockade
unlawfully.
organizers?
The chief did tell me that
That he was
they
very
continued, that
good or
police
something like
continued
that.
to talk to protesters.
I
Again,
don't think his
go
wife
back
has
to,
ever
you
said
know,
that. Probably
opening
not,
one
Tim.
lane for a period of time.
I don't wanna know.
That was through a
TMI.
negotiation. And every day,
You just
the
know
chief
that
told me
as
that
soon as
they
the bouncy
continue to
castle
talk,
comes in,
continue to have
Minister
discussion and
Mendocino's
dialogue.
out. That's it for him.
It
He
just,
can't handle it.
you know, ultimately didn't
Sees them
change
at a
much.
block party or
Did
something.
you have
on a-
any
on a
discussions with
city street
protesters or
somewhere in
organizers?
Canada, and he just loses it. It was overkill for sure.
Do you have a sense for whether the protesters were local to Windsor?
Oh, it is.
Whether they were coming from the outside, whether they were coming from Ottawa? Do you have a sense for who these people were?
Is it
You know,
because I can't see
I
that?
asked the question because clearly police were gathering intelligence on license plates and, you know, scanning social media and doing the work that they needed to do. And I asked the question on whether or
I don't
not
think
these were
my words are in the closed
generally
caption.
local folks, or were they folks coming, you know,
No,
from elsewhere?
No,
And
no.
there were a fair number
No, they're
of
not.
local folks, as I was told, that were part of the demonstrating group. But I was also told by the chief that there were a fair number of folks who weren't even from Essex County that had come in from elsewhere to participate in this.
Now, on February 9th, you said to reporters that arresting the demonstrators opposed to pandemic health measures and towing their vehicles could lead to violence. And because you said some of them were willing to die for it. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And how did you reach that assessment that they were willing to die for it?
Well, there was a TV report that was also reported on the front page of the Windsor Star, and it was very early on in the protest.
TV
that,
report.
one of the protesters had said outright,
I think we'll find out
they were. This is a cause that they were willing
very
to die
soon.
for.
I think we'll find out tomorrow if he's going to
And
come in or not.
There was the reports to me was that there was a very high temperature on the ground amongst the protesters. They were very aggressive in their language and in their posture. And it was that type of comment, willing to die for the cause, that caused police to take a more measured approach into the way that they dealt with the situation. No one need to die on the streets of Windsor or elsewhere protesting vaccine mandates or whatever the protest ultimately was about. And so everyone took a pause. No one wanted to see a repeat. You know, that was one thing the chief had told me, that there was a concern about what had happened in Toronto at the G20. And so, you know, members of the public in Windsor were saying, why don't you just go in there and end this? Like, it didn't seem like it wasn't something that it was an issue that the police couldn't resolve quickly to the average person. And so the public was feeling, you know, the energy that they wanted to see something happen.
Yeah.
And at the same time,
They all
you know,
do. They
police
all
are
rely
saying
on
this is not,
TV reports
you
to
know, a
get their
typical
information.
protest that you would see on a Sunday afternoon on the front lawn at City Hall. And so they were being very measured. They were being very cautious. They did not want to see a recreation of the events that happened in Toronto. And so
They're all getting their
taking a lot of
information from
precaution.
This is totally
And
why
do you
the
have a sense for how
CBC,
many vehicles
they should
or
all be called
number
to
of
testify.
protesters were involved?
They should all be called to
seemed
testify
ebb
on the
and
media.
flow. And so
Because they're the
sometimes
source
at
of
night,
so much
more would come
information
out
for
as-
police
as
and city
I'm told, the
leadership and
party
government
atmosphere sort of
leadership.
ramped up.
The
And
media
it could be
absolutely should be
200 at
summoned
one
to
point,
appear here.
You know,
The head of the
down
CBC,
to
the head of City, the
75.
head of Global,
Sorry,
the
are you
Chorus
referring to
Entertainment, the head of
protesters or vehicles?
CTV.
Protesters.
Protesters.
They
Sorry,
should
was that
all
your
be
question?
called in to answer
Yes,
for their
protesters and
intelligence
vehicles.
Yeah,
sourcing
and vehicles,
for
I'll leave it
police
to
and
Deputy
intelligence
Chief
services.
Crowley to answer that. I'm
They're,
not
they're
exactly
cited as
sure
the
how many
source
vehicles
everywhere. They're like, oh,
ultimately were
we heard it on
Okay.
on like a 30-second
And
blurb.
so then is it fair to say that bylaw was not ticketing and towing? They were not enforcing because of the reasons you mentioned in terms of escalating?
Yeah, we would never, with the temperature on the ground and the statements folks were making, we would never send our bylaw officers in to enforce municipal bylaws. In fact, there was a report to me that we had our parking enforcement is outsourced to the commissionaires. And a commissioner did respond February 8th or 9th, went in to issue some tickets and was swarmed and put in a situation that was, she felt was very dangerous. Or that they felt was very dangerous, and actually had to be escorted to their car by police and leave. And folks were spitting on the car as the commissioner left. And so the temperature was too hot to think that you were going to send municipal bylaw officers in there without police accompanying them.
Certainly don't believe that.
And so at the end of the day, the thought was that negotiation would be the best way forward. And again, no one need to die or get hurt in this type of protest. Let's find a sensible way through and get everyone to move on so we can get the bridge open and the economy moving again.
Right. And are you aware of any other incidences of threats or violence with respect to the blockade, aside from the one you just mentioned?
Well, related to the blockade, besides
Yes.
the one at my house?
Well, maybe tell us about that one.
Well, one of the folks involved threatened to, I think it was to bomb my house or do something like that. And so, we woke up and all of a sudden there are 2 or 3 police cars around our house for several weeks because of the temperature on the ground and what people were posting on social media and the comments that were being made. It became a very direct threat to me and my family. And so that
But you
itself
can't.
was
It's a very
concerning.
direct threat to you and your family.
But
But
it was
you can't
just,
say what
it was
threat
the
You're not
the
sure about
nature and sort of the spirit of the protest. It was unlike
So
anything I've ever seen. I've lived my whole life in the city of Windsor. It's unlike anything I've ever seen during that time. And
Certainly it was.
the posture and the language was, it was almost as if folks wanted some sort of brawl on the streets. They
don't
were
think that's
hoping
true.
police would engage in that way so they could have some sort of, brawl on the streets.
That's
I can
purely
describe it that way.
speculative and truly
And I know
not what
police weren't
happened.
interested in that. As the mayor, I wasn't interested in that. As
I
chair
don't
of
think the
police board, I
protesters
wasn't
were interested in that.
We were interested in
I
finding
don't
a
think
way
it was
through
you
this
who
that was
wasn't interested
sensible,
in
that
that.
was
I think it was
practical,
the
but ultimately that
protesters who weren't interested in
opened the
that.
road leading to the Ambassador Bridge.
I think
because it
the
is cited as
authorities would
such
have
a
loved nothing
vital,
more than the protesters to
economic
become violent.
piece of
It
economic
would have made it a lot
infrastructure, not
legally
just for
easier
Windsor,
to deal
Essex
with them
County,
and to
but
get
for
rid
the
of them
entire
immediately.
province and
And
respectfully
certainly
for
they
the
did not
nation.
get violent.
We
So
had to
those
get
kind
that
of
roadway
speculative
open.
comments are truly not based in fact.
And
at all.
are you aware of any
I think they
other
wanted to be
individuals who
violent. No,
received
they
threats?
never
Anyone
were
within city
violent.
council, anyone within, in any other kind of prominent position?
I know Councillor Fabio Costante, who represents the west side of the city, on both sides, frankly, of Huron Church Road. And there was a comment made that they would protest at his law office. He's a lawyer. And he has a
They
law
protest
office
at his
in
office.
Sandwich Town.
God forbid
so
somebody
there was
protest at
a
his office. That's not a threat.
Comment made that they would be going there to protest at the law office.
That's totally
that
illegal course
materialize?
of action.
Not that I'm aware of.
In what world does these people think that we live
So I
where
want
a
to go
Canadian
back
says they're
to
going to go protest at a place and
request
that's
for
a threat?
resources, if I can, for a minute.
At
Can I
an
take you to
office?
WIN 401623?
God forbid somebody say they're going
And
to come
these are the
protest.
letters that Chief Mizuno sent.
This is a joke. This is a
I
joke.
believe this one is to
All those
the,
insinuations
Minister
that
of
something
Emergency
nefarious was happening when
Preparedness.
the protest remained peaceful.
There we
Certainly
go, to
never
Mr.
escalated to
Blair,
physical altercations
And
and
that's
violence.
on February
And the best
9.
example of a threat that they have is that they said
And
they
I
were going
just
to
wanna
go and
go down-
protest his office. It's
Yeah,
almost
There we
comical.
go.
It would
So
be
it says
comical if our
Windsor
nation
Police
wasn't on
Service
the
is
line here.
requesting a minimum of 100 police officers be dispatched to the city of Windsor to bolster current and potentially future requirements. Okay, and if we go down, just want to see the signature. Yep, Pamela
What
Mizuno,
part
Chief
of
Police.
he
Thank you.
didn't know what kind of threat
that's
he
the
had
letter
made
that
against
she
him?
sent,
Do you not
to
understand, Andrew? Because
Minister
you're not
Blair.
listening to the testimony. I was. He said he
And
doesn't
if we
know.
go
He said,
to
"Oh, I think it was this," or I might have heard that. And first and second
1648.
of all, who made those threats? Was anyone ever arrested for it? Do we know who it came from? Was it someone trying to raise the temperature of the situation to escalate police response and hurry up the resolve of the situation? Or was it somebody
So this is
directly
now
participating?
also
We
dated
don't
February
know.
9, addressed
And
to
we'll never
the
know.
Honorable Sylvia Jones, Solicitor General. And if we go
Actually,
down,
maybe hopefully we will know at some point.
I believe.
But the only
this
threats
one,
that they're
is
listing,
also
Mr.
requesting
Andrew,
100 police
is
officers. I
threats to
believe
go
it's the same
someone's
letter.
place and protest, which isn't a
The
threat at
letters
all.
were also
That's
asking in
an
the second
exercise in
paragraph,
democracy.
marked police vehicles and tow trucks, including heavy tows for large transport vehicles. And if we go down, it's also from Chief Mizuno. Now, you had mentioned that your understanding was that the requests were made to the RCMP and the OPP.
Judge just ruled that
Are you
Ford
aware
doesn't
of
have to
other letters
testify.
that were sent
Interesting.
to the
The 7th,
commissioners
isn't
of
it?
the
That's a
OPP
little
and
early.
RCMP?
No,
Let's look it up.
Okay, so these would be the requests, the letters that were sent.
those are the letters that I'm aware of.
Okay.
If the chief I know was having conversations with her
Yeah,
colleagues.
okay, it's true,
that I
he will.
wasn't, that I wasn't
Hey,
party
Kelly,
to.
this is a
But
commentary
this
stream.
is
If
what
you want to
we were
listen
asked
to
for
this
to put it in writing,
without any kind of
and that's
transformative
what she did.
properties, you can go and
She
find
sent
this
it
on
off from
CPAC
her
directly on
office
the commission
to-
website. There's a few numerous sources.
Minister
There's
Blair's
also a
office
closed
and to
caption
Minister
available,
Jones's office.
so you can make out what they're
Okay,
saying
and on
when I'm
February 9,
talking.
that same
It's
day,
right here.
your
This
chief
big
of staff
area right
scheduled a
here that'll
meeting
help you
between you
make
and
out
the
what might
Office
be
of the
being
Solicitor
said. But
General.
if you do not want
Do
my
you recall
opinion, you
that?
can go somewhere else.
I know we had a
It's in
discussion on the 7th or
all
the 8th,
caps,
and now it
multiple
looks like
places.
there's another
I
one
don't know how
on
much
the
more
9th.
clear I can make that it's a commentary.
What was the
stream.
purpose of that discussion?
It was just an update. And so,
No, he doesn't.
I was just.
I
trying to
just
keep
read it.
everyone
The
updated.
court ruled in his favor. Let's see if
Was
Justin
anything
uses that to get
requested
out
at
too.
that time or offered in
Yeah,
terms
he's not
of
going to have
assistance?
to
Nothing
testify.
more than 100 officers that we
second
had
here.
asked for.
Okay. And if we can go to WIN 401583. So this is now text messages between you and Premier Doug Ford, is that right?
Correct.
And so
From the
the
Canadian
dark
Press.
is you speaking, and then the light colored text
Breaking news.
is
Yeah, Rob,
Premier
Doug Ford
is
will
that
not
right?
have
That's correct.
to.
Okay. And it looks like
Will not have to
he
testify.
is asking you to call him on February 9. Did you have a call with him on February 9?
I did.
And what was the discussion on that call?
Obviously, he was receiving, I shouldn't say obviously, but he was receiving phone calls from businesses as well who were concerned
can see
about
right here.
the blockade at the Ambassador
Doug
Bridge.
Ford has won his
I
court
gave him
case.
sort of a
He will not have to
situational
testify at the
briefing
Emergencies
on
Act
what we had
inquiry. This
going
is
on
breaking
down here.
news. 27 minutes
And,
ago.
that we had asked
Ontario Premier Doug
for
Ford
100
has won his
officers,
legal
so
fight
it was
in which he
I think a fairly quick phone call, just a
resisted
couple of minutes.
testifying at the
And,
Public Order Emergency
he
Commission after
was
they refused
stressing to me
voluntary
the importance
invitations.
of the Ambassador Bridge.
The government challenged the
and that
summons
we
in
have to
court and
find a way
argued
to
that
get this
parliamentary
open, and I
privilege
certainly
meant that the
agree
Premier and
with him
Mrs.
and
Jones should
understood
not
that
be
as
compelled
well.
to testify.
Did he make
In a written
any
ruling released on
offers
Monday,
of,
Judge Simon
assistance
Fothergill
or anything of that
found that
nature?
while the summons
No,
issued
I
to
had told the Premier
Mrs.
that we
Ford,
asked for
Mr.
100
Ford and Mrs.
officers
Jones were
and
valid.
that-
They could not be enforced because of
OPP already
parliamentary
had some
privilege.
resources on the ground, PLT.
So long as the Ontario
liaison
Legislative
that
Assembly
were
remains in
already here.
session and the applicants
So
continue to
I
resist
told
the
him
summons
that
by asserting
and
parliamentary privilege,
told him
the
about
Commission
the
cannot
100
take
officer
steps
request,
to enforce their
and
attendance and
then he
compel them to
asked
give
for
evidence.
Minister Mendocino's phone number, which
All right.
I texted
Well,
to him.
I think an important
And
thing
now
to
this is
remember
2
about
days
this
before,
decision
the province
is
declared
the
a provincial
separation
state
of the
emergency.
judiciary, the
Did that come
legislative,
up in
and the
your discussions
executive
with him?
Never, no.
forms
So
of
he
our
didn't
government.
ask you whether you wanted that or whether you
This
needed
is
that or anything to
this
that
is
effect?
more probably respecting the fact that there is a
What
solid
about the
separation
Emergencies Act, the
between the
Federal
judiciary
Emergencies Act? Was that ever
and the
discussed with
legislation, the
Premier?
legislative
Never.
branch, and maintaining some autonomy of the legislative branch. So they're basically like, okay, we're in session right now.
Now, the next day on
I'm
February
busy,
10,
more or
you
less,
spoke
and
to
then
the
they're like,
media
okay.
and said that additional resources were being deployed by the OPP and that the Premier and Solicitor General
Yes, certainly,
were
Amanda.
responding
This would
rapidly to your
allow, this
call
would be
for
a
support.
precedent, I would
Was
imagine,
that
that would
accurate at
allow
the time?
Trudeau but I think Trudeau really wants the soapbox.
I'm sorry, can you
So
you
I don't
ask-
see
It
him
was on
doing
February
it.
10.
I see him
You told
appearing and
reporters
doing
that
a
this request
soapbox
was
thing.
being actioned
Because
very
the Emergencies
quickly,
Act hearing
and
has been
that,
devastating for the
the
government's
OPP was
case.
being
He's going to
deployed,
need
and
to
that
come
the
up here
Premier
and bring his
Solicitor
best drama
General
school
were
acting
responding
to salvage
rapidly to
anything.
your request for resources.
I believe that to be true, yes.
That's
And
again,
do
that's
you
a
have sense for
possibility. There's
when,
certainly the precedent.
It says there
And
OPP resources
but I really
started
think
to
that
arrive.
he
So by
recognizes
the 10th,
he needs to get
you were
up in there and,
receiving, or the city
literally
was
like save the
receiving
game
OPP
kind of thing
resources?
and just give this
Yes, we
sobbing
had-
eye,
we had some
teary-eyed, misty-eyed
resources,
speech about
cars
how
that you
great
could
Canada
see,
is and how
OPP
good he's
cars
doing
along
and
the-
all the
the
dental
Huron
care
Church
everyone
Road.
has now and how
And
bouncy houses
Chief told me
and
that there were
barbecue
PLT
pig
units
roasts and,
that were already here
inflatable
negotiating.
hot tubs are the end of our
And then
Canadian
she did tell
democracy.
me that public order
He's got
units
no
were
choice.
also starting to arrive.
Because my understanding is that the Windsor Police Service did not have at the time a PLT unit or a POU unit. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
he
That's
is.
correct.
That
So
is
they were
totally
coming
the
in from
cowardly thing to
other,
do. Absolutely,
the
it
OPP was
is.
providing those. Is that right?
Yes, OPP, RCMP.
Yeah, so
Do you
certainly
have a
Trudeau
sense
will
for when
be
our
using this as
RCMP
well.
officers arrived in Windsor?
I
It is sort of
don't exactly know.
unbelievable.
Did the board have any role in swearing RCMP officers in?
No.
Do you know how that was done, or
So it
who
was
did
certainly a
that?
I
complicated
just was aware that that was an
situation
issue.
with
and
multiple
I'm not
elements,
sure
with
the
multiple
mechanics behind the
intentions in
scenes
all
on,
directions.
how that was resolved.
Now, my
Yeah,
understanding is that there was an
surprised.
injunction that was sought and granted. with
It's a
respect
parliamentary
to the
privilege.
blockade, correct?
Correct.
okay, look it up and see what
how
the
did
actual
this
legal
idea come
definition of
about?
that is.
Who was the initiator of this?
I think it just means that
Well, I
what
was,
I kind of said, they're
and
in,
on
there's a
February the
separation
9th,
and
in sort of the mid to
just
late
look this up and see what it
afternoon,
means.
I'd had a conversation with our Commissioner of Legal Services, Shelby Askin-Haggard, about the prospect of an injunction. And she wanted to think through it and make sure she understood the best way to move forward with that idea. And then on the 10th in the morning, we had to move quickly if we were going to make that happen. And so I said, we need to do this. And the reason for doing this was, there were multiple reasons. What people need to appreciate is that not just the temperature on the ground of the protesters, but the temperature of the general public to this protest was amplifying as well. And I could not, as mayor, I could not, as chair of the Windsor
So
Police
parliamentary
Services
privilege does
Board,
give them
direct police
exemption from being
operations and
subpoenaed to
tell the
attend court
chief
as a
or the
witness.
police administration
It's
how
basically
move
just to
forward and
protect,
when
like
to
I
move
said,
forward.
it is what I said.
I had no clear line of
It's
sight
to protect their
on
distinction
how many
in our system
resources
of
were
government
coming
and
here.
basically to stop
I knew there, I'm getting dribs and
other
dribs
elements
and
of the
drabs
government and the
yes,
system of
some
government
folks are on route.
from
Well, are
infringing
they on
on
route
them
from
as
Alberta?
independent
Are they on route
representatives
from
of our
Newfoundland?
democracy,
Are they coming from Aurelia? I have no
and
sense of
allows
the
them to
timing.
do
And so the
democratic
public
things
temperature to
like
this
not appear in a
protest
public
was
inquiry
also
investigating a public
growing
order
rapidly,
emergency for the first time in
to the
Canada's
point where you
history.
had Facebook groups being set up
But it is what it
where
is.
people wanted to go out and undertake
certainly it's helped in the past.
vigilante type justice on the streets to remove these protesters
Oh,
themselves.
there you go.
And it was, as it relates to, the pandemic that we'd all lived through, in Windsor, we had lived through the same thing that many
All right,
others have lived
this is the
through.
mayor of
Stops
Windsor,
and the
Travis.
starts of
Drew Dilkens,
businesses,
mayor of
people
Windsor.
not getting paid
This
for a
is the
period of time.
Drew Dilkens,
And
mayor
going
of
through
Windsor.
that frustration and friction as we've all
So-
dealt with the pandemic collectively.
So
And so just
people
when we
not
were at
getting
a point
paid,
where
no.
there seemed
Some
to be,
people, Drew Dilkens, were
light on
fired
the
from their
horizon,
job, and their
this
unions
was
just told
seen
them
to
to go
be
pound
very,
sand,
how do I say,
and they were denied
assaultive
paychecks
to many
and
people in
benefits
Windsor,
and
that this
pensions.
was a small group
Thousands
of
and
people, a
tens of
relatively
thousands
small
and
group of
hundreds of
people
thousands of them.
who are now going to jeopardize their employment. And so you
They
had,
were.
like
That's
I
why
said,
they were there,
Facebook
Drew
groups that were
Dilkens. They were
starting
there
where
because
people
their
were
employments had been stolen
suggesting
from them.
and union
My
leadership
God, these people get so
suggesting they were
close
going
to the point they
they
get
were
like this
prepared to
close,
help move
this
the
close,
protesters
and then they're like,
themselves
I don't see,
and
I don't
take
see
action
it. And then they're like
themselves.
that again.
And so
They're like,
part
oh, man,
of the reason for applying for the
people in the
injunction
protest area had their
was
employment
to send a
a
signal to the
compromise.
public
They were losing
that
money.
I'm
Their
doing
paychecks were
everything,
getting
that the
smaller.
city
Of
is
course,
doing everything,
and
that
that's
city
terrible.
council is doing
But they get
everything
this
we
close
can
to the point. They're like, wow,
from
can you
our side
imagine
of
what
the
that
table
does to those people living there to
to
have
try
their
and resolve
paychecks
this
cut
issue.
and to not be able to
really the
attend
only
work and miss
positive
shifts?
step I could think of taking
So they get this close.
that would
But then
be
they were
helpful
like,
in terms
huh,
of a
I
signal
wonder
to
why
the
those
public.
truckers and all those
Before
other
I did
people
this,
might be
I did talk
at
to
the
the chief and
Ambassador
said,
Bridge
would this
or
be
on the
helpful
streets
to
of
you?
Ottawa.
And
They
she
just
said,
they
listen,
can't
it
put
won't
the two
hurt.
together. They just they
And
can't
so
put them together.
on
They
the
get
morning
so
of the
close,
10th, very
then
early, we activated
The point
legal
flies away.
teams to start putting
The point's a very
the
elusive
materials
thing to them.
together, trying to see if we could get a scheduled.
And of course, the
appointment in court,
other question is
to
how much
present
were people
the
actually impacted
application.
in the protest areas?
And
Were they
I
actually
worked with
denied full
our
employment? Were
Commissioner
they
of
not
Legal
able to go to their
Services and our
jobs?
city
To
manager
what
and
extent?
all of
Because
the
we
right
know the
people on
people
the
who were
city
dismissed
side
for medical
to
decisions,
see that move
the people
forward very
dismissed for
quickly.
medical
And so,
decisions over the
you know,
past
the
few years.
conversation really was first thing in the morning,
They
7 or
had
8
no
o'clock in the
severance.
morning, and by
They
2
were
o'clock,
fired
we
with
were-
cause.
we were
Their
appearing in front
employment
of Justice
contracts were
Morwitz,
changed
to
after
have this,
signing. Their
have this
contracts were
discussion.
literally changed without their consent.
Right, so
Their
I'll,
union said,
And
"This
I
is
would just say,
legal.
so
This is
Go ahead.
good.
one part was
Do
the
it
public,
or go out the
letting the
door."
public know we're doing
So, you
everything
know, you
we
pay
can. The other
20
thing
years of
was
union
putting,
dues, and your union
you know,
just
another
gives
arrow
you
in
the
the
middle
quiver for
finger
police.
and says,
It
you
was
know, do
another
what they say
tool,
or get out of
that
here.
they
It's
could
like,
use
what the hell's the
with
point of
respect
you?
to
What did I
saying
pay
you were
you
now in
for 20
violation if we
years
were
to do
successful
that? The
in
one
getting
time
the
I
injunction
actually
that you were
need
in
you in
violation
my corner, you just tell me to
of
go
this
pound
injunction,
sand.
and
It's a
it
joke.
was another arrow in their quiver.
It's a joke. It's a real big joke.
And so City Council adopted a resolution that an injunction be sought.
And then
right?
they're
Correct.
fired.
And
No,
this was
they're
on
fired with
February 10th.
cause.
That's
With
right.
cause.
So
with
you were able
employment
to call a
contracts changed
meeting that
after the fact
quickly to get
to
everybody
have these
together from the
dramatically
9th
like
when you
different, like
kind
it's
of
literally like
conceived
put this in your body
to the
or
10th.
you can't
Is
work
that
here
right?
anymore.
No.
No.
And
Okay,
it
you're
seems
fired.
like
No
the
severance for you.
police
Goodbye.
was on board
Or we'll give you as little
with
as
the
possible.
injunction. They
And no
thought
more
it would
pension,
be,
no more
it wouldn't
whatever.
hurt in
Thank you
any
for
event.
27.9 years of service. Have a great life.
And so
It's like, oh.
ultimately, as you say,
And
the
so then those
injunction
people show
became
up at the
effective
different
7
places in
p.m. on
Canada, and the
February
government goes, "Oh,
11th,
why
is
are
my
these people
understanding. Is that
here?
right?
Why are they
That's
kind of
correct.
angry?
And
Guys, why are you here?
why was the
Why are
city an
you here?
intervener in that
you terrorists?
application
Did
and
Russia
not the
send
main
you?
applicant? Do you know?
No,
I think
you
through
do.
our discussions before we proceeded,
You encouraged the
we
companies to
talked
fire
about
all these
who
people.
was
You made
most
the companies believe
impacted.
they'd have total
and
immunity,
how
which they
could we
practically
tell
do,
the story
to do whatever
here,
they want to
about
fire
who was
everyone. And then
impacted?
when
And it
people
was
actually got
clear,
upset because they lost their
in
entire
the
lives
first
and
60
livelihoods,
minutes
you looked
of
at each
Huron
other
Church
like you
Road
had no
being
idea
blocked,
what caused any of it.
our phone
It's a
rang
joke.
at the mayor's office from our
Right.
largest employer, Chrysler, or now Stellantis, to say, what's going on at the Ambassador Bridge? You know, there are 5,000 people directly who work in that facility making Chrysler Pacificas and minivans that rely on smooth and efficient border crossings because the whole industry, the whole auto industry works on a just-in-time basis. There's no parts being stored on site. They are brought in and that bridge is moving.
Apparently
and the
not,
material's
Ted?
moving across that bridge
Apparently, we're not the
uh,
public.
every hour of every day. And so it's you know, for perspective, the average part that goes into a car that rolls off the assembly line at the end of the manufacturing process, those parts have crossed the border on average 6 to 7 times, back and forth, Detroit, back to Windsor, you know, as they continue to be, you know, upgraded and built. And so within the first 60 minutes, they called and said, what's going on at the Ambassador Bridge? And so we knew that the APMA, the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, the CVMA, the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association, were impacted dramatically by the activity at the bridge. And so they were certainly, you know, good parties to put forward the request. And then we took the role, we played the role that we played, I think, appropriately.
And so my understanding is the Attorney General of Ontario was also an intervener in that application.
That's correct.
And how did they become involved and what was the coordination with them like?
I'm not sure.
Okay, who took the lead on the injunction from the city's side?
Shelby Askenhager, who's our Commissioner of Legal Services.
Okay, so she would have had the coordination with the Attorney General, is that right?
She would be the one in the best position to answer your question.
Okay, fair enough. So as we said, on February 11 at 7 p.m., the injunction came into effect. It was extended then on February 18, is that right?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did it change on the ground? What impact did it have, if any?
Well, I think that once the injunction became effective, that it sent a signal to the public that this has now, from the public watching from the outside, that we have done all that we can do. And again, it gave another tool to police to go in, and they did. When the police went in and actually had to arrest people, those folks were charged with violating the terms of the injunction. And so it sent a signal, but I think, you know, I would like to think that from a protester's perspective, it also meant that the protesters had their day in court, had the opportunity to present their position to Justice Morwitz, Chief Justice Morwitz, and have a conversation in court through the established legal structures that we have in place. All parties had a chance to do that. And Chief Justice Morwitz ultimately made his decision that was favorable to grant the injunction. But everybody had an opportunity. In fact, our application on February 10th was delayed and heard on February 11th to ensure that all parties, including the protesters, were given notice so that they could participate. Police went out and plastered every telephone pole, the Jersey barriers with copies of the order. We had to set up a website. We promoted it on social media. Certainly it was amplified in
It's
every
required that both parties
major
be
media
able to
source and
participate in the
for
court
every
case.
social
It's not
media
because
channel that I saw.
they were
If
happy
you
to
could
give it.
just
They
slow
had to give
down a
it.
bit
Sure.
For the interpreters.
Thank you. That there were great efforts made to make sure that all parties who had an interest in this application had an opportunity to have their day in court.
And the city, in fact, assisted to distribute these pamphlets once the injunction was granted to give notice of the injunction. Is that right?
Correct.
So would you say there was adequate notice given about the injunction to those in the blockade and in the protest area?
Absolutely.
Did it have the effect of having people leave? Did anybody leave as a result of the injunction, or was it simply that then they were charged with violating the injunction once the arrest took place?
You know, the reports, I wasn't on the ground, but the reports that came back to me is that many of the protesters were looking at this as, you know, another court order, another law, another thing that just, you know, was dispensable. They could violate it. It was no big deal. It was just words on a paper. And so I'm not sure that it had, on the face of it, I'm not sure that it had the effect of having people say, oh, there's a court order, I'm going to leave now. I think it just, you know, gave them, the protesters, another thing to rally behind, saying nothing's going to make us leave.
Now, was there any discussion with the Windsor Police Service about whether they had the resources at that time to enforce the injunction and whether that was a concern at all?
Well, I think it's fair to say as we got to, that was a Friday, the 11th, as we got to the Friday, all of the communication from the chief to myself was that we had major resources that were here on the ground, and the plans were devised and being, you know, sorted out with the help of the OPP commander and our own incident commanders. Everyone was working through how to effect a resolution to this blockade.
So fair to say that the injunction and the resources were coming at the same time, essentially.
Exactly.
So there was also a board meeting, special in-camera board meeting on February 11th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So that was the second board meeting with respect to this blockade. And I'm going to take you to the minutes, WIN 402173. Yeah, and if we go down, if we keep going down. Okay, and yeah, keep going down a little bit. There's a part where you ask a question. I'm just trying to find that. Keep going down. Okay, let's go back to the first page. Oh, there it is. Chair, Mayor Dilkens, is there anything required from WPS from the board? Chief Mizuno, no other resources required at this time. We initiated OPP resources Wednesday. Additional resources are flowing in. RCMP have come to town as well and are helping. So this lines up with what you're telling me. By the 11th of February, it sounds like resources have been mobilized, they're starting to come in, and there's no real concern over resources anymore. Is that right?
Correct.
And if we go down a little bit more. So Chief Mizuno there says, If and when we take action, we will be well positioned with resources to support that. State of emergency does help and gives us additional tools in terms of future protests. Now, this is on February 11. I assume she's referring to the provincial state of emergency, correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a sense for what those tools were that the provincial state of emergency could assist with?
I don't recall the entire list, but I knew that there were significant financial penalties. And the province, through their emergency action, also sent a very strong signal that if you continue to participate in these protests, that at these locations or border crossings, that you could lose, if you were a truck driver, your commercial vehicle operating license. And you could also lose your driving license if you were, just not a truck driver. And so those are pretty significant penalties that I think sent a signal to any reasonable or sensible person to say, we better think long and hard about wanting to continue the protest at this location, because the disincentive is huge.
Right. And do you have any sense for whether that provincial state of emergency encouraged protesters to leave the site?
I think that provincial emergency, when the police were ready to move, and they did the next day and ultimately cleared up 2 days after this meeting, that you had compliance when the Jersey barriers were moved, when the police put their line in place and they started moving forward with their line, and they got to the point where there are vehicles there, the vast majority of people ultimately left.
Now, I want to go back to your discussions with the Minister of Public Safety, Minister Mendicino, at WIN 402295. And these are the text messages that we had seen before. And if we can go to page 3. So you say, I told Premier I spoke to you and he asked for your number. I get the sense he is going to follow Alberta and Saskatchewan. What did you mean by that?
The Premier, I think appropriately, was feeling the temperature across the province, was seeing these protests probably in Ottawa, but certainly in Windsor as an outlet for some who wanted some of the restrictions to be lifted. And, Alberta and Saskatchewan had moved to start lifting some of the restrictions. And my sense from the Premier is that he wanted to find a pathway to get back to normal, as soon as it made sense as well.
And did you have a sense that that was because of the protests across Ontario?
No, not necessarily. I think my sense from the conversation is that, again, he had his finger on the pulse of the people in Ontario and was watching, of course, what was happening across the country as well, and was feeling, some of the frustration that we were all feeling with respect to the lockdowns, recognizing that, it was January of 2022 where we were in a lockdown as well, right. Provincial lockdown. So the Premier sensibly was echoing some of the sentiments and looking at this as, a percentage of the population who was protesting because they felt most aggrieved by this.
And if we go to page 9, go down. You say, I'm told our police support is going to be good. I think protesters are looking to make show of things. So in terms of the police support going to be good, was that from your discussions with Chief Mizuno?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I should say Chief Mizuno and Deputy Chief at the time, Belair.
Belair, okay, thank you. And my understanding is you texted, once the injunction was granted, you texted the minister as well as Deputy Premier Jones and the Premier to let them know that the injunction had been granted.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And if we go to page 12 of this document, Okay, and he says, do you think it will end today? And you're saying, I'm thinking it will. So what was your sense on February 12th of where things were at in terms of resources and a plan to move forward to clear the blockade?
That everything was in place, that the resources were in Windsor, that the plan had been devised, and in fact, on the 12th, the police started their operation. They put out the line with public order units and all of the equipment behind them, and they started to move forward on the 12th to deal with the situation on the ground.
And in the text above, you mentioned the congregation from Harvest Bible Church. My understanding is they had something to do with continuing the blockade at some point on the 12th. Can you explain that situation?
So the picture above my words, I think, is a link or a screenshot from the pastor at the time. I'm not sure if he still is, but as the police started to move forward and, make advances on the 12th, there was a call put out by the pastor at this church to ask for folks to come down and support the protesters. And very quickly, which might have been, 100 to 200 people turned into 600 people, including parents with kids and strollers. Like it was almost unbelievable how fast that situation grew in terms
How
of the number
fast
of
it grew
people.
was unbelievable.
But seeing the
in terms
police
of the number of
action,
people.
I mean, it was
Amazing.
disheartening to see the police action and them making advances, and then to see parents bringing their kids down to that situation. And that's exactly what happened, which is largely why it wasn't resolved that particular day on Saturday. It took until Sunday for the situation to be resolved.
I see. So the police started moving in on the 12th and weren't able to because now the number of protesters grew in size.
Well, and I think someone in the police structure, probably several people, said this would be, the most sensible thing here is to wait, because at some point these kids are going to get cold. It's February. They're going to get cold. They're going to get tired. They're going to get hungry, and they're going to leave. So we're not going to move forward with the policing posture they had in place when you had a lot of young kids there. They were being very wise in their approach and saying, let's do this at a different time when it makes more sense.
And if we go to page 12 of this, we are on page 12. Okay, keep going down, please. Keep going down. Okay, so you say it will end today, fingers crossed. Police have full control of the area now, and this is now on the 13th, correct?
Yes.
Good. Bridge reopened today. If so, it will be later once Jersey barriers, et cetera, are removed. There is still some activity in the plaza at, I can't really read that.
Tecumseh and Huron.
Tecumseh and Huron Church. Police just got permission from owner to trespass these people. Stay tuned. Okay, keep me posted. Headed into meetings with the PM. And if we go to page 18. So this is now 3:40 PM on the 13th, and he says about to head into meeting with PM. Any critical updates? And you say small flare up, a block from Huron Church, a few arrests made, simultaneously working to get Huron Church open. 25 to 30 malcontents on scene. Keep going down.
Now 25 to 30
Update
malcontents.
about 25 arrests now. Police hoping to reopen bridge tonight, trying to secure 1,100 Jersey barriers, failing which one side of Huron Church will reopen and operate for two-way traffic like a construction zone. And if we go down, and then it looks like then on the 13th, that's when the bridge reopened, is my understanding, or the blockade was cleared on the 13th, right?
Correct.
And then on the following day, he asks, how's it going this AM on the 14th in the morning? Smooth so far. And then you say, are you guys taking some legislative action re-Emergencies Act? And then he says, we'll call you this afternoon. To the extent you can be supportive of any additional authorities that gets Windsor the resources you need to keep the bridge open, people safe, that would be great. So I want to ask you about that exchange. What what gave you the sense that there was some consideration of the Emergencies Act being considered at that time?
I had seen a report, and I don't know which media source, CTV or CBC had or Globe and Mail had made some post that I saw that proposed that may be in the works. And so it just caused me to send him the question.
And he said he would call you about that. And he didn't respond over text, but he said he would call you. And did you have a discussion?
I don't
Oh
know,
my
we did
God,
not.
Again,
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay.
the media, again, they're getting their information from the news. So he hears on the news that the Emergencies Act is in consideration. First of all, how would they know that? And then he reaches out to a minister or something to ask about that. And he's like, oh, we'll get back to you. So they're looping the news into all of this, like these highly classified and then it's circular because they use a lot of their justifications in their intelligence reports from the news. So they're telling the news things, and then they're getting information from the news, making a circle of information flow so that they can say something. The news reports it. They go, oh, look at that report in the news. They take it back and they say, okay, that justifies this. You understand the threat of that, the danger that poses? I hope so.
And so there may have been some great relief. There was great relief to a lot of people in Windsor on the 13th. Once the folks were moved, all of a sudden, in lightning speed, 1,100 Jersey barriers were replaced, 6 kilometers of Jersey barriers, creating a direct pipeline from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge. But the piece that needs to be explained here is the heightened state of alert that was in place by police in the community and the city with respect to some sort of recidivism that may happen as a result of this blockade being moved. And it's the type of behavior that's happened throughout the pandemic, where you have members of the public in Windsor saying, there's a protest, we're all supposed to be masked and meters apart from one another, and there's a protest and 100 people down, by our great Canadian flag at the waterfront. Why aren't police doing anything? Why is that behavior being allowed to continue? And it's hard to explain to people that if you move 100 people out and take action against these 100 sort of lawbreakers or rule breakers, that you could have 3,000 the next weekend. You become the rallying cry for this. And so that was the thought in place here from a police perspective. It's conversations that we certainly had amongst many of the senior staff and myself.
Yeah, God forbid anyone want to protest these rules
this action needs to be taken
that
to
were
resolve the
crippling
situation
everything
on the ground.
Yeah, God forbid people are.
But what
why are
happens
they not
after they're
following the
gone?
rules? Why don't
And
you go in
so
there and beat the
the
crap
number
out
of
of them and
police
arrest them,
that
throw
were
them in the
sent to the
paddy
city of
wagons?
Windsor to move the protesters out was
It's
one
a joke.
thing, but a
The
significant
concept of
number of
democracy
police
and choice has been
resources
completely lost on large
remained in
portions
order
of
to
our
make sure
society.
that this
It's
didn't
insane.
flare up again. And so from an Emergencies Act perspective, anything that would send a signal to people contemplating coming to Windsor to start this over again, I thought from my chair was extremely helpful to send a signal. You had the city declared an emergency, the province declared an emergency, and then the federal government declared an emergency. And I think that ought to have sent a signal to a lot of people that this is a serious matter and will not be allowed to happen again.
Now, on that point, the city of Windsor actually declared a municipal state of emergency after the province did. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was on, I believe, on the 14th. Is that right?
That's correct.
So maybe just explain why the municipal state of emergency was called after the blockade had already been cleared and not prior to that.
Yes, thank you for asking that question. And so what happened is we had a council meeting prior to me signing off on the declaration of emergency on the 14th. One of the concerns that council had generally was there was a portion of the resolution in front of council that provided wide latitude to the city manager to do a number of things that council didn't feel comfortable giving sort of carte blanche to the city manager at that particular time. And we're talking about acquiring resources, moving transit routes, like the city operational type stuff. That I said, well, don't worry. If you have a concern with that, let's not get held up with that. I'll declare the emergency, which then would wrap that authority up to me, and anything that's required with respect to dealing with this direct pipeline that's been created, I'll have the ability to deal with. And so I signed it on the 14th, and I ended it 10 days later. And
Right.
so that allowed us and I don't even think there was much that came out of that in terms of, needing to be dealt with operationally. Everyone just sort of figured it out, and we did what we had to do. I think I may have given free transit to people who started on the west side of Huron Church to be able to get to the other side because the disruption was big. There were a few things like that, but nothing material, I would say, was done by me with respect to that emergency power.
Right. And as you had mentioned, the injunction was really a signal to the public that the city was doing everything it could. Why couldn't the state of emergency also be a signal, even if measures wouldn't necessarily be used or there wasn't much additional powers that could be gained from it? Wouldn't it be a signal to the public that the city was doing everything it could?
Do you mean why didn't I sign a declaration of emergency prior to the 14th?
Yes.
Well, I felt like that wasn't going to provide anything new that I needed at the time. So we didn't have, police were telling me what they needed. I was trying to amplify their requests from a city perspective with respect to public works and jersey barriers and all the things that we had to mobilize. No one came to me saying, we can't do this, or they're charging us 10 times the amount. Nothing would have benefited. I can't see the situation becoming better because I signed it at that particular time. What happened on the 14th, though, when everyone woke up and they saw this tunnel from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge in both directions, if you live in Windsor, you know that was like a major thing. All cross traffic was blocked. Bus routes were rerouted. There were going to be impacts on business. Many businesses, over 200 businesses that were, impacted as a result of that particular action. And again, that wasn't something that was my decision. That was a police decision to put these jersey barriers in place and create a safe pipeline to and from the bridge. And so I anticipated that there would be some requirement to deal very, very quickly on the municipal side with the stuff that we deal with operationally, that tool would have given me the benefit of acting quickly. And so that's why I did it on the 14th as opposed to doing it earlier, because I didn't see the need to do it earlier.
And so the purpose then was to get some sort of financial compensation for the businesses that were prevented from getting business because of the jersey barriers that were blocking east-west traffic?
I just knew, not necessarily. I knew that what had been done was going to have some form of material impact on a variety of different operations and businesses, a material impact on the way people live their lives on either side of Huron Church Road. And what I wanted, it wasn't so much at that time sending a signal to the public, it was just saying, okay, council, if you feel uncomfortable giving the city manager that authority, I'll take that authority under the Emergencies Act and be able to deal with anything very, very quickly. And again, in 10 days, once the situation stabilized and normalized, I signed off and said there's no longer a municipal emergency.
And how long were those jersey barriers in place along Huron Church Road?
Weeks, several weeks. I can't remember the exact date when they were finally removed. There was an incremental, for a couple of weeks they were there, and it was a direct pipeline, and you had hundreds of police on duty making sure that if trucks stopped, that they were acting very quickly to have folks move on. But incrementally and over time, you saw certain jersey barriers removed at certain intersections so people could cross here on Church Road. And then police maintained I would say a heightened state of readiness at those locations, just in case there was a flare-up.
And what was your understanding of the potential of another blockade taking hold after the original one was cleared?
This is the important point, again, that there was the thought, and the chief expressed this to me, and Deputy Chief Belair at the time expressed to me, that they were quite concerned that something would happen, that there would be behavior where folks would come back, and they didn't know when, they didn't know how many, and there were police resources deployed along the 401 outside of the city of Windsor to sort of monitor this type of activity. There were resources allocated to scan social media and some of the likely sites to sort of gather intelligence on that front as well. But the thought was that they were coming back, and there were some attempts There were some attempts that police intercepted, as I'm aware of.
And my understanding is that there was also the concern that once Ottawa was cleared, that those protesters would come to Windsor.
Correct.
And what can you tell us about that?
Again, just monitoring what was happening up in Ottawa, knowing that there was a high level of frustration amongst that protester group, that, you know, if they were looking to continue that type of protesting activity, it's one thing to do it in Ottawa at the seat of the federal government. It's another thing to do it at the busiest border crossing between our two countries that has a significant impact on the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians, not just people in my community, people all across this province that rely on smooth and efficient border crossings for their livelihoods, who've been impacted, you know, over a couple of years with the pandemic. And so, you know, I think we all knew that if you wanted to have the biggest impact economically would be in Windsor, leading up to the Ambassador Bridge.
And if I can take you to WIN 50972.
Yeah, but at no point did any protester actually say that they were going to Windsor. This is like insanity. Nobody ever said that. There was no sentiment. I certainly never heard that in Ottawa. Anyone even whispers of that. People like, we're going to Windsor. Like, this guy is coming across almost like paranoid. He's like, they're coming to Windsor to block the border. And then he talks about, again, gets this close to the point and then blows off into the distance. You know, gets so close, but so far. He can't just put two and two together and realize that that's exactly why people were there, because of what had happened the last 2 years and livelihoods being affected. And they were standing up and saying it was time for all of that nonsense to end. Duh.
National security situation that prevents us from simply reopening Huron Church Road to regular traffic at this time. What did you mean by national security situation?
Well, I would add even national, you know, economic security situation. You know, the amount of trade that crosses at the Ambassador Bridge is material. It's material for our province, material for our nation. And so every day that bridge is closed, it has a huge impact on the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians who rely on smooth and efficient border crossings for their livelihoods. And so national security situation, we had the deployment.
Absolutely, Linda. They wanted to be in Ottawa where the federal government is. They didn't want to be.
I didn't make that decision.
They didn't want to be at the Ambassador Bridge. People wanted to be in Ottawa, in front of, you know, being heard by the federal government, in front of Parliament. So it's where they wanted to be, and Queens, and also wanted to be in Queens Park so that Doug could hear them and understand the pain. He's talking about all the effects. Oh, the pandemic was hard, this and that, and people had lost shifts. But he gets so close to the point of understanding why people were actually protesting, and then just dismisses it. He's like, oh, you know. Doesn't realize that people were there to say that pandemic measures were overkill. They were killing everything. They were hurting everyone, and it was time to end it. And you just can't put that together.
Did you have any discussions with Minister Mendicino or anybody else at the federal government about the risk of another blockade after the one on the 14th was cleared?
I probably did. You know,
Certainly it was
check-ins.
Virginia.
Minister Mendicino was very good at checking in, saying, how are things going today? He did that
I'm sure he was.
many days in a row. And to the extent I had information from police where there was something worth reporting, I sent that back to him.
Yeah,
so that
there's
he
nothing
had
here,
situational
though. It's
awareness
literally,
of
there's
what
nothing
we were
here.
dealing with on the ground. Minister Mendicino is someone who he lived in Windsor. He went to law school at the University of Windsor, so he also knows the area. And once you have a perspective of what it's like on the ground, it's easier to have a conversation. He knows the impact of what happened on Huron Church Road without me even having to discuss it with him. He just intuitively knows that because he had experience in the area. And so, yeah, we went back and forth, and he was very good at checking in, just asking for an update and trying to gather information for his perspective.
So in terms of continuing threats to the Ambassador Bridge, you're getting that information from the Chief of Police or the Deputy Chief of Police. You're not getting any information from any federal entities giving you kind of intelligence or information.
That's correct.
Okay.
Important.
And
Because
to
there
your
was none.
knowledge, were
Because
any
there
of
was
the
no
federal
threat. It was all
emergency
speculation.
powers ever used
all
to
speculation.
prevent further blockades?
I'm not aware.
The Emergencies Act was useless in resolving the Ambassador Bridge. Thank you for admitting it. That's all we need to hear.
Now, on March 17, you wrote to Ministers Mendicino and Blair and to the Solicitor General
Certainly did.
explaining some issues that you believed had
Yep,
been brought to
cognitive
light
dissonance.
by
Yep.
these blockades. Do you
Dissonance,
recall
everywhere.
that?
Was this the letter asking to
Yep.
have
What about
a,
us?
a sit down and try and figure out the path forward?
Yes.
Yes.
And so what were some of those
Yeah, they
concerns
definitely weren't
that you
going
had
to.
at the time?
Well, the Ambassador Bridge in the city of Windsor is a unique circumstance. So you have, as I said, the Ambassador Bridge, the busiest commercial border crossing between the United States and Canada, which is privately owned, that sits at one end of a municipal roadway, and 3 kilometers on the other end is a provincial highway.
Well, he heard nothing.
And so, the 401.
He heard nothing from the federal government about what was going on. He literally just heard it, speculation from the police. The minister he just testified that he never got intel from anybody that anything was going to continue or that about anything, about any particular threat. He inserted that word himself. It's pointless. There's nothing there, folks.
Right, so trucks, as they make their way from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge, have to go through those series of municipal traffic lights. And it is a unique situation that you have, a provincial highway at one end, a municipal roadway linking what I would suggest is sort of important federal infrastructure. And so my request to them, to the other levels of government, was we need to sit down and figure this out. We need to figure out, in the event that something like this were to happen again, how do we respond and sort of pull the template off the shelf, that the response is seamless, that it's not, a day or two here trying to figure out how many folks we need and who's going to do what and who should take the lead, and then ultimately who's paying for it. So the city of Windsor has carried all of the water. We're paying all of the bills, $5.3 million for the execution of this particular police action, which was absolutely necessary, but I would submit is completely unfair that the city of Windsor is shouldering those costs. It was not a typical municipal policing matter. In fact, it was a national economic emergency. And we responded appropriately. The Windsor Police did a great job. The OPP did a great job. The RCMP, they all worked very well together. But we need to figure this out moving forward, because the Ambassador Bridge is not going away, our municipal road's not going away, and the 401 is not going away. So what does this look like in the future? And that was my request to them, is to sit down and try and figure out how we do this together in the future to eliminate any sort of delays that might be inherent in the way
Yeah, totally.
we move
It's all speculation
had
and
any
wild
response back?
conclusions that have no basis in fact.
So can you give us a sense for the impact of the blockade, specifically on
No,
the
the
auto sector in
The
Windsor?
trucks cannot go across the border.
Well, it was
I mean, the tunnel-
almost
the tunnel
immediate.
does not
Again,
have,
within the first
commercial
hour, our
traffic, I
largest
believe.
employer called saying, what's going on? The very next day, on February the 8th, they suspended some of their manufacturing operations, and it was intermittent during the week of the blockade. We also had parts suppliers that basically stopped producing parts because they had nowhere to send them, and they don't stockpile large quantity of parts. And there was a huge impact in the auto sector. But don't forget, even in Essex County, City of Windsor is plus or minus 230,000 people. If we take the neighboring county, and we're part of that county, just not part of their government, it's about 450,000 people total in that area. We have the largest greenhouse operation in North America, second in the world next to Holland. And so a full 80% of all greenhouses in Canada are in Essex County. And so the produce that is produced in those facilities that operate 24/7, 365, the vast majority of it is exported to the United States through the Ambassador Bridge. And so the regional impact, which we cannot discount, was material. It was major. And having folks idled, having plants idled is not good just for our economy. It also had an impact on the US side because of the integration of our supply chains. And so that's why we had folks from the United States, senior leaders in the United States calling for an end to this as well and trying to push for a resolution because it was impacting their economy too.
And what discussions did you have then with counterparts or others in the US?
I spoke with folks at Homeland Security, but more from an operational perspective at the bridge. So the port director at the bridge. And I spoke with the mayor of Detroit, once during the blockade, just to sort of touch base because I was getting a lot of media questions about whether I'd spoken to the mayor of Detroit, and I knew there really wasn't a whole lot that he could do, but I wanted to touch base with him. So, we were trying to resolve this situation. There wasn't a lot that I think could be provided from the U.S. At one point, we did have an overture from the governor of Michigan's office to provide tow trucks. I think she made a comment to the media, and then folks brought that to our attention. And when we reached out and had a conversation with her chief of staff, it really wasn't that the state of Michigan had tow trucks. They just offered to facilitate an introduction to tow truck companies that may be able to provide the support.
I see. Any other discussions with U.S. folks?
No.
So I want to take you to WIN
Again, talking about the impact, the economy,
1628.
3 or 4, this multiple day blockade that was resolved without the EA caused, or may have caused, or is alleged to have caused. But
And these are
nothing
remarks that
Here's
you
of these
gave.
laws,
Now we're
these-
going
these
back in
lockdowns and
time
these measures
on February 9.
that really didn't save the tangible
But
amount
you
of people
said at the
and
bottom
caused
of- sorry, the
economic
top of
ruination. We're
page
going into a major recession here, folks. A major recession.
You
The
said
economic
if Canada
effects,
becomes
true
known
economic
as a
effects are
difficult
lagged.
jurisdiction to do
It's going to
business
be
with,
bad.
to
It's
move
going to be
goods in
bad
and
and
out,
serious.
for example, then
Not to be
supply
scary
chains
or
will
fear-mongering,
evolve
but it is going to
and
be at least as
reconfigure
bad as
to remove this
2008, if
element
not
of
more
risk
severe.
and avoid Windsor
And
essence.
we are in full,
what were
like
you
the
basing
economic
that
indicators are that
information
we're
on?
in a recession right now. 2
Well-
consecutive quarters of negative GDP
I think
growth,
everyone is
or
aware
shrinking.
now, so I can contextualize this
recession.
a
And so
little
that's where
differently
we
than
are.
I could at the time. Everyone is aware now that
And it's gonna get
the
worse. It's gonna
city
get-
of Windsor
it's
was
gonna get way more
successful in
pronounced.
landing a $5 billion
The
investment.
price of everything is up.
From LG.
If it wasn't for
a joint
those
venture
people
from LG and
who
Stellantis.
protested
And so
across
they're
Canada,
building
we'd
the first
still be
Canadian
doing the
electric vehicle
nonsense.
battery
And the
manufacturing
economic
facility in
effects
the
would
city
be
of Windsor.
magnitudes of
All of
order
that
worse. So
discussion, all
thank
of that
God they
work,
stood up. Thank
and
God
the
that you stood
pre-planning
up
was well
and you
underway
saved our economy.
during the
Thank you.
protest
Thank
in
you for
February.
doing that. I really
It
appreciate
just
it.
hadn't been announced publicly. And so, in fact, the CEO of Stellantis Global went to Canada during this time to have a meeting with senior officials. And so this was me sending a signal to the extent that any of those folks who are watching, that we understand that this has to end, that we understand that you have a choice in terms of where you locate these facilities, and that we're doing all we can to try and move folks on. And that sort of plays into the whole injunction piece as well, that it's the public facing part of it that was important, as was it important to make sure police had another tool that they could use. But I wanted to make sure that with respect to the folks, early on here, we're in the very early part of sort of rolling out all of the pieces back in February for this major investment. I wanted to make sure that they knew very clearly that we were taking the situation very seriously and applying all resources that we could from a municipal perspective to get this situation resolved, reflecting on the fact that, did I think that the first Ford factory in Canada, 1904, I didn't think a 100-year, 120-year relationship was going to be eviscerated because of a 7-day event. But at this particular time, it was critical that I sent that signal and had them have me acknowledge that this is an important issue that needs to be resolved because they were asking.
Right. And so were you concerned to some extent that the image or the viability of Windsor as a city to invest in might be compromised by this?
100%, because this investment that I'm talking about, we are fortunate and we worked very hard to get this investment. But there were options up the 401 in Ontario, and there were lots of options across the border in the state of Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. And so I was determined on behalf of the city to make sure that that landed here. And we were at a very fragile point in the process that this could have been derailed. This, if they had looked at this and taken a perspective that we don't want this hassle, it's just easier to do business in the United States. This is the type of event that could have derailed this major investment for Canada, for Ontario, and certainly for the city of Windsor.
And in terms of impacts on residents,
Certainly this is
what
highly
impacts does the
speculative
blockade
and has no
have
basis in actual
on the
material
cities, on city
fact.
services, social services, medical services, transportation? What can you give us a sense?
Well, major. And so let me mention several. When this all started, EMS had to move an ambulance to the other side of Huron Church. They had to make sure that they could cover that part of the city. Our fire chief moved and deployed fire resources. There's a fire station literally 100 meters from where the protesters were protesting, but it's on the east side of Huron Church. They moved a truck to the west side to make sure that they could get there and provide service to the west side of the city. The transit routes were disrupted. The natural flow of people back and
I
forth.
can't wait.
and
I
having
cannot
Huron
wait for
Church
the
Road,
cross-examination
closed
here.
was significant.
Still
because there are
no
no
single
grocery stores on one
justification.
side of- on the
Not a
west side of
single
Huron Church.
justification for
They're
the
all on
Emergencies
east side.
Act at this point.
And
Still
a lot
nothing.
of folks have to take the bus. They don't have their own car on the other side of the west side of Huron Church. And so they require the city system to be able to move around and live their daily lives. The University of Windsor. The University of Windsor is directly adjacent to Huron Church, directly adjacent to the Ambassador Bridge. The primary route that people in the city of Windsor would use to get to the University of Windsor is Huron Church Road. So 17,500 students that attend the University of Windsor. You have a high school that was actually in the protest zone, Assumption High School. It's been there for probably 100 years. And so that school was directly impacted by the protest activity. And I mean, those are several, but the impact was material during the protest and then even after the protest because of the deployment of the Jersey barriers along Huron Church Road had a direct impact to the hotels, the motels, the businesses, the small businesses, large businesses, grocery stores, you name it. They were impacted, including the high school, including the University of Windsor, because everyone had to find another way around.
And you had mentioned that the cost to the city was over $5 million, correct?
Correct.
And most of that, I understand, was for the Windsor Police Service. Is that right?
It really is a mix, and we certainly have welcomed any audit of those expenses. Some police services sent us a bill. Some police services didn't, but we had to pay for the Jersey barriers. We had to pay for overtime. There was a whole list of expenses that made up the $5.3 million that, we are carrying that cost at this particular time.
Right, because in addition to OPP and RCMP, there were several local police forces that came to assist, correct?
Correct. And so public order units, I know some were deployed from other parts of Ontario, but we contracted directly with the City of London. They have trained resources. They have a standard contract that they sent to us. I signed immediately. But the provision of that service was $200,000 plus or minus. We had to feed people. But the chief asked for 100 officers. I'm told that 500 showed up. Well, they may not have charged us. Some of the services may not have charged us for the salary and benefit costs, but we still had to put some of those folks up in hotels. We still had to feed them. We had to move them around. There were direct costs, which we would welcome any other level of government to audit. But at the end of the day, it's the residents in the city of Windsor who have carried the full share of those costs to date.
And just to be clear, the blockade was cleared and the bridge reopened before the Emergencies Act was invoked.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Yes,
on
it
the
was.
14th. So the 13th around midnight into the 14th, I think the bridge opened around midnight on the 14th. So
The
the
police
Emergencies
action
Act
was
was
before that.
invoked sometime on the 14th. So yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, great.
He
So
tried
none
very
of the
hard to
measures
twist
in
that.
the Emergencies Act were used to clear the blockade since it came after, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
He
Those are
really
my
hates
questions
admitting
for
that.
you. Thanks.
Commission council is done,
Okay,
thank God.
so I think this is probably a good time for the morning break. So we'll take 15 minutes and then come back to continue.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
I don't know what to say. That's just sad. I don't know why the quality of this is so low. It's because of it's the way that the camera system works. But so yes, in case you did miss it, Doug Ford is. Let's just go take a look at that real quick, so we can go. Now we can see. We can go see. So we'll go and look at this. We'll look at this. Hold on. Oh man, these ads. I don't get these ads normally. I don't get any ads. Oh my God. The pop-ups are insane. So judge rules Doug Ford immune from testifying. We already went. There's a picture of Doug, in case you didn't know what he looked like. He's immune. A federal court judge ruled Monday that Ontario Premier Doug Ford and Deputy Premier Sylvia Jones will not have to testify at the Emergencies Act inquiry in Ottawa because of immunity provided to them by parliamentary privilege. Okay, cool. Okay, 1 second here, everyone. Oh, man. So that's great. That's great. Doug Ford doesn't have to testify. Everything's good for him, for Doug Ford. Doug Ford is a hero. Everyone loves Doug Ford. I'm being sarcastic. He's not a hero. He's a coward. And yes, I recognize how important it is that we have parliamentary privilege. But I want to remind you of a guy who we don't really know of, that we don't see very much anymore. So let's just go. This is one of my favorite videos. I cannot play it. Because of I have to mute the sound so that we don't get it. But there's a video here. I think this is the one, and it's so awesome. It just actually shows that Rob Ford was a likable human being. Okay, you know what? This has to go. And so they're like, Merry Christmas and everything. We got to somehow turn this off. Hold on a second, guys. Stop it. So many ads. So many ads. So look, if we look, we can actually see that Rob Ford was a real human being with real perspectives and real, actual people liked Rob Ford. I don't want to put the music on here because it is copyrighted, but yeah, this is good. They're singing One Love, and actually it's one of my favorite songs is Bob Marley, One Love. And you could actually see that Rob was a real human being who had like actual heart. Like, look at him. Look at how into this he is. Everybody else is kind of pretending. You can tell who's phoning it in. But Rob had a real heart, okay? Rob cared about people in the sense that he didn't believe that he was better than anyone else. He was, if you called him on the telephone, more often than not, he'd answer you. And, and he'd care about your problem. I mean, a lot of people don't agree with him. He had demons, but he certainly was a genuine human being. And the same cannot be said about his brother. But I just wanted to point out, like, you can see that he's really getting into this. And, you can tell a lot about a person by where they put their heart and how much of their heart they let show. And you can see that Rob is really letting his heart show. And, it's not something that a lot of people can say with genuine, with any level of genuine truth to it. And his brother was elected on his back. Rob could have been the Premier of Ontario. Rob could have been the Prime Minister of Canada. He had the character to do it, like the charisma anyways. A lot of demons and so forth that he certainly could have been the Premier of Ontario. Certainly he could have been the Premier of Ontario. And I just really love this video because it's a good video. Everyone's having a good time. And at one point, I think he lets Doug say something. He lets Rob say a word into the camera. Sorry, I might have missed it, but at one point he goes up and like Rob and like he puts and he's like, "I feel all right." It's like it's really hilarious. Like the guy's actually a really good performer here, but at one part he's like when he's near Rob, he like lets him. I think it's right here. At one point, he lets Rob say something. I don't know if it's here or later or what. And then Rob's like, "Feel all right." He's really having a good time. And gosh, man, like his brother was totally elected on him, and his brother doesn't seem to have any of his good characteristics. Rob's best characteristic. Let's listen to how Rex Murphy summarized Rob Ford, and it was beautiful, actually.
So many of them. Words of the wisest of presidents, Abraham Lincoln.
I don't want to take the whole thing.
His many failings
just
and
to be
faults.
I just want to just go to maybe the end here.
He did not think he was better out of its many. His language might be right. He had a sense of the flow and pattern of everyday lives. There was no gap between him and those on the outside of privilege and station. His language might be rough, and some of his comments jammed a radar of political correctness. But he was more at ease, more natural and welcoming to the many faces and tones of Toronto's multicultural mix than many of its more ostentatious champions. The annual Ford party out in the wilds of Etobicoke was like a chicken wings and beer night at some alternate United Nations.
Beautiful.
Ford had one sublime virtue, which all politicians should study and imitate.
Listen to this, Doug and Trudeau.
He did not think he was better than the people who voted for him. He didn't prate about respecting the voters. He actually did it. Some people like to say he anticipated the politics of Donald Trump. Not so. He was more Ralph Klein, another wild politician whose heart had more intelligence than the brains who looked down upon him, and whose style and manner kept more believing in politics than 50 senates full of the distinguished, the sophisticated, the eminent, and the connected. Rob Ford, for all the controversy, kept the line open with the common
I agree.
man.
He did.
In the words of the same Lincoln, Mr. Ford was of the people, by the people, for the people, with a vengeance. It's very sad to see this decent man, so wonderfully gifted emotionally and likewise so burdened, die in midlife before we knew the all of him. For the National.
That was a really, really well put. And we need authentic people in our politics. We need authentic leaders who don't think that they're better than everyone, who just brush away people's suffering. And that's a very rare quality in a politician. And Rex Murphy was absolutely correct here to recognize that in Rob, because Rob had it. And then Rex mentioned Ralph Klein, who I'm not intimately familiar with. I believe that was a bit before my time. But, I listened to Rex about this, and I think he really captured what made Rob so appealing. He was a genuine human being without, all the... And a lot of the politicians, like you said, a Senate full of the eminent and the austere, just these pompous individuals who think that they're everything, the be all, end all. And, how many of them answered their own, ever took a phone call, from anyone, who ever got a bus for someone on the wrong side of Islington, Rob Ford, he trimmed the city budget quite substantially, and he enjoyed a very, very diverse range of support from all kinds of people with all kinds of beliefs, because people are pretty good from time to time at they might not be able to put their finger on it, but they can recognize that authenticity. And that authenticity in the leadership position is very appealing, because that person is what they're saying they're going to do is what they're going to do, and that they don't have those ulterior motives, and it just makes you a lot more supportive. And then the Ford, the chicken wings and beer night, like Rex said, that the annual Rob barbecue in the wilds of Etobicoke was like an annual alternative chicken wings and beer night at some alternative United Nations. People just love Rob Ford. They really did. And I bring this up because Doug truly was elected on the back of his brother. Rob's popularity in the city of Toronto was enormous, especially considering the circumstances of himself, his addictions and everything else. But that personality, man, like if you can take the genuine nature of the personality, a personality like that, and you can really that person can really be a genuine and good leader, because they're leading with the heart, and they're leading, and it's good. It's good. It worked. And I think Doug's doing his brother wrong. I really do. Oh. Yeah, Rito, we already covered this earlier, but if you did miss it, Doug, this is kind of why I'm bringing this up, because even though the judge basically recognized that the parliamentary privilege, which maintains the sovereignty of our legislators and allows them to function properly without being intimidated or coerced or infringed upon by maybe the Senate or by provincial legislators or by the courts to an unreasonable degree, and take away their power in our democratic structure. So the judge ruled that the parliamentary privilege protects Doug from coming to testify here. And parliamentary privilege goes back many hundreds of years in the Westminster system, it was transcribed to Canada from that system. So it's respected in our law, just like the implied Bill of Rights, just like the actual Bill of Rights, the Canadian Bill of Rights. In our law, there's a concept known as the implied Bill of Rights, which gave us a lot of the rights that the courts recognized long before there was a formal document of rights, which was 1960 with the Canadian Bill of Rights, which is still in force today. And of course, the Swiss cheese document of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is a constitutional law. So with all that being said, Doug has parliamentary privilege, fine, but he shouldn't have executed it. It's important that the courts recognize parliamentary privilege to keep our system separate. If the court didn't recognize it, that could mean the courts are trying to, increase their power and infringe on other people's lanes, really. So, but still, he should still have done the right thing and chosen to appear here to give his perspective on this incredibly important national investigation. We need his perspective to come to a full and proper conclusion of this whole event, and he should have chosen to appear. Absolutely, he should have done it. So, Carol, the Emergencies Act was declared nationally, so it has to do with every corner and inch of Canada. That's why the province of Alberta has councillors in this commission. That's why Saskatchewan has councillors, because Alberta and Saskatchewan both said, no, don't invoke the Emergencies Act. We don't agree with it, because there was a premier's table meeting, basically, which is all the premiers of everywhere of the territories and provinces and the prime minister. And he basically told them that he was invoking the act. And we know that several provinces, including the ones I mentioned, opposed that. And so, like, the different things happening in Canada are relevant to the government's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act, so it's therefore relevant to this commission. Ottawa is obviously the focal point, right? Because that's where the big freedom convoy was. But there was other sympathetic protests across Canada in various locations. And all of them, I think all of the major ones like Coots and Windsor, both cleared up before the Emergencies Act ever came down formally. So it's difficult to understand, like where they're coming from with this. And this mayor, like you guys have noticed, is a little bit. He's I don't know what to make of him, but certainly he doesn't want to admit that the Emergencies Act wasn't relevant, and he also admitted that he wasn't getting any intelligence from the federal government suggesting any of the things that he was talking about, like that there might have been a resurgence. That he was speculating that some people in Ottawa wanted to come to Windsor. Nobody in Ottawa wanted to come to Windsor. They wanted to be in Ottawa. Maybe some of them wanted to go to Queen's Park, because remember all the people saying, "Heard there, why are you in Ottawa? The mandates are provincial." Well, there's both. So certainly some people did attempt to protest at Queen's Park so that Doug and his people would hear them and understand that he was hurting Ontarians with his policies. And certainly Doug Ford did listen a little bit, but certainly not as much as, say, somebody like his brother would have listened. So today testifying, Corrine, let me just look that up real quick. It's a bit complicated. The way I have this working is a little complicated. Who do we have working here? Public hearings. So we're anticipating to see Jason Crowley, who is, I think, the chief of the Windsor Police, and Dana Earley, who I thought Dana was the lawyer for the Ontario Provincial Police, because consulting the preliminary list of witnesses, it lists Jason Crowley as the Windsor Police Service. So I'm going to assume that Mr. Crowley is the chief. That's a reasonable assumption to make. And then it lists Dana Earley of the Ontario Provincial Police. And I'm going to assume that Mr. Earley is, because I'm pretty sure the OPP counselor who asked a question on behalf of the OPP here is named Dana. The guy with the white hair and who often has no questions. Dana from the OPP, he's the counselor here. I'm pretty sure that's him. So maybe he's a witness today. Counsel for the OPP, and I believe that Dana Earley will be the last witness for the OPP. Of course, we've previously heard from Commissioner Thomas Carrick. We've heard from Marcel Baudon, who is I believe a superintendent. We heard from Chief Superintendent Carson Party, retired. We heard from Superintendent Craig Abrams, Superintendent Patrick Morris. So we've heard from 4 OPP so far. We've heard from like 7 people from the city of Ottawa, including councillors. Plus, we heard from, 5 people from the OPS plus Chief Slowly, so 6 from the OPS, which were Patricia Ferguson, Steve Bell, Russell Lucas, Robert Bernier, and Robert Drummond, plus Peter Slowly, who's former. Then we heard from the convoy participants, starting with Chris Barber, Steve Charland, Bridget Belton, Keith Wilson, Tom Morazzo, Patrick King, Benjamin Dichter, James Botter, Tamara Litch, Chris Deering, and Maggie Hope Braun, Jeremy McKenzie, and Daniel Bulford. I believe there might be one missing from that. And that's who we're expecting to hear from. And then tomorrow, this is going to be a short week, by the way, because Friday is Remembrance Day, and they will not be broadcasting on. They will not be doing hearings on Friday, November the 11th, so this is a 4-day week, which is. I'm very happy about that, guys. I'm very happy because I'm dead. Oh, no. So we got this going on. And then tomorrow we might see Dana Earley today or tomorrow, and then we're expecting Paul Leschy. I don't know who this is. Let me look him up. Paul Leschy. It doesn't really say who. There's not really a profile on him. Okay, so he's I'm not sure who he's with. And then there's Marco van Hogenbos. I can't even say that. Who is Fort Macleod counselor? Okay, he was involved in Coots, I guess, and he was charged with the Coots. So he's a counselor. Marco van Hugenbos is a Fort Macleod counselor in Alberta, city councilor, and he faces charges of mischief and other things. So he was charged. So he's going to appear. So he's sort of a protester from Coots, I guess. Then you have Jim Willett, who's from the village of Coots. Then you have Mario Di Tommaso from the Government of Ontario, I believe, and Ian Freeman from the Government of Ontario. Marlon DeGrand of the Government of Alberta, I believe. And then we'll start the public safety, the two people from public safety, Rob Stewart and Dominic Rochon. And then the two people from CSIS, David Vignot, I don't know how to say that. And then Michelle Tessier.
Order à l'ordre.
And then I think that those individuals, it's complicated for me to understand. I think that those individuals will be, I don't know.
The commission is reconvened. The commission reprend.
I think that the two CSIS witnesses will be in camera, so we will not have the alternative. The parties won't be there, and there will be no recording. And then the commission will decide after the fact what to make public. If
Okay,
anything.
so now if I could call on the Democracy Fund to go first.
Ooh, the Democracy Fund. Oh, cross-examination. Cool. Yes, I have, Patty. Thank you. I don't know. I really don't know.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor. My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm Counsel to Citizens for Freedom,
Yes.
a group
This is a good
representing
lawyer.
the peaceful protesters in Windsor, Ontario.
I love how he always says that. He always says peaceful protesters in Windsor.
First of all, Mayor, congratulations on your recent re-election. I understand we heard earlier that you've been the mayor and the chair of the Police Services Board since 2014, but you also served prior to that in the capacity as a city councilor. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when did that start?
December 2006.
And so since your tenure of December 2006, would you agree that you have got some significant influence and connections within the city of Windsor and are a central point of contact for organizations such as the University of Windsor, the businesses in the area, and that you wield quite a bit of political influence?
I would say that as mayor, certainly you're in touch with a lot of different people in the community, businesses, residents, and institutions as well.
And so in terms of the division of the powers, because I understand you do wear several hats, one being, again, the chair of the Police Services Board. In your capacity as chair, you said that it is not the board's responsibility to direct the activities of the police. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't direct police operations.
Would you say that you influence what tactics and methods they may use?
No.
You kind of made it sound like he was.
And when it
doing
comes
all
to
of that.
requests for resources, is that usually something that comes from the police and that request is made to the Police Services Board, or is the Police Services Board itself making requests for resources and things like that from the city?
We go through an annual budgeting exercise. So the chief presents a budget to the board. We go back and forth until we land on something that ultimately gets approved by the board, which is then sent to city council. I'll speak slower. A budget approved by the Windsor Police Services Board is then sent to Windsor City Council for approval. And the chief would lay out in the budget document what is needed for each department. If something extraordinary happens, if there's an expenditure or a request outside of the normal budgeting process, the chief would then make a request to the Windsor Police Services Board, and the board would make whatever decision they felt appropriate.
Understood. And in your capacity as mayor as well, I presume that you also had regular communication over the last couple of years leading up to the to the protests with the Windsor Essex County Health Unit and the Chief Medical Officers of Health of the region. Is that correct?
Frequent, yes, not daily, but there has been more contact during the pandemic between my office and the health unit than any other time that I can recall.
And would you say that over the last 2 years that there was in that increased communication, is it typically the city seeking guidance from the Windsor Essex County Health Unit, or is it that these decisions are being made together in a collaborative fashion? What's that relationship between you and the Chief Medical Officer of Health of the area?
They have very distinct roles as spelled out in legislation, and so
He's
there are
being really
oftentimes,
careful now.
because none of us have ever lived through a pandemic before, or at least most of us haven't. There are times where during the pandemic we've tried to sort out a course of action with the health unit to have a better understanding of where the medical officer of health may land on a certain topic. But ultimately, my experience with the medical officer of health is they may give you an impression or some guidance or some, opinion, but ultimately they left it to the city to make every decision.
And so would it be fair then to say that
Hi from Alberta.
typically the recommendations,
Alberta.
because we
I
saw a
love you,
number of
Alberta.
Section 22
Thank you for
orders
being here.
issued by the health
Thank you
unit
for being here, everyone.
that
Thank
were
you
the
so much
subject
for
of some of
watching.
the protests that led
Boring.
up to the
I know it's
demonstration
dry.
at the bridge. Would it be fair to say that the recommendations of the medical officers is the medical advice, and that the actions of the city council in terms of the bylaws and the orders that are being passed are more of the political aspect of that?
Well, the medical officer of health independently makes any orders that he makes. It's not dependent on us in any way. And then, of course, city council passes bylaws, resolution, and policy, which is our normal governance role.
Understood. And just in terms of that community control group, so am I correct that this is a community control or corporate control group?
Community control.
And the community control group, they met during the week of February 11th on a daily basis, 9:30 every morning. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was every day, but we met very frequently.
And did you attend all of those meetings personally, whether remotely or in person, or did you rely on others to communicate and relay to you the information that was discussed during those meetings?
I'd have to look at the minutes themselves for each day. I attended several, but there may have been a time where I didn't attend. And if I didn't attend, my chief of staff, Andrew Teleszewski, would have attended.
And so I presume then that the days that you did not attend those briefings about the bridge, you had other priorities to attend to at the time.
Correct.
And I guess you had an understanding that, whether it's your chief of staff or the police services or whoever else attending those meetings was in control of that situation, and that your immediate attention on that was not required. Is that correct?
Well, the CCG does a good job at providing one source of information to multiple people so we're on the same page, but it's not exclusive. And so I may have had on any given day, probably more than 5 conversations every day with the chief of police.
Yes,
about
Nicole,
the
this is the
activity
first
that was
witness
happening
today.
in
This is the mayor of
related
Windsor,
to the Freedom Convoy.
Drew
And
Dilkens.
so
He's being questioned by the
didn't mean
Democracy
if I
Fund
wasn't
currently,
in
and this
that
guy is
particular
amazing.
meeting that
He
there was an
always, this
absence of
lawyer right here,
information,
always
because there was
introduces, he's
great
like, I am a lawyer
communication
for the peaceful
throughout the city,
protesters in Windsor.
great communication
hilarious. This is great.
intergovernmentally at the time and for the duration of the protest.
Okay. And when you speak of the duration of the protests, is it fair to say that as mayor of Windsor, part of your role and responsibility is not only to represent the majority of citizens that elect you, but also the minority opinion?
I
least to
represent
consider it.
the city of Windsor. And so certainly I absolutely represent the people in the city of Windsor.
And so would it be fair to say that part of your role and responsibility then is to attend to those minority opinions and views, or at least to take them under consideration, particularly when there's active protests in the city?
Of course, you would consider what's being said on social media. You would try to understand the perspective. And as we did here, trying to find a resolution, trying to get this thing over with so we could open the route to the border crossing.
Right. And I understand that you testified earlier that you at no point in time actually went down and spoke with the protesters at the Ambassador Bridge protest. Is that correct?
Correct.
In terms of the leadership, were you aware that many of those attendees had also been protesting on almost a weekly basis since 2020 down at the Great Canadian Flag?
No.
You were not. As mayor, are you typically informed by somebody within the city's apparatus of the protests that are happening?
Only if it was exceptional. So for example, if there was a protest on the lawn of City Hall today between 4 and 5, I may never be given notice of that. I may walk out and see the protest, but it's not normal that for sort of a general protest, which probably happens every week in some form, that the mayor's office would get notice of that.
Okay. So you say that you didn't receive notice of, the anywhere between 25 to 50 people that gathered almost on a regular basis every weekend down at the flag. You say you were not aware of those.
Oh, I was notified of frequent protests at the flag, but I think your question was I aware that people who were at the protest at the flag were also part of the protests of the Freedom Convoy? I can't create that connection.
Okay. And in the information that you received about those weekly protests leading up to the Ambassador Bridge, were you able to identify any of the organizers or the leaders of those protests?
Yes.
And did you at any point communicate the names or identities of those leaders to the Windsor Police Service or anybody else within the city?
I didn't have to because the police were attending those functions independently.
And so you saw the interaction with the protesters, or at least the leaders of those protests, as more of a policing matter than a political matter.
Well, and I don't know if it was weekly. I don't think it was weekly protests at the flag. But, going back to when they started the protests at the flag with respect to COVID restrictions, there were points where the gatherings were illegal. They were contrary to provincial legislation at a minimum. And so police were there because you again had illegal activity, but you also had members of the public who were saying, why aren't you guys doing anything about that? Why are you letting this illegal activity happen when we have to follow the rules? We are following the rules, and clearly this behavior is not following the rules. It's illegal. Why are you not taking action?
Right. Would you agree with me that over the course of the 2 years those protests were building, there were many changes to the legislation, and there was different times where perhaps the number of people allowed at one of those protests was within the bounds of law, and other times, that there could be further restrictions in terms of the number of people that could gather, and that was a fluid situation, and that not all of those protests were legal?
I don't know, because I wasn't receiving a debrief after every time folks gathered at the flag to protest COVID restrictions. So I can't help you with an answer there because I just don't know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the protests leading up to the Ambassador Bridge, there were multiple occasions where there was a far bigger turnout of protesters and demonstrators than ever appeared at the bridge?
I'm aware of, I forget the fella's name, but he had some notoriety online and came to Windsor a couple of times. And that seemed to generate more activity at the flag when he came. Chris somebody, I think, but I can't remember his full name.
Talking
But
about
anyway,
Chris
this
Scotty?
person, when he came to Windsor, and there was at least 2 occasions that I'm aware of, more people seemed to gather on those 2 occasions over 2 years.
And did I hear you correctly earlier that your understanding of the composition of the protesters is that many of those at the bridge were locals, and it was not all from out of towners, and to the extent there were people from out of town, a lot of them were coming from Toronto and other places in southwestern Ontario rather than Ottawa?
Yeah, so my understanding was it was about 50-50 from the chief.
Okay. And so then, as your role as part of the CCG, would you say that part of your responsibility was communicating with the other branches of government, whether it was, I think we saw some text messages earlier with Minister Mendocino, with the Solicitor General in the province. So one of your key responsibilities was being that spoke on the wheel to these other government agencies. Is that correct?
And our local members as well, members of provincial parliament and parliament.
And so can you just explain who is Brian Massey?
He's the NDP member of parliament for Windsor West, which is the area where Huron Church Road and the Ambassador Bridge is located.
And did you have much correspondence or communications with him during the ambassador, during the time leading up to the ambassador protest?
It's
Leading
unreal,
up,
and thank
I mean,
God
I'm in frequent
that
contact
people-
with him.
that people actually
about that
protested and
particular
just
issue. I don't
lie
recall
down
any
and live with this
conversations
nonsense.
specifically about the protests that were going on. But when it happened, I did have communication with him once it set hold in Windsor.
Okay. Can we just pull up a document here? Win 401659.
Also, he called the protest in Windsor the Freedom Convoy. The Freedom Convoy had nothing to do with the Windsor protest. I just wanted to point out and correct that.
So,
It
Mr.
happened about
Mayor,
4 or
we
5
heard
minutes
earlier
ago.
that you said, you know, the traffic at the Ambassador Bridge is of particular economic importance, that every hour of every day, there's goods and services crossing that border, and that in your opinion, a significant interruption to those products and services flowing across the border is of economic importance. Did I hear you correctly on
That's
that?
correct.
And I believe, Mr. Massey, if we can scroll down here on this letter, it appears to be dated February 9th to many of the other federal ministers. And if we scroll down, and if you look at the top of the second paragraph there, it says that traffic disruptions along the road corridor to the Ambassador Bridge are not uncommon. So, do you have any idea of what Mr. Massey is referring to here?
I don't. I mean, unless he's talking about just sort of general construction that happens on Huron Church Road, which is, you know, a requirement on any road. I'm not aware of any major disruptions.
Okay. So I understand that in your capacity as mayor, you may not hear about every protest that's going on in Windsor, but do you recall a protest in March 20th of 2019? I think this was during your tenure, where a gentleman named Eddie Haddad. Is that name familiar to you?
Yes.
And who is Eddie?
Eddie is a Windsor resident, recently ran for city council and has run several times in the past.
And do you share my understanding that he's also currently the chair of the Liberal Party of Canada in the Southwest Division?
I don't know if he holds that position.
And did you ever receive any indication that he was also the chair of the Essex Federal Liberal Riding Association?
I have no idea if he is or not.
Do you recall hearing a statement from him on March 20th of 2019 in relation to a protest dealing with funding for the university that apparently led to a temporary blockage of the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor? And Mr. Haddad's quote saying that we're going to continue to shut down the bridge at every protest we do until they reverse the cuts. Do you recall that?
No.
So in addition to construction, do you recall any other interruptions to the flow of goods and services across the border at the Ambassador Bridge?
Over what period of time?
Well, let's say most recently, is it true that on October 3rd of 2022, both the Ambassador Bridge and the Windsor Tunnel were shut down for a marathon?
Yep, that happens every year.
That happens every year.
Yep.
And is it your understanding that as part of that planning, both the bridge and the tunnel were completely shut down to commercial and pedestrian traffic for a period of time?
Correct. It's the Detroit Free Press Marathon that happens every year. So it's very well defined, very well prescribed, and the entire community on both sides of the border knows it's going to happen.
Right. And were you also aware of a CBSA strike and protest in support of that over some wages, or the fact that they had been working without a contract that caused some major slowdowns and disruptions at the bridge in August of 2021, as I understand it?
I wasn't aware of any major disruptions at the bridge, but
So would it be fair to say then that this particular protest that happened in February of 2022 was not the first protest that impacted the free flow of goods across the border at the bridge?
well, I would say it was the most unique and caused a complete shutdown of traffic to the Ambassador Bridge. The others that you're trying to compare to are very distinct and different.
And different, but also insignificant to the point that you don't recall that as a major event. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you'd indicated that, for example, the Detroit Marathon that happens every year, it's well planned, it's well thought out, so all parties kind of have noticed that this is happening. Would you agree with me that the primary concern, perhaps from the city's perspective as to this particular protest in February of 2022, was the uncertainty in terms of how long it might last, and whether or not the city or the province or even the federal government had the resources to handle that type of demonstration.
Yeah, we didn't know whether the slow roll was ever going to become permanent. We weren't certain on that. And how long was it going to last? It was a complete closure. The other ones were very time limited for very discrete events. And this was something that, there was no known end date.
And when you say it was a complete closure, are you aware of briefings through that CCG group where at various times there was certainly at least one lane open or two lane open to allow traffic and at least emergency vehicle access?
Well, again, I think I mentioned that this morning, that there were times when the chief told me that they've regained control of one lane, and they thought they were talking to someone who had authority as a group leader to make sure that they could have emergency access through one lane. But then that quickly did not last, because one party was never empowered to speak for the other parties, and they decided to sort of block that lane. And that was part of the problem here, that this was in many ways a leaderless movement where, there was no one specific to talk to and no one responsible for the outcome of the entire group.
Understand. And you spoke earlier too about, constructions and other delays and the importance of the just-in-time delivery system for many of the auto parts manufacturers locally. Would you agree with me that a slowdown or a significant slowdown, whether to construction or otherwise, would also have an impact, albeit not as severe, but it certainly has an economic impact on the auto parts manufacturers?
Not necessarily. And so as long as one lane is open in each direction and vehicles can move, that works. I mean, we could work with that over a short period of time to continue commerce back and forth and let healthcare workers get to work. That can continue as long as one lane was open. And that is what police were trying to do from the very beginning, was find a way to keep one lane open, allowing the protests to continue, the slow roll protests to continue, but allowing one lane in each direction to be open so commerce could continue.
Right. And so the traffic disruptions, but the border's still open. When we pull up POE.CFF, I believe it's 701.
This guy is just like a walking talking point. This Mayor Dilkens, or all he is like a bunch of talking points. This is exactly what's going to happen.
Just scroll down here. Just notice the date that
This
it's
is
May
exactly what
13th,
Trudeau's testimony is
2019.
going to be like, but more
And is this
more
an accurate
sanctimonious.
representation of Huron Church line here? What are we looking at in terms of the nearest cross street where those traffic lights are?
Somebody get me a picture
I
of
would have
that.
to
Get me a
have you
picture of
tell me
that,
that
and I'll put it
answer.
right
I'm
here
not
in the
sure.
stream. If you send that to me,
Okay, would it be fair to say
on my
that this is
social
close
media,
to the
I'll get that
Ambassador
on the stream here.
Plaza and that we're looking at roughly 200 to 300 meters, maybe a kilometer away from the mouth of the bridge?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And would you agree that this type of traffic and
he thinks he's
slowdown is
winning.
not unusual along that main corridor in your experience since 2006?
I would say that there is, because of the number of trucks that use Huron Church Road, there is always the need for some form of repair, rehabilitation, or construction along that road. We receive money from the provincial government under a program called Connecting Links, which is designed to fund repair and renewal of roads that are municipally owned, but really serve a greater purpose, like Huron Church Road. And so this is an example of construction where traffic is continuing to move in both directions. And there's construction happening today on that road that would look much the same, where it's disruptive, but it does not stop international trade.
And so you would agree with me then that this picture here in terms of the delays in the traffic is also emblematic and similar to the current state of the bridge since, let's say, the beginning of this summer?
Yeah, there is ongoing construction on another portion of Huron Church Road, which would look similar to this as well.
I understood.
So they allowed you guys to go in there and air
I'd like
your
to briefly
grievances,
touch
but
on
they broke
sort
the
of
AVs.
who knew what
they broke
when
the AV system,
within
so
the
you couldn't actually
CCG.
be heard.
You had indicated earlier that you were made aware of some demonstrations in Sarnia and that there were the slow rolls happening in Windsor. But am I correct in saying that Chief Mizuno was not terribly worried about the slow rolls that were happening at the end of January. That was no particular cause for concern.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, she expressed to me that
No,
those
this is
were
not what I
peaceful,
want. I
that
want the
vehicles continued to move.
I want an
and
image of the
international trade
protest in
continued to
Windsor
move
where
as
the
well.
police are blocking the
And we also
emergency
made
lane,
aware
is what I'm
that
looking
the
for.
OPP had shut down the highway junction
Yeah,
at
yeah.
Highway 402 in an attempt to block either the west or eastbound traffic and to control that situation on or about February 6th.
I don't recall.
Can we put up document win
I don't recall.
6041?
I don't recall anything that's not convenient to the narrative my very good friend Minister Mendocino, the Public Safety Minister of Canada, has conveyed to me as his alma mater is in my city, and obviously I'm in very close
And
conversation
if we
with
can
him.
scroll down.
Is
And
what he
so
meant.
This email,
That's what
I
Mr.
understand,
Mayor
came
Dilkens
from
meant to
Joe
say.
DeDeckert. Do you know who he is?
Nope.
But would you agree with me that if we scroll up here,
They
that
certainly
this
did.
was
Yeah,
sent
yeah,
to a
Gatana's
City
right.
of Windsor
I
employee,
hope I said that right.
Carolyn
They are the
Brown?
ones who blocked the
Looks that way,
east
yes.
to west. They blocked
And
the
so
north
you
to
were
south,
never
just so that a
advised
truck or
as
two
to
couldn't
the
get
contents
through,
of this
and
email
instead
or
just
this
paralyze their
particular
entire
update that
city
the OPP
by putting like
had
1,000
shut down
Jersey
Highway
barriers
402?
in every direction
Yeah, I
on
don't
Herring
recall
Church
seeing that
Road and
email.
make it like this
All right, if we could scroll down a little bit
concrete,
further
like
there.
concrete walls everywhere of these Jersey
That the
barriers.
OPP in fact shut down the highway and that no traffic was able to go westbound to the US through Sarnia.
I think
due to
this
police
guy is
action.
focusing on other things. That came up with the Commission Council.
Is that a fair assessment of the content of this email?
I think it speaks for itself.
Understood. And so if
They
we could
certainly
pull up
did lose
Windsor
their
document
Javelin,
000
and they don't really care about that now, do they?
6039.
Not really. Jody. No. Be good, please.
And who is Andrew Ray?
That's me.
Okay. And so were you informed then by Stephen Laforet, and Stephen Laforet is the Windsor Chief of Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And he also sits on the CCG?
Yes.
And
He's the head of
so
the
he
CCG.
notified you about the protest at Blue Water Bridge. He was informed that by EMO that the 402 is now closed, and it was closed by OPP and not by a blockade. Were you made aware of this fact on February 6th around 3 in the afternoon?
It looks like that email was sent to me, but I don't recall reading it.
Of course, he doesn't recall reading this. He read this. That's from his chief. That's from the fire
And
chief.
I think
the head of
later in
the
this document too,
CCG.
that
Of
they
course
say
he
that they are
read that.
trying to block off
That's
the
just-
Ambassador
that's
Bridge, or at
dishonest.
least
That's
threatening to
dishonest. He
do
read
so.
this. He read this.
Is that further down in this email?
He read this.
Oh, we can scroll up a little bit.
Of course, he read
There's
this.
concern based on some limited intelligence the convoy will be or is heading to Windsor today. Earlier intel indicated
He's telling
that
us
the bridge
in the
was
middle
going
of
to be
the biggest
targeted on
crisis in
Monday.
his city's
So it'd
history.
be fair to
He
say
didn't
that on
read emails
February
from his chief
7th,
of the
you had
fire
some
department,
intelligence
the
that
guy who he
there
said
may
was in
be an
charge of
action at the Ambassador Bridge.
I think it was even earlier than
control
that.
group or whatever the hell it
So
was.
I wasn't too concerned about, I mean, I was interested in the
No,
Blue
of
Water
course he
Bridge,
read it.
but that's not within my
Yeah,
scope of
yeah,
responsibility.
but you were calling everyone else about everything,
But I
but you're
think
not
if-
interested in
you
Blue
know,
Water.
as soon as
Okay.
February 4th
Okay,
came
there,
when the
Mayor.
chief
Wow,
told
this
me,
guy's full of it.
and she actually elevated the fact that there was a slow roll
Take a
protest,
sip of water.
we started
sip of
making
water.
arrangements that weekend. I think I mentioned this morning with
I don't like
respect to
this guy.
Jersey barriers. We started
I do
making
not like this
arrangements with
guy.
respect to moving the tunnel bus. And I initiated that action, trying to get the tunnel bus on the duty-free side so that we would have a way to get healthcare workers through the tunnel in the event that there was a blockade at the tunnel as well. And so we didn't, I mean, we started that particular weekend making arrangements, not knowing if the slow roll blockade or protest would ever become a full blockade.
Okay, and then if
So Barb
so
has just sent me
after you were
an
made aware of the
interesting image.
potential
Let's see if
action
we
in
can-
Windsor, you basically left it to the Windsor Police Service to implement the plan and to deal with the possibility of a blockade. Is that
So
correct?
I just got sent this
Well,
picture.
Again,
Which is
they
very
had a role
tiny,
to play with respect
but
to
let's make it a bit
actions at
bigger.
the Ambassador Bridge. I was
And we
looking
can
at other
see-
things as well.
Shit, I don't know where that went. Oh, okay.
Again, the tunnel
gone
bus
somewhere.
issue, and making
Okay, there
sure
it
that,
is.
you know, the
So
chief
if we
had
look
the
at this
resources
picture
she
here,
needed
we
as
can
things
see
develop,
this is from Windsor.
making sure that they could
The
respond
date-
very quickly.
the date of this
because we
picture
were
was
watching
February
what was happening
15th.
in Ottawa.
So this
We
was
were watching what was
after
happening
the
across
clearing
country,
operation.
and we
and
collectively
the
wanted
bridge
to
is
make
open,
sure
but
that
we
we
can
were
see how the police had set
finding
up
best
these
practices
these,
so as not to see
barriers
that
along
type
the
of
entire
behavior
length of
happen
the
in
road
Windsor as well.
on both
Understood.
sides,
Can we
literally
pull up
blocking
Windsor,
the community in.
Win
And that was the police in the city that did that.
402174.
And they did it this way, and I
These
believe
are
they
the
did it
in-camera meeting
east
minutes
to
from
west as well.
February
This is north
8th,
to south along
2022
the
at 7
entirety
p.m. Do you
of
recall
Huron
being in
Church.
attendance minutes at this
And they
meeting?
also did it
Yes,
east
sir.
to west at the intersections, I believe. So they completely boxed the place in.
And if we scroll down here, I believe it's on page 2. I'll scroll down a little further. I think there's a quote there that says that at any point we can extend the circle of control.
I love how he's
here?
being literally shown his own words, and he's like, "I don't remember that. I didn't do that. That wasn't me." He's like, I was taught."
Perhaps a bit closer to the
Marco
bottom of the
Mendocino.
page.
This lawyer is sharp. This is a good lawyer. Democracy Fund. If you ever
Okay,
need
so
a
that's
lawyer,
Deputy
retain this guy.
Belair saying that
He's
at
sharp
any
as
point
hell.
we can extend the circle of control. What did you understand that to mean?
That if this escalated, they could expand the area in which they were going to provide enforcement.
And did you have any understanding in terms of what was within the circle of control on February 8th at 7 p.m.?
No. I mean, I just assumed it would have been Huron Church Road, but I was never given a plan that delineated the boundary.
Okay. And I believe somewhere in here, Chief Mizuno says as well that we are ready to ask should we need assistance, and that the amount of assistance will be dictated by what happens in the coming days. Do you recall hearing Ms. Mizuno or Chief Mizuno saying that?
Yep.
Thank you, Kathy.
I believe that to be accurate.
Perfect. And if we could just pull up your witness statement. You said earlier no changes needed to be made. I believe this is WTS 5019. I believe in that document, you said you weren't sure where the number 100 came from, referring to the request for additional officers.
Well, I know where it came from. It came from the chief to me, but I
Blame
never
describes. That's what
asked
they do
her
all the
to
time,
sort of
isn't it?
explain to me how she came up with 100. I simply asked her, what do you need to help get this situation resolved? She got back to me and said, I need 100 officers.
Okay, if we could pull up document Win 402306 at pages 10 and 11.
I've been fairly liberal, but you're now well over your time, so you're going to have to
I
wrap.
thought we had 45 minutes here today.
No, you have 25 minutes.
Okay, I'll pick things up then.
The mayor is very relieved.
Okay, if we look at page 10,
The mayor is very relieved. Let's see which other parties are going to
And
be
we
involved in this.
scroll
I'm interested to
down.
hear.
on the right side, is the text messages that are darker, is that you to the chief?
That's correct.
And is it there that you indicate that we need to make an official request to the province and feds for the 100 officers?
That's correct.
So could you help me reconcile that? Was the request for 100 officers or the estimate of 100 officers, did that come from you or did that come from the chief?
100% it came from the chief. Is that February the 8th?
If we can
Did you see the
scroll
date?
up. I believe, yeah, if we go up a little
Okay, looks
further, I
like
think there's a timestamp
Yep,
on it.
there
So
we go,
that's
February
February 8th in the evening, right?
So February the 8th, that's correct. And so February the 8th, the chief had told me she needed 100 officers, which I amplified up to the provincial and federal governments. What happened in the evening of February the 8th, my chief of staff, Andrew Teleszewski, had a meeting with chiefs of staff at the federal level of government who asked that we put the request in writing.
Okay, can we,
Teleszewski then told me that we need to put it in writing. I sent it to the chief saying, we need to put this in writing.
Teleszewski.
so your testimony is that the request for 100 officers came directly from the chief of police and it was not at your direction?
Correct.
Okay, could we pull
They all
up
do want-
Windsor
Rob Ford would have
document
been a good brother, I think.
402295?
But he would have had a
I
lot of
believe these are
problems with
text
Rob
messages
Ford, you
between
know,
the
with all of his
mayor and
different
Minister
issues. He would have caused a
Medicino.
lot of strain on any family. I can only imagine. A lot of addictions, food, drug,
So if I've got the
tremendous
timeline
burdens.
correct here.
And
So
issues.
February 8th at 7 p.m.
It
during
wouldn't have
the
been all
in-camera
sunshine and
meeting,
roses. I'm definitely
Chief
going to
Mizuno
admit that.
says, we are ready to ask for assistance should we need it. Then later in that
Oh,
evening,
absolutely.
you
This-
text her, and it appears to say probably about 100 officers. If we're looking at here, page 4. So on Wednesday, the following evening then, it appears that Minister Medicino is under the assumption that the police chiefs, that would be Chief Mizuno, told the OPP commissioner that they're not requesting additional enforcement resources. And you said that that was inaccurate?
I said wrong, because that's completely contrary to the conversation that I had had with the chief and that we had discussed with the board.
And if we scroll down a little further here, you had indicated earlier, correcting your statement, that CBSA went to offer tow trucks support to Windsor, and the local police was saying that that wasn't necessary. Is that correct? Or that they weren't interested?
That's Minister Mendicino's text to me.
Right.
And so what I said was that we were offered tow truck support, but it was, and what CBSA offered to do is to find the pathway to allow tow trucks and tow truck drivers into Canada, which may not normally be admissible, sort of as a matter of right. They agreed to work with us if we needed to bring in US-based tow trucks to find the pathway to get them through the border so that they could be of assistance.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say then that the two parts of this conversation we saw you having with Minister Mendicino, Minister Mendicino was incorrect about whether or not the Chief Mizuno had requested resources, and was also incorrect as to the
Pointing out that the
type of
chief, that
assistance
Minister
was offered by
Mendicino was
CBSA.
not in the loop.
I think what happened when I
Ooh,
received
now he's
that
gonna try to save
message from
this.
Minister Mendicino and my response was wrong, I called the chief immediately to make sure I understood what was going on.
Now he's
The
got to
chief
deflect off of
explained to
Chief
me
Mendicino, because
that
either
in the
he's wrong
conversation that she
or
had
Marco
had with
Mendicino's wrong.
Commissioner Carrique, that at that precise moment in time,
At that
they
precise
weren't
moment in
asking
time.
for any more because officers were coming in and she
Weasel
didn't know
words.
how many officers were coming in.
Understood. Okay. And
Ooh.
it was also your understanding then that there was a plan in place as early as February 10th to dismantle this protest. Is that correct?
Well, I knew that officers were coming in. I did not know. The chief could not tell me how many officers were coming in, nor was I aware of how long it would take to resolve the issue.
Okay. Can we pull up WPS? I believe that's.
I'm going to have to stop you. You're now well over your time. So if you could wrap up, please.
I think that was good. That was good. Either the minister
Some
is,
latitude just to show a
just
couple
clearly
pictures
pointed
here
out,
to make sure
in case
we're
you
on the
missed
same
that,
page in terms
he
of what
pointed
the
out that the
enforcement
minister,
action
Marco
did look
Mendicino,
like,
had no actual
on
idea what
the
was happening
February
there,
13th.
and was telling the mayor about things that the mayor says are not true.
If we could pull up
One of them
CFF
was wrong.
609.
That's bad. It's bad for the Liberal government.
Sorry, Council, is that, is there another digit after the 9?
Not according to this note here. Okay, we can,
Commissioner's getting very
we can
frustrated
skip that
with
one
this.
and look at CFF 0000260 instead.
Because the government of Canada, whenever they're on cross, they get to ask whatever they want. All right, they told the commission on one occasion, no, we're taking more time here. Basically, is what they said.
And so those officers there, you're saying those are Windsor police officers, or are those OPP?
I can't tell from the flash on their arm. Does not look like a Windsor flash, though.
What about
Well, he's not getting time to make the actual
CFF
point that he was going for.
0000261? Those appear to be officers on the roof. Do you know if those are Windsor police or is that OPP?
I can't tell.
So, okay. And you indicate that you weren't sure exactly what time on either the 13th or the 14th that the bridge had been cleared completely. Do you recall reading a report from, again, I believe this is Chief of Fire Stephen Laforet, that the blockade is clear and that all needs have been met? It's at 9:52 p.m. on February 13th.
Yeah, I do recall the bridge had been, the roadway had been cleared earlier than the bridge opened. And so they had to get the barriers in place once the people were moved out and the vehicles were moved out. They had to get the barriers in place before they could open the bridge. And then, of course, they had to make sure
But the area was
notify
secure.
everybody. As secure as it could be, but there was a heightened state of
As
alert
secure as it could be.
on that particular day and for weeks afterwards.
Understood. And just in terms of the intentions of some of those protesters there,
The
I
commissioner's going to
understand that
stop
you
this any minute
referred
now.
to what happened at the Ambassador Bridge almost as a last of the Mohicans moment, and that when asked to clarify, you indicated that some people there were willing to die for that cause. Would you agree, based on some of your observations, that in the evenings, at least, it was a party atmosphere, that the vast majority of protesters there were not willing to be shot in the streets to maintain that protest, and that it was by and large absolutely peaceful?
Well,
Who's that? Windsor? Their mic's not even on.
Thank you. That was a compound question that my friend has asked. I think it's an unfair question to the mayor, and he hasn't provided any of these statements for him to see. I object to that question.
Okay, I'll move on there. And just to clarify, so Chief Pam Mizuno, she is no longer the chief of police in Windsor. She announced her sudden retirement on March 22nd. Is that correct?
she has retired, yes.
He had a lot of points to make here, but the commissioner's not going to allow.
asked
And
you to
lastly,
wrap up
I think I can
5
wrap it up
minutes
there.
ago.
No more questions just for this witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Government of Canada.
Here we go.
Good morning, Mayor Dilkens, Commissioner David Shiroki for the Government of Canada.
Never seen this guy.
So in your evidence in chief through the Commission Council, you'd indicated the city had supported an interim injunction that was granted on the 11th of February. I'd like to pull up the reasons for that interim injunction, which I think can be found in a number of places, but at OTT 407333. And as that's being pulled up, you'd indicated in your evidence in chief that there were concerns about vigilantism leading up to enforcement, and that was a factor that went into seeking the injunction. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Where were these concerns coming from?
Social media, for sure. A Facebook group had been set up. We had local
Okay.
labor leadership.
Throw them in
that
here.
was being very
Let's see the
vocal
evidence.
about gathering a group of people and going down there and ending this blockade. And so it was a theme that I would suggest had a head of steam fairly early on because everyone appreciated the impact of what was going on here.
But
And were
nobody
you aware of any
appreciated the
organized
impact of
efforts either through
the
that
things that
social
led-
media
that
or
led to
through
this.
announcements through official groups?
Well, I'm aware that there was a discussion with police that had people lower the temperature. People who were purporting to want to do that, to lower the temperature and just let us resolve this in a peaceful way.
And so we have the document open, which are the reasons that were for the injunction granted on the 11th of February. And specifically, I'd like to go to page 9, and in particular, paragraph 46 of the decision. And so, paraphrasing a bit, the court finds that there's no question that the blockade had caused and would continue to cause irreparable harm to Windsor.
The last few years have caused
Would you
irreparable
agree that the
harm.
harm that's being discussed here by the court, and in fact the harm that the city of Windsor was talking about in supporting this injunction, was the harm caused by a continuous blockade and not temporary increases in traffic?
100% that the harm was economic harm to a lot of people in the community.
And is it your understanding that roughly around midnight, either the night of the 13th or the 14th, the blockade was cleared and the bridge reopened to traffic?
Correct.
And with respect to the timing of that enforcement, in your evidence in chief, you indicated that there was a delay in enforcement due to the arrival of children at the protest.
Correct.
What were you hearing from police about the impact of the presence of children at the protest?
What I heard from the chief is they were going to stand down on the Saturday night, resume enforcement on Sunday. There were people live streaming on social media from the area, so I watched some of that as well, and media was there reporting. And you saw the numbers.
Yeah,
of
he got it from the news for sure. It was
swell
all the news.
dramatically. And it was all of a sudden you saw kids in strollers, you saw young kids, and it was, I would submit, in direct relation to the sort of call to support by the pastor in that one particular church.
All right. And sort of in a similar vein, I'd like to take the witness to WIN 402238, please. And while that's coming up, you'd indicated the city had asked for an extension of the interim injunction and that this was an indefinite extension. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the document that we're pulling up again are the court's reasons for granting that indefinite extension to the injunction. If we could go to page 8, in specific paragraph 47. And at the bottom there, I think it's at Roman numeral 4. The court found that the city of Windsor had established a continued threat of a new blockade. And with respect to, again, the evidence and the submissions that were being brought to the court to extend this injunction, is that the concern? Was it either a continued blockade or a reemergence of the blockade?
Yes, more a reemergence. I mean, at the time, obviously, it was to try and have everyone move on. But again, I think I've said this several times, the heightened state of alert that everyone was under, that police were under following the removal of the protesters in their vehicles, I've never seen that in my city in the past. And so there was a strong concern that this would happen again, which would put us on a cycle of having, another week of trying to move people out and mobilizing resources from across the province and across the country.
And so the city provided a number of affidavits in support of this injunction extension. And I believe the application record from the city is at WIN 50925. And I won't ask that be brought up. It's a very long document. I just would like to refer to it, that there was evidence provided that spoke to this continued risk of a blockade reemerging. And so a document that I would like pulled up is WIN 50803. I'll just wait for that to come up. Mr. Mayor, what are we looking at here in terms of geographically within Windsor?
The yellow line is Huron Church Road, and the X's are intersections that access Huron Church Road.
If we could scroll down briefly. So there's an indication there, no local traffic beyond this point, and that's the period, you spoke of sort of a tunnel. I know there is a literal tunnel, but the tunnel leading down Huron Church Road to the Ambassador Bridge, that's the area you're speaking of?
That's correct. Once you pass that red bar where it says no local traffic, you basically had to get on the Ambassador Bridge.
And if I told you that this was a map of the traffic structure on the 16th of February, would that sound about right to you?
That's correct.
So this was a closure of a major municipal road in Windsor, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it impacted residents in nearby homes and neighborhoods.
Massively.
And you'd indicated the specific neighborhood of
This is
Sandwich
just
Town as being to
sympathetic
the west of Huron Church Road.
Sympathetic
That's
testimony.
And there were no
trying to
access to
justify the government's
groceries
case.
for the residents of
the
Sandwich
mayor's
Town as a
completely
result of the blockade and then
on side of it.
subsequent closure of the road.
We need more
They had to
adversarial
take
cross.
a very long road to get to the same grocery store that they would normally get to.
And so the city had to provide alternative bus services to those residents so that they could go about their lives.
And we did, yes.
And you would agree with me that the city and the police would not choose to continue to limit access by residents to Huron Church Road unless it believed there was a real risk that a demonstration could return.
Correct.
And I know you said that you were uncertain on the date at which point these traffic closures stopped, but you would agree with me that the measures to prevent the reestablishment of a blockade remained in place after the 23rd of February?
Yes.
So Commission Council took you to WIN 50972. And I'd actually like that to be brought up, please. And I'll take you to a similar portion where you refer to it remaining a national security situation. If we could scroll down, there's bolded text. There it is. And so this
He
is the
made that
situation that,
assertion
again,
himself.
it says
Nobody
prevented
corroborated that.
reopening Huron Church Road. And that's the closure we were just looking at on that map.
Yes.
If we could go to page 3. And so it says here, we cannot ignore these ongoing threats because of the inconvenience that's being caused along Huron Church Road With respect to these ongoing threats, can you speak a little bit about, I know you said the information was coming from police, but what were you hearing during that time period?
There were, for several weeks, immediately, once the Jersey barriers were put in and access to the bridge was made available, there was a high state of alert for police. There was still a huge police presence along here on Church Road. And there was a strong concern expressed to me by Chief Mizuno that there was a concern that this could flare up again. And that lasted for several weeks. It lasted, in fact, until the situation was dealt with in Ottawa. And the thought was that when Ottawa, the protest in Ottawa was disbanded, that folks would get in their trucks and come back to Windsor. So this lasted for quite some time.
And so you referred in the statement to it being a national security situation. Did you see the events in Windsor as being connected ideologically or otherwise to other events happening nationally?
Yeah, certainly, watching what happened in the U.S., where there were freedom convoys in the U.S., and that happened in several cities.
It never
that was
came
concerning.
over the
Seeing
border.
what happened in Ottawa, that was concerning. Knowing the money that was being reported with respect to flows from the Give, Send, Go, or whatever it's called, GoFundMe, that was concerning. And so there were lots.
Yeah, people were
there was no
genuinely
shortage of
supporting the
concern.
protest.
And this was,
They
in
were
my mind,
genuinely supporting the
will
protest.
remain until
And we know that those
I'm long
donors
gone,
had nothing to do
a
with a
national
foreign
economic
state
emergency.
or any kind of
And that
insidious
is a direct
source or
There is a
origin.
direct correlation to a
CSIS
national
and
economic
others have
emergency,
said
and I
that
would
already
submit
very
to a national
clearly.
security issue.
The
This is
mayor's
exactly what this was.
insinuation here is
And
not
with respect
bound
to
in
the
fact at all.
specific topic of security, were you aware of the arrests
The
that took place in
finances
Coots,
were
Alberta
not
on
from
the
a
14th of
national, a foreign
February?
state
Yes, sir.
actor
How
of
did you
any
become
type,
aware of those?
nor were they
Through
insidious
traditional
in any
media.
type.
And what's your
FinTrack was tracking
understanding of
it.
those events?
CSIS was tracking it.
That
RCMP was
police
tracking
were
it.
able to intercept.
We've seen reports from these
a group of
agencies that
people
said
who
no.
had
The
weapons,
majority of the money
that
came from
intended to do
Canada.
harm,
The majority, like
to
none of
others.
the money came
And
from
they
an
were part of the
insidious source.
protest
None of the money
in
was
Coots,
illegal.
Alberta.
It was just
And
people
acknowledging, of
who were
course, that
pissed off,
Coots is
who
quite
saw what was
geographically
happening. We're like, here,
distant
take
from
my
Windsor,
money. I
Ontario.
can't be there with you, but here's
Oh.
$1,000 so you can be
Reading
there
that,
longer
with
for me.
respect to, again, talking about security, were there any concerns that were raised in your mind at that time?
I would say that from my impression, what I saw happen in Coots was the type of behavior that police were posturing for here, the type of behavior they thought may play out here.
But it never
And I
did.
think that
That's an
played out in
important
the posture
distinction.
that they presented
It
in the way that
never
they handled
did play
themselves
out.
in Windsor.
It
And
never played
so
out.
The Coots situation happened after the fact, but there was that level of temperature on the ground where police in Windsor were quite concerned and did not want to.
It did not materialize because
taking every
it never
opportunity
was
to
going to happen.
de-escalate a highly charged situation.
And so you said both in your evidence in chief and in your witness statement,
did use that.
your understanding or belief that the invocation of the Emergencies Act sent a signal that the federal government was
That's
taking
what
the
this is for.
blockade situation seriously,
I agree with that.
and that it may have discouraged the reestablishment of the blockades, particularly with
that's
respect to
for.
the Ambassador Bridge.
You can hear
I
them.
agree
You
with
can
that
read them.
fully.
And is that still your view?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to economic
Did you support,
issues.
did you support the government of Canada? Thank you.
I'd like to take the witness to SSM.CAN
No justification.
50/495_REL, and in particular, page 2. And while that's coming up, actually, we'll start on page 1 just so we can identify the document. Now, this is likely not something you've seen. This is a background or report with respect to the impact of the road blockade on the Ambassador Bridge that I believe was prepared by Finance Canada. So if we move to page 2, the reason I'm bringing this up, if we scroll down, now there's a discussion here about both the exports, and I think the exports have been well covered in your evidence. What's your understanding about the items or goods that are imported from the United States into Windsor?
I don't know that I have a discrete, I don't know that I have discrete knowledge on the imports versus the exports. And I would just say that with respect to the trade that we see regionally in our community, or at least locally in my city, there is, I go back to the parts that cross the border 6 to 7 times before they're put into a vehicle that rolls off the assembly line. It speaks to the tightly integrated supply chains that we have in Windsor and Detroit, which are respectively our own auto capitals of our countries.
And so going back to the report in the last paragraph that's on the screen there, it speaks to Canada importing $4 billion worth of pharmaceutical products and $2.4 billion in medical equipment that go through the Ambassador Bridge, and that was in 2021. Is that a figure that would be surprising to you?
No, I believe that.
You also mentioned the bridge's impact regionally. Would you agree with me that the imports that come in through the bridge don't stay in Ontario in their entirety?
In their entirety, no.
And that it's part of a national supply chain?
100% agree with that statement.
I'd like to now take the witness to WIN 401628. And this is a statement that my friend Commission Counsel took you to earlier that was delivered on the 9th of February. And if we could scroll down to, I believe, the top of the second page. So it's the statement here again that if Canada
Yeah,
becomes
pretty
known
much.
as a
That in
difficult
the news,
jurisdiction to
the
do business
media.
with, to move goods in and out, for example, then
don't
supply
forget-
chains will evolve and reconfigure to remove this element of risk and avoid Windsor-Essex. And was that your concern at the time with respect to Canada or Windsor specifically's reputation as a place to do business?
It was part of the concerns for the reason that I mentioned, and they actually play out in part of the conversation, the readout which has been submitted in terms of documents, my readout with my conversation with the Prime Minister, where I even raised the issue of the battery factory in that conversation with him. And so there is no doubt that we must tread very lightly with respect to these types of incidents as they relate to our competitive position, not just as a city of Windsor, but provincially and nationally, because we are competing against Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee for these types of investments. And you've seen big automakers make investments in those states. And we knew that we were fourth and goal, to quote a football term, on landing this battery factory. And so I needed to make sure that the signal was sent to those who would be interested in this, that we take this very seriously, and we're going to resolve this very seriously and very quickly.
Acknowledging that I'm just at my 15 minutes, if I could just briefly take the witness to one more document and wrap up, would that be acceptable?
Yep,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
It's pb.can .6023_REL. And while that's coming up, I'll provide some context. This is another document that you may not have seen. It's a February 10th email chain between employees of the Canadian Embassy in Washington, D.C. and the Consulate General
Yeah,
in Detroit.
apparently we
And
did.
specifically, I'd like to go to page 2. These are a series of tweets from a U.S. representative, Slotkin, who I understand is the 8th Congressional District Representative in Michigan. And if the Commissioner will allow, I'd like to give the witness some time to read. There's a series of tweets that go down the page. So if you could take a look and let the clerk know when you can scroll a bit further.
You can keep scrolling.
It's the upside of a tweet is at least they can be read quick.
Yeah. Just underscores, those statements underscore my explanation.
And so you would understand these statements to be a political representative from the U.S. saying that we would need to move manufacturing to the U.S. as a result of incidents like the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge.
That's absolutely correct.
And my friend with Commission Counsel took you to some texts that you had with Premier Ford, and in the interest of time, I won't ask that they be brought up again. But do you recall him texting you that he had every major company all over him?
Yes,
Do you understand what he meant by that statement?
absolutely I do.
And what was your understanding of that statement?
That this was not just companies in Windsor or companies in Essex County. This bridge and this border crossing it's of provincial and national significance. So when it's blocked, he gets phone calls from major manufacturers all the way up 401.
At the risk of pushing my luck, Mr. Commissioner, if I should have 2 more questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You would agree with me that a blockade of the Ambassador Bridge would be more economically damaging than blocking the Detroit-Windsor tunnel,
Yes,
and that an experienced truck driver would know that they could not use the tunnel?
correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you very much for that indulgence, sir.
Thank you. Next, the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Brendan Miller, I appear as counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. Good afternoon, sir, again, and thank you for appearing here today. My first question is prior to you taking on your current office or former office, what did you do as a job prior?
I'm a lawyer as well.
You're a lawyer as well.
Yes, sir.
And I take it you didn't ever work in national security law, did you?
No, sir.
All right. And so it's fair to say you're not a national security expert and you don't have background on what constitutes a national security emergency. Is that fair?
I would say that I've never practiced national security law, but there are some things on the face of it that present themselves and I think would be obvious to everyone could be related to national security.
Right. And when it comes to national security, I take it you rely a lot on law enforcement. Is that correct with respect to providing you information?
Correct.
Right. And in your capacity, of course, municipally, that's primarily going to be your municipal police force and the OPP?
Mostly municipal police.
Mostly municipal police, right. And can you agree, if you said you have some of an understanding of national security, so you're familiar with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service?
Yes, sir.
And what's your understanding of what they do?
Well, they have their own act and certainly I'm sure it's well spelled out in the act that if you brought it up, we could go through it, but
Yeah, but you agree with me that there's the Federal Intelligence Service, sort of the Canadian equivalent to the CIA. Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. And so the intelligence they gather with respects to threats to the security of Canada, can you agree with me that they would probably have the best information?
I think they're certainly a good source. I think RCMP would also be a great source as well from a policing perspective. And
Okay. Could we please bring up document?
Oh yeah, by the way, I
Sent
forgot to do
email
it. I
about
forgot to do
arising
it.
from my friend's
Sorry.
cross.
Oh my goodness.
ts.nsc.can.001.000000206 underscore rel underscore zero
Forgot to do it,
zero
sorry.
zero one.
Woo!
Jennifer King for the City of Windsor. Commissioner, we received an email, it appears, from my friend, Mr. Miller, less than 15 minutes ago with 3 documents that he is.
If I can assist, I'm only referring to the one. That's it.
In any event, we had no notice of these documents. It's contrary to the rules. We haven't had any notice that he intends to put this to Mayor Dilkens.
Okay, Mr. Miller, I
The
don't think this is
document.
the first time.
Yes, and it only arose from cross-examination from my friend, as I made clear in my email, not from the City of Windsor, not from the commission, but from my friend with the federal government, which made it relevant.
Okay, well, let's see what the document is, and if there's a problem, either if the witness needs time or if counsel for Windsor has an objection, we can deal with it.
Now, sir, this is a document from the Canadian Security Intelligence Service summarizing what it is they discussed with Cabinet regarding threats to national security. And if we could just scroll down to page 5, please. Okay, so I just want you to see that. So on that document there, on February 3rd, CSIS assessed there was no indicators that known IMVEs, and I take it you know what that is, actors were planning to engage in violence. And then if you scroll down to the other bullet points, it states on February 13th, CSIS advised that the implementation of the EA
Yeah, I know the things
would
going
likely
crazy.
galvanize the anti-government narrative within the convoy and further radicalize of some towards violence, referring to the increase in violent rhetoric following the declaration of the state of emergency in the province of Ontario. Furthermore, CSIS advised the...
Slow down for-
Thank you. Furthermore, CSIS advised that the invocation of the EA by the federal government would likely lead to the dispersing of the convoy within Ottawa, but would likely increase the number of Canadians who hold extreme anti-government views and push some towards the belief that violence is the only solution to what they perceived as a broken system and government. Following the invocation of the EA, CSIS briefed Cabinet and reiterated the potential for the EA to increase anti-government views and violent ideologies including in those not yet radicalized. Now, can you agree with me that you would never want to do anything that could create further radicalization of extremists within the city of Windsor? Is that fair?
I'm going to object to this question on this document.
Withdrawn.
And object to this document being
Yeah.
put to the mayor.
Withdrawn, I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next is the City of Ottawa. You can get started if you'd like, and we'll. Seems to always happen at the City of Ottawa to be at lunchtime.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Ann Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Ottawa. You mentioned in your testimony, and I think in your witness summary, that you had calls with both the Solicitor General Sylvia Jones for Ontario.
CSIS didn't
and
really
Federal
support the
Minister
invocation
of
of the
Public
Emergencies Act.
Safety, Minister
Certainly wasn't
Mangino,
necessary.
Correct?
Correct.
And you were requesting additional police sources, and I should say that you were amplifying the request that your chief had alerted you to. Fair?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you mentioned that the federal government in particular was very supportive.
So was Minister Jones.
Both were very supportive,
Both were
fair
great.
enough. And I take it that staff, if I understood you correctly, staff at the federal level asked that your request or the request for additional resources be put in writing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we saw the letters that Chief Mizuno sent further to that request to both the provincial and the federal government, right?
That's right.
And I take it they were sent more or less at the same time, fair?
That's true.
And it's fair to say then that no one at the federal government said to you, you've got to go to the province first, you're not following proper protocol or anything of that nature.
Well, they didn't say don't send me the letter, but there was a conversation that the order of operations is municipal to provincial, provincial to federal. But the nature of what was happening here and the nature of what was going on across the country, we knew. I think a sensible person would know that there's limited resources and they're being drawn to assist in different areas. That from my chair and my perspective, and I think it's fair to say from Chief Mizuno's perspective, we didn't care whether it was the OPP or the RCMP that arrived. We just needed more boots on the ground to help resolve the issue.
Get those boots on the ground.
Perfect. Thanks very much. If I could bring up WIN 50410. And while this is coming up, Mayor, it's an email exchange between Jason Raynar, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. At the City of Windsor, and Chief Laforêt, who I understand is the fire chief in Windsor and was also the chair, if I understood correctly, of the CCG.
That's true.
And if we scroll down to the bottom, there's the email from Mr. Raynar to the entire corporate leadership team, including, of course, Chief Laforêt. And he's advising that the injunction has been granted and will come into effect at 7 p.m. tonight, which is Friday, February 11th, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down, Mr. Clerk. He says, but these advances may have the effect of, quote, unquote, ratcheting up the protesters and their supporters. We will be watching closely to see what developments happen over the next 24 hours. And it goes on from there. So this concern about ratcheting up the protesters with the issuance of an injunction was something I take it that the city was aware of on the 11th.
Well, the city was, but the chief, when I asked her, we're going to apply for an injunction, do you think this would be helpful? That was never a conversation or a concern that she expressed to me from a policing perspective. So our fire chief saying that, I'm not sure where he put that, where he got that from to think of putting that in an email. But clearly, we weren't looking to ratchet things up. We were looking to resolve things in a sensible way.
And I take it then your chief reassured you that that was not a concern or not one that she had at heart.
She never expressed to me a concern about and drew a correlation between an injunction and the thought that we would be ratcheting up or escalating the situation.
Okay, thanks very much. I understand, and we've heard already in your testimony that there was an original an injunction, time limited for 10 days, obtained on February 11th, and that the city then moved to obtain an indefinite extension of that injunction, correct?
That's correct.
And this will be the last document I'll ask Mr. Clerk to put up, and it is WIN 50921. Mayor, this is the factum or the legal argument. Well, you're a lawyer, the factum, I guess I can use that word, that the city of Ottawa, if we scroll down just a little bit, city of Windsor, pardon me, filed in support of the order, seeking the order for an indefinite extension of the injunction. If we just scroll down, you'll see it there. Factum of the intervening party, the corporation of the city of Windsor. And if we could go to paragraph 2, Mr. Clerk. Before I take you through this, you've given ample evidence already about the concern that the city had about the possible resurgence of a blockade at the bridge if the injunction were to expire, correct?
Yes.
And I just wanted to draw this out. This is the argument put forth by the city of Windsor, and it says, the events in the days since the February 11th order was made have reinforced the ongoing need for the injunction. Since the February 11th order came into effect at 7 p.m. on February 11th, 2022, it's subparagraph A, protesters defied the February 11th order, with numbers increasing and peaking at between 600 and 800 individuals during the evening of Saturday, February 12th, 2022. And I take it that was information the city obtained from police.
Yes.
Okay, and that was information that formed part of the city's decision then to seek a continuation of that injunction.
Wow.
Yes.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Okay, so I think this is an appropriate time to take the lunch break. So we'll take an hour and come back to continue the questioning.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
1 hour. Okay, 1 second. Don't have anything planned. You know, it's nice. I will be taking a break. I'm wiped. So we're going to turn that off for a second. But there's so many hours from these protests. But by the way, when you type certain things like on YouTube here and you want to see like the live streams, it'll be like the news is always ranked at the very top. So you have to really dig to try and get anywhere here. Let's see if we can. So you can see like getting to the live streams on YouTube is quite difficult. You only get to like these opinion pieces and all these news articles and shit because YouTube ranks them higher than anything else. So to get to the actual lives is difficult. I think we can go filter. And you understand that these live streams had hundreds of thousands of views. So just to point out how like difficult it is to find these things. Okay, so it was live. It's not live now. We can do. So it's just so if you wanted to see those live streams from on the ground from the numerous different people, Travel Fund 69, Viva Fry, any of them, Zot. Look, they're not even here. Like, look at how you have to just go scroll and scroll and scroll forever, and they literally never come up. So it's like if you were an objective person just trying to get here, then it's not going to work. But we could just go to, I believe this is the website here. Cool. That makes it hopefully a little easier. So this is the 2nd of February. Jump to random time. Yeah, so you find this. Let's look at this profile here. So this video has 19,000 likes, which I'm sure is more than the vast majority of the news articles. This one alone, this one stream here, has 19,000 likes and 195,000 views. And yet, when you search when you look up a convoy or live, this video doesn't even come up. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I've got to Kill the banner here. So when you look up Convoy and live, this video doesn't even come up on this doesn't even come up. And look at how successful this video is. Look at the chat going crazy. Look at this chat.
Speaking out
None of this.
about COVID,
you can't even
and then
find these.
Ready to
anymore.
make the most out of summer?
come
Take that spontaneous.
So, Viva on the street. So you just look.
to bring heat.
It was certainly a beautiful
onto the
thing.
officers. You don't have to do what they say.
What date was this?
February
February 2nd.
What's
No,
for dinner?
stop.
Chimera.
Stop with the ads. So, but just to get to find, if you're an average layperson who doesn't know about convoylive.com or any of the other resources, and you're just looking to watch live streams and you go Freedom Convoy Live, you're going to get like 6,000 like mindless news pieces with like no actual live footage of the protest. It's just going to be talking heads with like a 3-second clip talking about some biased perspective. You're not going to actually be able to actually get these on the ground things. You like how far do you actually have to look before they come up on YouTube?
Rideau Canal. Beautiful. Yeah, wrong shirt.
There's Viva's running around.
We're back. Seems to
Certainly
be
beautiful.
avoiding me.
See
Yeah,
this.
this convoy goes
This is looking like Kent, maybe.
quite
I
a
don't
fair
know.
distance
Can't
down.
tell.
We're still on Kent Street,
Yep. He's walking
and
south. Look! You see the intersections? The intersection's open, and there's a lane there, folks.
yeah, this
By the
this
looks of
convoy
it,
goes
there's certainly Kim
quite a
Ayotte
fair distance
testified,
down,
but you can see
We're
that
still on
there's
Kent
the
Street.
cross street here. That's Nepean. Yeah, it's open.
and
Is that Nepean?
and
Let me double check. Saw the sign for half a second.
so
It shows that this is
there's
all
another dog, Dalmatian.
it's all open.
Seems to be avoiding me. Yeah, this
Another dog seems to
convoy
be
goes
Certainly nobody. There's no gangs of roving people on the sidewalk going up to people and being like, "Why are you recording here?" kind of thing.
quite a fair
Certainly not the
distance
case.
down. We're still on
Yeah, that's Nepean. Okay,
Kent
perfect.
Street.
You can see the cross streets are open. That
And,
guy's parking in the left side there.
It goes on.
And the police, Kim Ayotte testified that he was comfortable from an emergency services perspective that they can respond to any situation. Let me just bring
Gentlemen.
that up real quick.
Good and yourself.
Doing awesome.
You mind being on the interwebs?
I'm not a big fan of
Okay.
You
Where
wanna
are
be on
you
the
from?
internet? I'm not a big fan of it.
Quebec. All right. Quelle partie?
Eastern Township.
All right. Which one?
Phillipsburg,
All
by
right.
Lake Champlain.
My wife, her mother-in-law lives on Bedford, so we see.
Bedford, c'est
we-
ça,
we-
ok,
on-
c'est
on
ça.
voit
Yes,
Phillipsburg,
sir.
Yeah,
He said that and he was in the door, right?
Holy fire, yeah, Bedford. For real.
Okay, so
That trucker,
that's the bus.
Eastern-
Yes, that bus did
Eastern
the
Quebec,
that bus was involved in.
and
Yeah, I've
it's
seen that bus in
on
Montreal. at some
on the
point.
river on the way out.
That's cool.
It's
I'm not trying to take Viva's stream here and repurpose it. I'm just trying to show stuff here. I'm not going to take his. If you want to watch this, you can go to his stream. But
Okay.
what
Boom.
is that? Oh,
Back
it's
to the convoy.
Jerome. That's the Freedom Train, baby. Freedom Train. Oh my God, that's Jerome. It's Jerome. That's Jeremy O'Sullivan's truck.
Well, you know, it might be quiet
Viva
enough
Fry
in the,
live. Caught right
the
here.
coffee shop, but we'll see what happens.
Jeremy,
Okay.
Jerome,
Boom.
we love you, man. I miss
Back
you.
to
Thank
the
you for Freedom
convoy.
Fighters. I see the decal on the side of the truck was a little bit less developed than it is now. Freedom Train. Yeah, that's Jerome's truck right there. Fucking great guy. Woo! I love that guy. It's great. All of them are great.
Gentlemen,
But as soon as he mentioned that township, it's like he was in the door, you know?
now
Iconic Cafe, maybe he's walking by. I'm not sure. Actually, Iconic right around there. I'm thinking he's on Slater. He might not be.
with the of the narrative.
The narrative.
And the dean of the medical school. What the authorities didn't actually reckon on didn't actually count on is for that recording to actually be in the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedom press release, and then that recording went around the world. It was heard in vast parts of planet Earth, and I started getting letters and calls of support from Canada, from the US, and that's how.
That's cool. I'm glad that there's good people out there
goal of
fighting
any
for us.
vaccine. A vaccine is supposed.
I'm sure where this guy is from.
No idea. We were.
Oh, this is when is this when the place was going up in the Confederation Park? That's where they are now, Confederation Park. I can tell just by the Pretty sure this,
And,
yeah, this
I just
Confederation
want to tell
Park.
a story about my wife also. Go, please. PI will not give her money. She's been a
Again, I just don't want to repurpose the stream. I'm just looking for specific things.
for everybody. I went to
here. You can go watch Viva's stream if you want to see this whole thing. This is from February 2nd. I'm not really comfortable just commenting over people's streams.
How you doing? No worries.
Yeah, they drive these pickup trucks because people were arguing with me
That's not
that they don't drive
How you
these
doing?
things.
No worries.
So who was that?
I thought they were part of the
yeah.
process. I wouldn't have been recording.
Don't drive these pickup guy. Just the most wild thing that's ever happened in Canada, and thank God it did happen. And Tuba guy came down. And they're actually on Parliament where the PPS is.
Work on that. My name is Bethan Nodwell.
Oh, Beth.
I'm a nurse who quit her job, and
Usually she's
it
like
wasn't
really high
fun,
energy.
But God has blessed me, and I'm able to. Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, we're winning. Okay, so that's just an example of a Convoy live stream. But if we go back to the website, like when we go on YouTube and we type up Convoy live stream, Freedom Convoy live stream, Ottawa, we're gonna get nothing but these news results, like all of this. How long? Let's see. How long do we actually go before we find a genuine live stream? There's one. It's from the 4K guy, and it's only got about 9,000 views. So where's Viva Fry's live streams? With no offense to 4K, but where's Ottawalks with hundreds of thousands of views? Where's Viva Fry with hundreds of thousands of views? Where's Zot? Where's Travel Fund 69? Where's all of these different people? Like how far? So we got one real live stream. This is a 4K guy, and he's quite a ways down the page. When you type this in, you got to go way down, and then you got him he's kind of like in here, and you got another one of his, which is the drone footage, I believe. And so you keep going, but you don't see no Viva Fry, you don't see no Ottawalks. You just see global, CTV, CBC, CTV, global, and all of these views, all of these videos. Like, look at these minuscule views compared to actual, like, the Freedom Convoy. Oh, the eviction at the church. The Tupac thing. Yeah. Some of those guys are good. And you go down and you just can't find them. Like, you look at how far we're down. We're really, really far down, by the way. Like, we are far down this page, and we have to just keep going, and still nothing. And then we get this video, like, it's all CTV, Washington Post, CTV, global. And you're like, oh, how is online censored? How is news controlling everything? Well, we know for a fact that those independent streams did much better than any of these in regards to their metrics. So algorithmically, they should be at the top, but they're not at the top because there's artificial algorithmic controls to put this information at the top. So we can't even, if I lived under a rock and for the first time today, I'm looking up the Freedom Convoy. If I want to find video of people who are at the Freedom Convoy, actual videos, not 2 minutes, whatever this thing was about this person in the honking or whatever. If I'm looking for a 5 or 7 or 9 hour live stream, just walking through the streets as it happened, I can't fucking find it. Look at me. I'm going down and I can't find it. It's not here. There's just the two from 4K. There's no Travel Fund. There's no Zot. There's no Viva Fry. There's no Ottawalks. There. Okay, now, so this far down, we get our first stream with 500,000 views buried all the way down here. Look, all the way this far. If I'm an average person looking for live streams of the convoy, I'm just some random person who just heard about it for the first time today. Am I going to go this far down the page to get to an actual video? No. And look at how much better it does than the other videos. So here's the first, like, Ottawalks, 500,000 views from, it doesn't say the date, probably February. And the top video on the stream, only a couple 100,000 views, 15,000 views, 87, 85, 39. And then here we have Ottawalks sitting at 500,000 all the way down here. And some of those videos at the top are just as old as these ones, but they're given artificial priority. So if we want to actually get to real live streams, we have to go all the way down here. And still, and even after we get to this one live stream, now suddenly we're back into Media Town where there's no real. Okay, now we got Ottawalks again from the 19th part 2. So we really have to scrounge to try and get anything. These ones were good too. and they're just completely, absolutely. Please give a pittance of time.
You've got sales.
Spend a minute or two, paying your respect
You've
on
got
Remembrance
sales.
Day.
You've got sales. You've got sales.
Spend a minute or two doing that this year. Make sure you. So here's a 2-hour video, and these are literally uninterrupted. Okay, so this is an interesting perspective of those. I think this clip has been taken from video. This is interesting that we landed on this. I think this has been used in some of the videos. This is the fireworks session that we showed. See the fireworks. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's happening at Wellington and Metcalfe. This would be Albert, and then so this is Albert. The next light is Queen, and these fireworks are happening right at Wellington and Metcalfe. Literally, that's where the stage truck was with the boom truck den and the flag. And here we have proof. The police barricade was at Albert, so I recall that. I remember that it being adjacent to this guardrail. So this is where the police posted up for the entire duration. It was the OPP, and they held this location at Metcalfe and Albert for the entirety of the protest, adjacent to this guardrail, this tunnel system here. And then we can look, here's Albert, and we can still see that there's a lane on Albert, beautiful. So we see that we have passage on Albert right here. Very useful. Whatever.
A lot of fireworks tonight.
Fireworks tonight.
Lots, expensive fireworks. They're not
they
the
were
Walmart
expensive.
brand.
They're not the Walmart brand. That's true. They weren't. Definitely not. So, Lori, that's totally not the point here. Lori, it is an objective fact that YouTube uses algorithms to artificially put news sources higher than any other thing on a topic, and you can look into that for yourself. But YouTube does place news sources as the highest relevant source on when you're searching for something on any topic. But what this does is it hides all of these hundreds and thousands of live streams from all these different people of this on the ground. This is unedited as it happened footage, which is infinitely more valuable to the truth than the news articles are or the news snippets are. This is infinitely more valuable to the truth, infinitely more difficult to go through, but infinitely more valuable to the truth. It's not edited or cut or abridged. It's perfect. Look at that. There's a good crowd here tonight. We're passing Spark Street now. We're going towards the shed truck and it's taking me down memory lane here. Oh, there's Terry Fox Square, as I call it, right there. And of course, probably Chef G somewhere in there cooking up a meal. We got a live concert going on. I gotta mute this. We got a live concert going on. Peace, love, liberty. I'm glad that we have these endless examples of the convoy. Look at how many people there are, gang. So many people, gang, going on and on forever, really. Like, it just goes on and on. It's great. Brilliant. More fireworks.
Super fast later.
It just goes on. The crowd just go on. There's a Chateau Laurier. There's Caesar's truck on the right there. And there's the
I'll be back
Load
on Monday
truck,
for
Eric.
sure.
We heard testimony last week that they were accusing Eric, the truck in front of the Chateau Laurier. So they're talking about Eric. You see how he was jackknifed there? So this is what they were talking about with Eric when they're saying, oh, there was that difficult load safe truck. And then apparently Chris Barber came over and talked to him once and he straightened out with the curb. And then there we had Casaba, Saba, I can't say, Vizzy. I just call him Caesar. Okay, that's Caesar's truck right there. So the website is convoylive.com. Convoylive.com, which allows you to sort everything that happened by hold on here. It allows you to sort the streams by the date they happened and where they happened, which is very useful if you're looking for a particular event that might have happened at a particular date in a particular location. You can use the search function on Convoy Live and go through the map and the timeline to find live streams relevant to what you're looking for, which is very useful. Hold on. Mm-hmm. So here's Eric's truck right here. This is an interesting story. So this is load safe truck. You can see that he is jackknifed, and in front of him, blocking him in, is an Ottawa police car. So even if he wanted to readjust, he can't really.
Yeah, someone take off.
So let's just go back to that.
Yeah, someone take Ottawa shift.
So we have the load safe truck, and directly in front of it, we have this Ottawa police car. Let me just fix this up so you can see there's this Ottawa police car right in front of it, blocking the load safe truck. And according to Chris Barber's testimony, he went and talked to load safe once, and the truck was realigned with the and was cooperative and realigned. I recall hearing
Discover
that
a new world.
they ended up somebody basically the government threatened the operating authority of LoadSafe, like which would affect 50 plus drivers who had nothing to do with this. And it's a complicated relation. Like I think Eric is an owner operator who had been under contract with them, so he was like not actually actively working for them at the time. But anyways, he's like, well, that's just too great. You know, they threatened to take the operating authority, which the CVOI, I believe, which would have taken 50 plus people off the road and lost their jobs. So Eric was not willing to do that to other people, and he decided to leave. I think that was a day or two before the police action.
Back and read them later.
So here we are at the infamous Rideau-Sussex intersection. As you will recall from the government testimony, this apparently, it looks like we're at Mackenzie, but Mackenzie is just like 50 or 100 meters from Sussex. So it started at Mackenzie and it just went to Sussex. Which is literally this light to that light. It's from this light to that light. So about 100 meters distance, I'd say, between those two intersections. And we can just proceed now.
A lot of people here.
I'm sure we're going to come into copyrighted music. Yeah, I can hear some thumping of stuff, so I'm going to mute that. Here we have some classic people just holding up signs. We have a megaphone going. We have a lot of these are public order units, as we know. And they have a paramedic attached to them, as we can see. And they're just standing in the crowd. Is this what they're calling a swarming? Is this a swarming? They're holding signs. What's happening? Is this a swarming? Somebody has a smoke or something? Oh yeah, no. Okay, it's about the fire, and they're putting the fire out. There's a barrel fire or something here, and they're putting the barrel fire out. They're talking a lot of smoke. So that's what they're doing. They're here, and I think there's a fire. There was like a paramedic in each one of these. These guys would all walk around. Most of them there'd be like one paramedic and one fire guy inside. So I think the fire guy's putting out. But it doesn't look exactly like summer conditions there now, does it, chat? Doesn't look like summertime there. And we have people recording them. This doesn't look like a swarming in any sense of the word. It looks like we have two people holding up a sign. It seems like we have quite a lot of police officers, and we have some people recording. I know this guy. He's cool. He's cool. His truck has a lot of broken windows now. No more mandates. So this is we're heading towards Rideau-Sussex now, the most infamous corner in all of the protest. We're going to get to some copyrighted music. So this is the most dangerous corner, the Rideau-Sussex intersection, where all hell had broken loose, where law was suspended, where it was man against man, woman against woman, and everyone against everyone. It's an all-out brawl, no pandemonium, no order, no nothing. And this here is a single justification for the Emergencies Act, the Rideau-Sussex intersection. We can see some public order units just sitting there. I think I just saw fireworks. So we have some public order officers, quite a few of them, just sitting right there, watching, I guess. Interesting. And then here we have the infamous. So then we have the dance party of Rideau-Sussex. They're just kind of dancing in the middle of the street here. As that was my experience with Rideau-Sussex. Was that it was just a bunch of dancing. Is that my pole? Is that me? Am I in this? No, I'm not. Taller than that, and I was wearing a yellow jacket. You can definitely find me in some of these live streams. I don't recall exactly which one, but you can find me. I'm a rare Easter egg. And here we have a big dance party happening at the infamous Rideau Sussex corner, which is a grave threat to national security right here. Folks, I want to put a disclaimer in right now. What you are looking at in this frame is a severe threat to national security and requires the trampling of elderly Indigenous individuals and the invocation of Canada's Emergencies Act. What you are about to see may disturb you and may include, and I know this is very severe and difficult to comprehend, and it's very damaging, but it may include people bouncing up and down without the use of a bounce house and without a jumping permit from the government. I'm sorry, folks, for your traumatic. What you're about to experience may be traumatic to some viewers. My God. Look at all those flags and the gyrating and the percolating and the vibrating and the joviality. Oh, the joviality. Oh, I can't take it. I can't take it. Look at this. People standing around. My God. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're dead. They're bouncing. They're bouncing. Oh, I can't. Oh, there's a couple of flags there. Oh, they're bouncing up and down. Somebody get Trudeau on the line. Somebody get him on the line, Mr. Prime Minister. They're bouncing. They're at Rideau, Sussex, and they're bouncing. And there's a dent. Thank you. You're sending the riot cops and the horses. Thank you very much. They're needed now. The bouncing's extension. It's getting worse. That's about what's happening. They're bouncing around. Oh my God. I wasn't prepared for this level of an infringement of my eyes and my sanity. The joviality, it's just too much. There's just too much bouncing and percolating and is that guy smiling? Is that guy smiling right there? Is that a smile? God, I wasn't prepared for this. My years of training and I've seen some terrible shit. But I wasn't prepared to see a smile. Not during the lockdowns anyways. Oh, that's illegal 6 ways to Sunday right there. Those smiles. Oh, I see some various, look at this guy, he's smiling. And this one is smiling. And this one could be smiling or something else. But my God, look at this. Look at all these smiles. Look at this guy's really smiling. This guy seems generally happy. That's just not allowed. They don't have a permit for this. That guy's blowing kisses. My God. Did you see that, chat? That individual is blowing kisses. I hope the RCMP opened a full and thorough investigation into this incident here. That was some sort of serious microaggression. Look, there he goes, blowing the kiss. He just blew a kiss. This guy's giving me a thumbs up. This guy's waving his hands around. Oh, it's just too much, really. This is just too much to bear. How is anyone supposed to recover from this? And is this individual, is that a Ukrainian flag before the conflict was really exasperated? Really? Possibly. Let's see. Is that actually a Ukrainian flag? Kind of looks like it. Blue and yellow. It's kind of a little shorter on the top. Has he folded it in a lot? That would be interesting. Is that the first Ukrainian flag that somebody actually flew in Ottawa in support of the Ukrainians? Is that what that is right there? Is that the first Ukrainian flag flying in Ottawa in support of the Ukrainian people? This would have been February. So this was day 9. So this was before February 10th. And this individual appears to have a Ukrainian flag as a cape at the infamous Rideau Sussex intersection in what might be a show of support for Ukraine and the building of Russian troops on their border at that time. Is that the first Ukrainian flag flown in Ottawa in support of Ukraine? Maybe. And it happened at Rideau in Sussex during the Freedom Convoy? Are you kidding me? Tell me that that's a counter protester. Tell me that what he's jovalating, he's percolating, he's bouncing. Probably not a counter protester. He seems to be involved in the violence of the dancing. He's having a good time. Probably not a counter protester. And there, like I told you before the other day, chat. So this is looking north toward. This is looking. This would be like north on Sussex. This is north at Sussex and Rideau, and you can see that there was only like 1 or 2 trucks deep on that corner right there. I told you where it ended down there towards the market. So that was what I was explaining to you with the map the other day. And there, look, there's an individual with a mask, and he doesn't seem to be getting accosted. There's no one surrounding them. There's no one chasing them, and he doesn't look to be and here's a man with a mask with a man without a mask, and they seem to be exchanging a phone number, perhaps, or something else of a friendly manner. That can't be. Is that what I'm seeing? Am I seeing, chat? Am I seeing this correct? Was that a peace alliance? Is this an alliance of peace being formed at the Freedom Convoy between the masks and the anti-masks? Are they exchanging a phone or sharing information in a lighthearted? This individual is wearing a face mask, and this individual is not. And they're standing in proximity in what at least appears to be a neutral position, perhaps exchanging a phone number. And then they seem to exchange a bit of a handshake there of some sort. And then the police are just standing here. Nothing is awry. Doesn't seem to be any sort of chaos except for that illegal dancing. They didn't have permits for that. And here's an Ottawa homeless, an unhoused person who potentially is experiencing quite a lot of generosity. Here's perhaps another individual. Here's somebody handshaking and fist bumping and good spirits and waving. This is all just too much. That's just too much. And here we have a man dressed up in some sort of a costume wearing a tricorn. He seems to be, here we have a man with a, what is it called, a Venezuela or whatever. Here we have Mackenzie, and it's blocked by the police. Mackenzie is blocked by the police, as we can see, right by the Chateau Laurier. More fireworks still. Senate of Canada building. We're going back up now. Okay, we got us a muted stream here. But I don't know. We saw people bouncing and happy. We saw joviality. We saw waving of flags, handshaking, fist bumping. And worst of all, we saw perhaps the first Ukrainian flag flown in solidarity with Ukrainians in all of Ottawa, perhaps all of Canada, on the 9th day of the Freedom Convoy here in Ottawa. You're really destroying my worldview today, chat. I don't think my cognitive dissonance can get over all of this. I don't think I can process it. What else do we have here? 2 trucks, Caesar and someone else, the War Memorial. Over there we have the Rideau Canal and the Bytown Museum House right there. Perfect, and I love the beautiful lights that they do have during the wintertime. It was a love fest, Arlene. That's absolutely correct. Look at these signs. Beautiful. I remember wiping the snow off of some of these signs. Well, actually, no, I did not do that, but my buddy did. My buddy once spent a full 8 or 10 hours shoveling, and he personally said to me that he took time to clean every individual sign after a snowstorm on that wall against Parliament there. And there was a lot of signs. Every time someone came with a sign, they would basically leave it. By the end, the whole thing was just full of signs. It's pretty full in this, but it got quite, it was like literally sign to sign everywhere. Coming up, we got some tractors and pickup trucks here. We do have a couple of trailers here. Just joviality and people handing things out to other people. We're back on Parliament Hill now. Oh. There's Boom Truck Ben over there. That's Boom Truck Ben right there. A lot of joviality happening here. There's the shed truck, which I've heard. I think that the shed truck has been decommissioned. It's back to its old form. But what a piece of Canadian history. No lockdowns, no mandates, no passports, freedom. And you know what these are, chat? You see these big piles of garbage right here? You've seen a couple of them in the stream. You know what they were doing? So all the garbage that everyone had put on the ground, if there was someone who was inconsiderate, somebody would pick it up. And there was garbage bags strewn about on the fences and the gates and different corners and signposts. And then they would gather all the garbage into these designated piles. And then a side-by-side would come by on a regular basis and pick these up and bring them up to a designated garbage collection area. And as you can see, there is literally garbage disposal units everywhere. They were keeping it spotless. For the amount of people, Canada Day, when Canada Day happens, the entire road is full of broken beer bottles. It's full of Pepsi cans. It's full of bags of chips. It's full of literally anything you can think of. Just garbage everywhere. Look at the streets here, folks. You see that pine cone? What's on this traffic barrel? Is that a garbage bag open and attached so that passersby can deposit their garbage? I think it is. Give me another. Show me any protest that was this clean and that was this serious about managing garbage, especially in the middle of the winter. Look at the streets. They're spotless because there was a dedicated group of people going around picking up the garbage, cleaning everything, and that there's garbage bags. I don't need Melanie, is that fact checked that there's garbage being picked up? I personally witnessed how they work with this. That pile of garbage over there, the side by side, I personally can testify that the side by side would come. I witnessed it a few times, would come and they would load the garbage bags into the side-by-side and they would proceed to another location. I believe that there was a trailer on one of the streets that they were putting all of the bags of garbage into. There was an open trailer somewhere, I believe, that they were putting it all in. And they had these bags of, like you're seeing these barrels of garbage. They had these bags of garbage attached along the entire wall of Wellington right here. On this side right here, on the right side of your screen, that's the wall. That's the little tiny gate. Chain wall, sort of ornamental wall fence thing that goes along the length of the Parliament perimeter. And every so often there would be a bag of garbage. And we see right here at this hydrant, there's this barrel, there's garbage. So we can see that people are centralizing their garbage into the bags, and the bags were collected. Oh my God, is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that a bounce house? Is that about, and people gyrating in proximity of a bounce house? I never seen this. We have an impromptu dance group at this side here. My goodness. Look at all this unsanctioned, unlicensed bouncing and happiness. Oh my God, it's the mignon. Oh. Look at that. Is that free stuff for people? Like bags and other things? Look at how clean it is. Look, there's literally like no random pieces. There's not like one bottle or bag of chips or anything on the ground anywhere. Like it's spotless. On Canada Day, there's garbage everywhere. People don't care. They'll drop it but like here, this demonstrates that there was an enormous amount of care. Oh, here we have the transportation of jerry cans in progress there. Oh boy. But we can see, look at how spotless it is. Chat, look. There's nothing, and there's lots of people everywhere, but you don't see garbage sitting anywhere. You see garbage bags. See, there's another one. There's another barrel with a garbage bag on it. There was garbage bags everywhere, and then there was designated places that they would put all the garbage bags once they were full, and they would come pick them up with the side-by-sides or with volunteers hauling them or putting them in the carts, but you don't see garbage anywhere. It's spotless. It's spotless, folks. Okay, so now we're in front of the Supreme Court. Couple of vehicles here. Most of this lane is cleared. And then we can see that it's empty now. So think of all the trucks that could have fit right here. And especially if they tightened up. Now we're coming to A area. So this is actually where the commission is happening, folks. This right here, that's the commission. That's where the commission is happening right now. Oh, so it's 395 Wellington. So that's it right there. That's Library and Archives Canada building. That's it right there. In this building, right as we're speaking, this is where the commission is taking place. But we can see, look at all the empty space. You see it? Look at all this empty space and how loose they are. There's maybe 9 vehicles here, including a tractor trailer. And by the way, remember when somebody testified that there was a heavily armored all-terrain vehicle? This is the thing they're talking about. This thing right here. Whatever the hell this is. This is what they were talking about. They were like, is it true that there was a highly specialized armored vehicle, like a heavily modified all-terrain vehicle with massive tires that could literally go over anything and do anything? They're talking about this thing right here. That's what they're talking about. This is the super weapon. This is that thing. This is that thing that they were testifying about. So I don't remember who testified, but they briefly described this vehicle here, and I remember seeing it. They were like, there was this vehicle, there was this weird thing with massive tires, and it looked like a tank. So they're talking about this thing, and it literally, like, it certainly isn't a tank. And those wheels are not armored at all. They look like tractor. They look like tractor tires. Honestly, they do. They look like the big parts of the back of the tractor, like just two of them. And some very weird looking. They do have a Gadsden flag on it, so oh my god. And here's Lion. This is Lion. And this bridge actually is it says they were the greatest of their time or something. It's a Bible quote, and it's dedicated to World War II veterans of Canada. This little bridge right here. This is the Veterans Memorial, I believe. So these two buildings are Veterans Affairs, I believe. So this is Veterans Affairs and this is Veterans Affairs. And this is a bridge connecting them. And it has a Bible verse on it. It says like they were the greatest in their time. I'll show you that right now because it's actually really nice. So we can go and look. We can go and look here. About this. So this is Lion here. And we'll take a peek. I just want you to see this Bible quote. This is actually one of my, this is a little lesser known tribute in Ottawa, but I really like it. All these were honored in their generation and were the glory of their times. Veterans Memorial Buildings, 1939 to 1945. And then it's in French. So it's actually quite a beautiful. So this is where we're looking at this is 395 Wellington right here. That's where the commission is happening. And our video right now, we're right under the bridge. So this is where we are in our video right now. And I just wanted to read you these inscriptions. All these were honored in all these were honored in the I want to read it nice. All these were honored in their generations and were the glory of their times. 44:7. And then we can see that it is dedicated to the Second World War. Veterans Memorial Buildings, 1939 to 1945. And then we have a monument of some sort here. I've walked up to it, but it has a flag, obviously. And I believe it's like a picture. I tried to understand what it was once, but I really couldn't decipher. Oh, yes, it's a soldier, and he's like repeated multiple times. I was wondering if there was like any extreme significance to this, but it's like a fourth dimensional art type of a soldier multiple times stretched out, and he's holding his weapon. But I really like that. And when you're on Wellington here, you can see it from Wellington. So I always really like that. Honored in their times. Yes, they certainly were. We can go back to our video. Oh, Benjamin is telling me that Sherp is a Russian ATV, so they were right about Russian involvement. Yeah, but the way that they testified about that thing, they made it sound like it was a tank and that it was like running over people in vehicles or something. And then they're like, it had this massive tires and it was like nothing I ever seen before. And it was like, I have to admit, it did look, I'd never seen anything that looked anything like that. Thanks, Donald Brindle. It's called a Sherp. That's called a. Mike also corrected. We have a bunch of people correcting. It's I know it's an off-road vehicle, but it's just the way that they testified about the thing. Like they made it sound like it was this armored personnel carrier that had like a turret mounted on it, and the way that they described. And I'll admit the tires are big. There's a semi tire. Those are semi tires. Those are big tires, man. Those are not small tires. If you're working on one of these and this blows out, you're dead. So you got to cage your tires, folks. Cage your tires. But these tires, I mean, it does look. It literally looks. You know what a farm tractor looks like. Everyone knows what a farm tractor is. Look like farm tractor. So just look this up here and let's just go like Lamborghini. I want a Lamborghini, like a big one. Okay. So typically it looks like a farm tractor wheels almost, but you could like more like this style. So this is what I'm thinking in my head. So when we're looking at this, you see the tread pattern and the circularity. It looks exactly like like a tractor tire. You know, it looks like it has two sets of the two back ones, but I realize that there are other fancy ones that have, yeah, this one has what, like 12 tires? It had 12 tires, 3 on each side. Would this be a treely? It's not there's not dualies. These are like treelies, or however the hell you would say that, you know? But I was thinking, this is exactly what I was picturing when I was talking about in my head. This is exactly the type of tire. It looks perfectly like this right here. And if we look one more time, you'll see they literally looks like the same tread, the same, the tire profile looks, except for the center. The center is different. Like or actually, maybe not. It's very similar. It's just got these concentric circles, and there's no gaps or spaces. But other than that, it's very much similar. I guess it's a bit taller. Like the actual from here to here, from the rim to the top of the tire, is a little taller than this one. So more air, I assume. Interesting. But that's what I'm thinking of. Tractor trailer tires. Farm tractor tires. You know what? That makes more sense, because if they had a higher pressure, then they would just puncture or explode on things, right? Russian, yeah. Well, we got to stop saying that, because they're going to actually come at us and say, like, you were colluding with the Russians. Yeah. So now we're on Lion, and I remember this corner too. I think this is about as far as it went on Lion here. And there's like a hotel somewhere here, and then the only thing I remember about this is that I passed the hotel in this area once, and it was like a pickup truck with two guys were sitting in this pickup truck, and they had this. For the life of me, I have a terrible memory. I can't remember what day, but these two guys were sitting in this pickup truck in one of the hotels adjacent to this area. In this, I think he's going to keep going. So it wasn't the Delta; it was like another one. Like I think it was to the right. So when you're on Lion in that street, you go right. It was that hotel, I think, but it was at one of the hotels right around here. And there's these two guys in this pickup truck. And have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? You know, when they're like with the conch, you know, like they got the big when they're lighting the signal fires and everything. So me and my buddy are walking by, and these two guys are like, cover your ears, you know. They're like, well, it wasn't even that loud, but he's like, it's like literally like a seashell or something, a conch, you know, and it was, and he's like, it was some sort of signal or something. I was like, that's the weirdest thing. And I think some other people had vuvuzelas. God forbid that, but you know what? That one, anyone who had a vuvuzela, if you had a vuvuzela, you're not a nice person, because the vuvuzela is just a terrible thing. He didn't go the way that I wanted to go. Oh, what do we have here? What do we have here? A hockey game set up on Kent Street somewhere. I believe this is Kent. Kent and where? This is Kent and it's even Kent. I'm pretty sure this is Metcalf. Oh, this is certainly Kent, right? I don't know. The resolution is not high enough to read the street sign at this particular junction. I'm disoriented right now because we have another boom truck, and I don't think that boom truck stayed very long. They made that one move, but we did have there was another boom truck trying to set up a flag. Where are we right now? We have traffic moving, but where are we right now? Where is this? Just trying to orient myself. Slater, okay. I'm just totally disoriented right now, moving around, flashing everything. A bit disoriented on where I exactly am, because I'm not watching where he's walking. I'm kind of fast forwarding around. All right, we got a lot of supplies sitting here. We got people barbecuing. That's just not allowed. We got police. No, that's not police. Caution traffic. Caution traffic both directions or something. That sign says. What does it say? I'm going to read that. Caution traffic. Can't read the bottom part. There's no covering it. Caution traffic. Check both ways, I believe is what that says. Very safety minded. This is the portion of Kent that they testified was blocked, I believe. Where are we right now? So we're on Albert. So we're definitely on a north to south route. We're heading north, I believe. Are we heading north? No. Oh, these are tractors. These tractors, I never got to see them. I don't think these tractors stayed very long. I think they were out of the city very fast. But there's actually quite a few of them here. of tractors, maybe 15, 20 of them. Okay, there's more tractors on the back of this semi over here. That's great. All right, that's not a semi, that's a tow truck. The flatbed tow truck. Wait, is it a semi tow truck though? Like a semi converted? Might be. No, the wheelbase is too long. Wait, maybe. Hard to say. Okay, now did we go east to west or did we go north to south? Because we're in the proximity of what looks to be Albert. We're back at the hockey game, I think. He's not looking at the other sign, so I can't tell. So okay, this is a public parking lot that I certainly never used. Is this near where the old Apple Tree Medical Center used to be in that area? I think there used to be an old Apple Tree Medical Center right around this area. Yeah, we're on Kent. Okay, I can see it now. We're on Kent. We just passed. That's the second time we passed by that particular hockey game. And now, as you can see, like all of a sudden, it's a ghost town. There's nothing. We're on Kent. So this is Kent. So we can see that Kent south of here appears to be open. Oh, sorry. This is northbound on Kent. Wait, what? Because Kent's a one-way going north. So we're going north now. Okay, so north of a certain section. So north, what is this intersection? It is certainly not Albert. Pretty sure Albert connects nor the one before Albert. Hold on. So the Starbucks, yeah, I know this, and there's a TD right around here. And then, okay, so now there's Sparks. That would have had to be Albert then. Wait. No, that's Queen. Should be. Wait, back up. I need a clearer perspective. Yeah, okay, so that's Queen. So that's Queen right here. And this would be Albert then. So this is Albert. We're looking, so right here, we're looking, Jesus Christ, which way? Okay, so right here, we're looking north on Kent, and we're at the intersection of Kent and Albert at this juncture here. And we're looking north on Kent. That's where we are right now. Okay. Now we're heading north on Kent. Now we've arrived at Queen. This is Queen here. And we can see north of Queen, we can see the Queen's completely unobstructed. And then north of Queen, it is shut down. And now we're heading back towards Wellington. This is passing Sparks now. This is a pedestrian mall. This is a dummy light. Some people call these dummy lights because it's not vehicular traffic at the intersection. It's pedestrian. So that's where we are right now. This is a light for a pedestrian crosswalk right here. So we proceed north on Kent, and we've run into somebody that's frightened me, asking him to subscribe maybe. We're now on Wellington, back to Wellington. So that was a confusing walk. We went down Lyon. I think we took Albert, and then we went to Kent, and we observed that the intersection of Albert and Kent was a hockey game. That's basically where we are right now. Now we are walking east on Wellington, back towards Metcalf. So here's Bank. One momentarily here, guys. I gotta be right back. I gotta watch this meme video. I cannot. Yeah, it's not frozen, guys. I just stepped away for a second. I should have put up my short break banner. I'm gonna take a break at some point. I should have taken one, but anyways, so we're just walking around really, and that's about what we're seeing. There's the Minion Castle again in the unsanctioned dance and bounce party here. Very upsetting. People waving Canadian flags. This guy seems to be motioning the crowd. Let me just see if I'm going to use my interpreter skills here, guys. And I think I can translate what this guy is doing here. So if you look at the individual above me here, I think that he's motioning. He's saying, I'm beckoning the chaos. I please come and join me in my chaos. I think that's what I'm interpreting here. That's what that could mean. If I'm a government intelligence expert reviewing this footage, this individual seems to be encouraging people to gyrate and to percolate and to vibrate up and down, which is encouraging a chaos continuum, and is threatening the good order, good government. And there's too many smiles here. You see some very genuine smiles on different members of the crowd, and certainly that's just not acceptable. That's certainly not acceptable in our society, for people to smile and to dance and to vibrate and gyrate, or to vibrate in any manner that's not in an angry one, is certainly not conditioned. Unless, what's this? Cotton candy? You kidding me? Nobody even mentioned they had a cotton candy machine. Oh, that's the last straw. I didn't even think. We saw a masked person and we saw a maskless person coming together and perhaps exchanging phone numbers. We saw people waving flags. We saw people dancing at the infamous Rideau Sussex corner. We saw bounce houses, bouncy castles. We saw garbage. We saw the cleanest streets the city's ever seen during a large event. Yes, it's true. These are the cleanest streets Ottawa's ever had during a large event, because they were self-regulatory. You can enforce all you want. You can distribute city services all you want, but you'll never be able to match it. If the crowd is doing it themselves, then that's as good as it will ever get. And that's what was happening during the Freedom Convoy. And certainly that doesn't happen at very many protests, certainly not events like this one, like long-lasting protests. Certainly, like if you've ever lived in Ottawa, been to Ottawa, Canada Day, just there's garbage everywhere. But here they had garbage bags everywhere. In fact, in the background, right on this traffic control device over here, this barrel, you can see that there is a garbage bag attached to it for people to empty their garbage items into, which were then, we saw that they were brought to a central area, at which point, at some point, a side-by-side would come and collect the garbage, or a group of volunteers would come haul it, or they'd have a cart. But this is just too much, guys, just to see them handing out cotton candy. Like, that's just too much. Like, who gave them the permission to do that, to hand out cotton candy? Unreal. I knew about the bounce houses and everything else. I never knew about the cotton candy, and that's just too much for me. I can't handle that. And here you see garbage bags are set up, and with garbage collection in the dead of winter, nonetheless. And you can see that there's really no garbage strewn about anywhere. There's no garbage thrown anywhere. It's clean. The streets are clean. People are putting their garbage where it belongs in the garbage bags, and the garbage bags are being cleaned up. Show me any other protest in Ottawa. Look, there's another one. Show me any other protest in the history of this city that has gone to this length to keep things clean. So if they're keeping things clean, if they're going this far to keep things clean, obviously they're going to be lawful. Like, people who are lawful and who are about chaos and who are about destroying and overthrowing governments aren't going to bother to keep everything so fucking clean and to have people picking up garbage around the clock. They're not going to do that. You see how these two narratives, the government's and what actually happened, they don't align. Government narrative, what actually happened. They're on two different realities, planes of reality. People who are trying to overthrow a government, people who are trying to cause chaos and riot and violence, are not going to delegate themselves or waste their time picking up garbage in such a systemic and site-wide manner. They're not going to do little things like that. They're going to just dump it wherever they want. And here we have a big pile of garbage where it's awaiting collection by a side-by-side. And then we've seen dozens of garbage bags at different areas for people to use that are centralized to these locations where the side-by-sides or where people with wagons will come to pick them up. So people interested in chaos and people who are unlawful, people who are interested in causing chaos, et cetera, are not going to trouble themselves in the dirty work of garbage collection. And you can see garbage bags literally everywhere. Dozens and dozens of garbage bags everywhere. They're not going to keep the place clean. Unlawful people who are interested in riots and chaos are not going to keep the place clean. They're not going to have garbage bags how many garbage bags are there in this one stretch? Like one stretch right here, 1 garbage bag, 2 garbage bags, 3 garbage bags right here. 3 garbage bags, 4 garbage bags, 5 garbage bags. Sorry, garbage bin. Garbage bags. They're not going to be doing this. Someone who is unlawful and who is interested in committing criminality is not going to keep the place clean. They're simply not. So the government's lost the plot, folks, and we all know that. Anyways, this was let's see, maybe if we can, we're about to restart, but let's see if we can catch one of Ottawa's greatest culinary geniuses at work. Wait, right there. Is that who I think it is? Go over there. Oh, what's this? Terry Fox is holding flowers. He's holding a bouquet of flowers, and he's shrouded in flowers. Good God. What defamation. Like, what? This is just, somebody has vandalized him. They put flowers on him, and they put flowers on his base plate. Wow. The commissioner should be required to watch all of these live streams before he renders any kind of recommendations or a decision. He should be required to watch them. His staff certainly should be required to write. The commission counsel and their law clerks should be required to watch every hour of a live stream from Ottawa before they render a decision. So that you can see people interested in criminality are not going to do garbage collection. Oh, Terry, we have people who are not happy. We have people of every creed, every background, every origin having a good time. But the Prime Minister hates that because he's a man of division. Let's get back to the commission that's investigating this. And the adjacent Emergencies Act. Unreal. This is what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor Dilkens.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly of the Ottawa Police Service. And I just have a few questions for you, if I can have you assist the Commissioner. First things first, unprecedented in your experience, both in politics and as a resident of Windsor.
That's correct.
And I think you told the commissioner it was unlike anything you have ever seen in the roles that you've played, including as the chair of the Police Services Board.
That is correct.
All the way down to the death threats against you and presumably other members of your council or the administration of the city. Is that true?
You can't speak to that.
There were threats to firebomb my house. Some of the folks put my home address online. People were driving by my house and the police were there. So, there was that threat directly. The other threats were to protest and I'm not aware of any other death threats to members of council.
Right. And that's a first.
So he's not aware of any death threats to members of council.
First for you as well.
Yeah, I think it's, I live with my wife and 2 kids, so it's unpleasant to have someone threaten to come and firebomb my house.
Chief Slowly has told the commissioner that the events in Ottawa represented a paradigm shift in protest as we have understood it in Canada. Do you share that view?
Well, I can speak just from my perspective in the city of Windsor. And again, I would reiterate that this was different than almost anything else I can recall seeing in my entire time in the city, certainly my entire time as an elected official in the city of Windsor. And it was the temperature and the tenor and the aggressive nature of the actors that certainly
It was kept peaceful.
caused everyone to respond in a different way and be far more calculated and
chat. We just watched a
concerned about
video.
the approach.
So chat, we just watched a video of 2 hours of the Freedom Convoy, and we saw an incredibly peaceful, jovial atmosphere with people with masks who were in the crowd not getting attacked. Police were putting out a barrel, and nobody was attacking or swarming them. So they're saying this in this is direct contravention of the evidence as it exists. Let's be clear about that.
There was a protest back in the early 90s.
Let's be clear
but there
about
was an
that.
injunction granted very, very quickly to reestablish the route to the Ambassador Bridge. So it did not last for a very long time.
Okay, got it. Yeah, first time, I suppose, also as the chair of the Police Services Board, that you have seen the Windsor Police Service unable to mount a police response with their own resources.
Correct.
And that led you to, as you have told us, that led you to engage with your provincial and federal and municipal partners, along with Chief Mizuno, to get the resources that you needed, right?
That's right.
And I think you also told the commissioner that there were no impediments raised by the provincial or federal, your provincial and federal counterparts at the political level to the obtaining of those resources. You put your hand up and said, we need help, and they came to your aid. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I think they were responding to the best of their ability. Chief Mizuno did tell me that someone in the mechanism of, or in the group of folks she was working with, the mechanism of the police order, that they had to figure out how to allocate resources in Ontario because we were not the only place experiencing a protest like this.
At the time of the protest in Windsor, the blockage on the 7th of February, of course, Ottawa had by then been, choose the word, but I'll use the Occupy language. It had been occupied by protesters for several days by that time. You knew that.
That's correct.
And were you told, or do you recall being told by the minister, I'm now referring to the Solicitor General, or the federal minister, that Windsor was the provincial and federal priority for the OPP and RCMP?
No.
All right. You did not know that Windsor by the 7th or soon after the 7th was identified by those partners as their priority?
No one said that to me, but because of the significant economic damage that was being caused, a reasonable person would say they need to fix this quick.
Understood. And you told us, I think you told the commissioner, that these events in Windsor affected tens of thousands of Canadians. It would not be an exaggeration to say it affected many more than that, given the economics that you described. Is that fair?
It's probably hundreds of thousands. If we're
Yeah,
being
but then
completely
when we
honest.
describe the impacts of the
as
government's policies on our lives, it's like, oh no, that's too much. That's an exaggeration. That's not happening. But they're allowed to exaggerate all they want about. Oh, that's not an exaggeration. Okay, the numbers go both ways for them.
Provide information to the residents in Windsor and to the wider audience about the need for resources that you had requested.
Not specifically. We did not go out and say we need 100 officers, but we did amplify the police request for additional officers so that the public knew that the city, that police, that we were in harmony, working together, and we needed additional support.
Right. Tell me if my memory is right, but I thought I saw that in one of no doubt many interviews that you were giving at the time, I think it was to a CTV reporter, that you did identify the number that had been requested at the earliest date, I think being 100. Is it possible you mentioned that?
If I made that mistake, it was corrected very quickly and it was not made twice.
Okay, understood. And as well, am I right from the record that you decided as the chair of the Police Services Board to maintain those meetings that you had with Chief Mizuno and her staff in camera?
The police board meetings?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you, please, to look with us at one of those police services board meetings that you showed my colleagues. And that is for the registrar, Windsor, WIN 2173. These are minutes, I think, Mayor, of the police services board meeting. Just while that's coming up, can I just ask you also, it seemed, both listening to you and looking at the record, that you made a conscious effort to have your council and the police services board speaking with one voice.
Very early on, my chief of staff, Andrew Teleszewski, sent a message to city council asking that any requests for media interviews, any public comments, any desire to post on social media, that we really speak with a unified voice so that there was clarity and no confusion. And I must give city council immense credit for doing that. We worked very well in harmony together.
And am I right, and again, for the commissioner's purposes, as he considers recommendations, you faced enormous public pressure, didn't you?
Yes.
To act. And the police service experienced enormous public pressure to act.
That's true.
And do you agree with me that it was important, and it would be important in the future, for municipal leaders like you and police service board chairs like you to be disciplined about speaking with one voice and to have matters dealt with in camera?
That was extremely helpful. It was extremely helpful with communication to the public, that they had one source of contact, that we weren't stepping on each other in terms of messaging. And as a city councilor, there's a great desire to respond to every complaint that's coming in from residents, and we were all receiving them. And so by sticking together like we did, I think it was actually good for the public that they had cohesive communication, that it was checked in many times, the public comments where we had public press conferences. Those comments that I delivered were reviewed by the chief of police and her team, so that there were no surprises when we delivered a message.
Understood. And am I right that the other thing that you did was you became the voice of the Unified Council Police Services Board and the city's response? You were the spokesperson.
Spokesperson for the city. Yep.
Right. And in that role, did you take some of the pressure away from the police service having to deal with those matters themselves, or the chief herself?
Probably. I mean, the most important point was that they were focused on the police operation and the communication to the public, even as enunciated in our CCG and duties and responsibilities. It's the mayor's responsibility to communicate with members of council, members of the public, members of media. And so we just followed the rules that were spelled out, and it worked very well.
Thank you. And while we're on recommendations, that you mentioned to the commissioner that you had penned a letter to your federal and provincial counterparts concerning the expenses that Windsor has borne as a consequence of the blockade. And so far, no reply. But would you say that in terms of recommendations from what you have gone through, that what would be worth considering is a coordinated effort by all three levels of government to deal with these kinds of events in the future were they to arise again, including down to cost sharing?
Absolutely. These things should be spelled out. So especially use the Ambassador Bridge as the perfect example, where you have federal responsibility, municipal roadway, and municipal responsibility, and then connecting to a provincial highway where there's provincial responsibility. These types of things ought to be worked out. I'll slow down. These things should be worked out in advance. Most importantly, who's paying for what? Because at the end of the day, we are shouldering a big expense on the backs of the residents in the city of Windsor to deal with what I call a national economic emergency.
Understood. And then may I just get your help with this? What is on the screen now, 2173, thank you, Mr. Registrar, is the in-camera meeting of the Police Services Board, February 11th. So this is just shortly before the operation began on the next day, the 12th. Is that true?
That's correct.
And Chief Mizuno is there, you're there. Just scroll down if you don't mind. I just wanted to have you help us with, you asked if there was anything required Chief Mizuno said, no, resources are flowing. What are the outcomes and so on? Just scroll down. It's just to page 2 that I wanted to stop there, please. Chief Mizuno, when asked about specifics, said the situation is still fluid. We are working on our operational plans and continue to review as new information such as this becomes available. The goal is to reinstate traffic on the bridge. Councillor asked a question about the injunction being enforced, and she said, we are actively working on our plan. I won't take you through the rest of it, but do I have it that Chief Mizuno did not ever provide the Police Services Board with details of the operational plan, which was, as of the 11th, still being actively worked on?
That's correct.
And is it true also that the absence of that finalized plan to be presented to the Police Services Board or to anyone did not impair or delay the delivery of resources from your policing partners at the provincial and federal level?
That's true. The board was never waiting on the plan to be presented to us for some sort of receipt for information or approval. We knew, the point was, does the chief have the resources to implement whatever plan is being prepared? And that was the question asked by the board.
Understood. Then just two more things very quickly to have your help with, please. Could I please show the mayor WPS, lots of zeros, 522, Mr. Registrar, please. This is a situational update, Mayor Dilkens, and I just want to get your help for the commissioner in terms of the status of these, the circumstances in which you found yourself as of the 8th. This is at 14:30 hours. You knew that these situational reports were being prepared? And you would be briefed by the chief or her deputies?
I was not privy to this. I didn't know that there were these particular reports, but the chief would share with me the things she thought I needed to know.
Right. I just want to tell me whether you learned this information in any of the briefings, that there were 50 to 60 vehicles at that time. So this is the afternoon on the 8th. And they're described there. And this last sentence of that first paragraph, one group is willing to work with police and open some lanes, while the other is very oppositional and refuses to give up any ground. Propensity for violence is possible. Windsor Police attempted to tow a vehicle. Drivers exited their vehicles with tire irons and threatened to assault the tow truck drivers. Officers blocked off traffic points leading to the demonstration. And then just
certainly people doing such a thing would be arrested. So
there was you see, the concern of the police is if they start to allow traffic into the area, the one they've described, there is a potential for many additional supporters to join the demonstration. Is that the tenor of the briefings that you were getting in and around that time?
Yep, that's true. That's
including the risk, the actual risk that there was a violent act threatened against tow truck operators with protesters using tire irons from there.
That specific incident was relayed to me directly by the chief, and that happened in the parking lot of the high school.
I think you told the commissioner no negotiations were successful in any material way to resolve this protest.
Not in any lasting way.
Right. Were you made aware that the Solicitor General herself wrote a letter to the protesters or proposed to negotiate with them, and they refused that invitation as well?
I only became aware of that in reviewing some of the documents for this commission.
Right.
I wasn't aware at the time.
Okay, fair enough. I won't take you to, but Commissioner, just for your reference, that's WPS 1454, a letter from the Solicitor General. Mayor Dilkens, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dilkens. My name is David Michikowski, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon.
The protest in Windsor began, or the blockade, I should say, began on February 7th and was cleared on February 13th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And geographically, the area where the blockade was, I understand, was a significantly smaller footprint than in Ottawa. Is that fair?
From my understanding, that's true.
And so the total number of trucks when at its highest was, I think you said 200?
I would rely on Deputy Chief Crowley for that information. I know the number of protesters ebbed and flowed, and there were 200 at one time. But in terms of the number of trucks, I'd hate to hazard a guess because the police were tracking that with more precision. Sure.
I seem to recall that it was about 100 or so, but we can verify that with the Deputy Chief. The convoy reached Ottawa on January 28th, I believe. And I understand that the city of Windsor learned some important lessons based on what had occurred in Ottawa. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And that was because it was an unprecedented situation for which neither the city of Windsor nor the Windsor Police could be prepared. But given what they learned in Ottawa, there were some things that they thought they could adapt. Is that right?
It's true that there were lessons learned that they were trying to employ in Windsor that were happening in Ottawa.
Sure. And so one of them was, and you mentioned it to my friend, Mr. Curry, if we could just pull up WIN 400152. At page 2, please. There's an email from Andrew at 18, further down, please. You'll see the Councillor Costante. Councillor Costante is a municipal councillor. And actually, if you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see the beginning of the chain. And so what I take, and you can scroll through this if you need to, what I take from this is the point that you made with Mr. Curry is that it was important that the city be united with the police in terms of their response, correct?
Absolutely.
And that everybody from the city speak with one voice, that the councillors not all be saying different things.
That's correct. That's correct.
And I see from that email chain that in fact, Councillor Costante did comply with that request, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the concern was that that was not what had been occurred in Ottawa, correct?
That's what Mr. Teleszewski put in the email, yes.
And I believe the OPP.
I get the impression that they're upset that that other people were kind of putting their voice, correct? That the councillors were all saying different things.
Sorry,
guys.
There's another example. I'll just call it up. It's WIN 401091. And so if you scroll down to the bottom of it, you'll see that a constituent, if you just scroll, it was a constituent writing to, and if you could scroll up, please, a constituent writing to the councillors and complaining that Windsor Police were doing the same as Ottawa and surrendering control to the protesters. And you'll see the response above that was really twofold, which was firstly, council can't direct the police. And the second point was to tell the constituents that they're misinformed when they think that the police are not doing anything, correct?
Mm-hmm, that's correct.
And it's important for the city to be supporting the police, and because sometimes the public doesn't see what the police is doing and why they are doing or not doing, taking certain enforcement actions. Is that your understanding?
That's true.
And another useful lesson you indicated you learned from Ottawa was not to publicly announce the number of officers requested. And I believe, as I understand it, had Ottawa not happened first, you might not have realized that. Is that fair?
Well, I think that may have come out very quickly to the extent that it was mentioned to a member of the media. The course was corrected very quickly thereafter. And so we obviously don't want to, and certainly as the chair of the police board, did not want to do anything that would jeopardize the police operation or tip our hand in terms of what additional resources might be needed specifically.
Right. And that was something I think the OPP conveyed to you as a result of lessons learned from Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes.
And another thing I know, and we don't need to turn it up unless you want to see it, is I think another message that was repeated by the city was for councillors not to go on social media, to be very careful what they put on social media, correct?
Correct.
And the blockade, just finishing off my last point, the blockade, I think we said, began on February 7th. And we know from your evidence this morning that on February 4th, I believe you wrote a you sent a text message to Minister Mendocino.
Yes.
So a couple of days in advance. And at that time, you were not considering blocking all access to the bridge in advance, because that would involve many, many access points.
It would have been such a dramatic action to take that step in advance of a full blockade that, I mean, no one would have understood that.
Right. And it would require many more resources, obviously, than would be available.
Absolutely true.
And I guess finally, blocking all access would disrupt residents and businesses, obviously. But it could also mean that if you did that, the trucks would spread out over a larger part of Windsor as well. Is that fair?
That was a concern, especially as it related to the Windsor-Detroit tunnel.
And that would disrupt even more people.
Absolutely true.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you.
Basically, kick
Ontario
council out
Provincial
of-
Police.
Dana?
Thank you, Commissioner. This
Oh,
is
it's not
Janine
Dana today.
Cabersi. I'm here for the Ontario Provincial Police, and I have no questions. Thanks.
Oh, I guess
Thank
Dana
you.
might be actually testifying, because that's not the, Dana's usually the
Next
lawyer.
are the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Huh.
Thank you, Commissioner. Christine Johnson for the Ottawa Residents and Businesses Coalition. We also have no questions for this witness.
I was curious about that.
National Police Federation.
This is Lauren Pierce coming in via Zoom. We also have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Okay, City of Windsor.
They have questions. Or is they're his own counsel. So I think we're almost done with this witness.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Mayor Dilkens. For the
afternoon.
record, I am Jennifer King, counsel to the City of Windsor. I only have a few questions remaining for you. Most of my questions have already been asked and answered. Could I ask you to please look at WIN 50992? While this is coming up, Mayor Dilkens, this is a letter from yourself to the Honorable Helena Jasek, Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could scroll to the last paragraph on the page. You'll see here you wrote, Windsor Police and their partners in law enforcement have done an exemplary job in quickly clearing the illegal occupation and maintaining the security of Huron Church Road for over 400 million in goods that travel this crossing each day. Unfortunately, the price of that economic security has meant a significant and sustained loss for small and medium-sized businesses who operate along Huron Church Road in Windsor. If you could keep scrolling down.
What about the businesses that were destroyed by the measures that didn't help anyone, or the
And you'll
people who were
see here
fired for not
that
putting
you
things in their body they
asked or
didn't
you
want to?
urged the minister
No
to show
care
the
for those
same level
people.
of leadership and support the business community along Huron Church Road as was showed to Ottawa businesses who managed through the pandemic and now must cope with police barricades designed to protect our national economy from those who would seek to disrupt it because they oppose Canada's pandemic-related policies. Did you receive a response to this letter and request?
Yes, I received a phone call from the minister, and then the federal government provided funding and business support for the businesses affected by the blockade.
Okay, and just to confirm, was it the federal government or was the Fed Dev program?
I'd have to double check, but through this federal minister, the funds flowed to our Invest Windsor Essex organization, who acted as the clearinghouse for businesses affected to make application and receive payment.
Okay, and they received those funds?
Yes.
I just have a question. If you could pull up, please, the clerk, bring up Win 402240. While this is coming up, Mayor Dilkens, it'll take a moment. My friend Commission Counsel asked you questions, if you'll recall, about your March letters to Minister Freeland and some others, and then also a second letter to former Solicitor General Jones. And what you see here, is this your letter from dated March 17th to Minister Jones, Minister Mendocino, and Minister Blair?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just go to the second page, second to last paragraph, please. All right, you'll see here, Mayor, that you wrote that the recent blockade incident at the Ambassador Bridge highlighted a vulnerability in our governance model.
Can I just ask you to go slowly when you're reading for the interpreters?
Thank you for the reminder. The City of Windsor is certainly responsible for local infrastructure, and the Windsor Police Service is capable of providing adequate and effective law enforcement for our community. That said, the need for broader collaboration and support from provincial and federal governments to bolster the safety and security of our borders appears obvious. Can you tell the Commissioner and give us some of your thoughts about what role you think each of the three levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal, should play in protecting the Ambassador Bridge?
Well, because of the construct of the roadways and the infrastructure that exists going back 90 years, it really is imperative that we have a three-pronged approach here. Every level of government has a role to play. The city has to be an equal partner, and the city respectfully plays a disproportionate role in trying to resolve some of these issues, like the issue we're talking about in February, that we need to have these things coordinated in advance, have the conversation worked out in advance so we know who's doing what and who's responsible to fund some of these costs. And so after the fact, trying to get payment of over $5 million it's frustrating, to be honest, but we need to have these things worked out. And the response that we provided during the, let's say, the week of the primary week of activity, all we did is respond. We responded. If Jersey barriers, someone said they're $1.3 million, how fast can you get them here was the answer. We wanted to be as responsive as possible. But, from a city perspective, there is a disproportionate burden. And so hosting an international crossing like this presents some opportunities for the city from an economic development perspective. But it also puts a disproportionate burden on the residents in the city of Windsor, whether it's noise and air pollution, whether it's traffic congestion on municipal roads and having to fund the cost of some of these municipal roads that fund truck traffic to an international crossing. All of these things, we really need to sit down. And the point of this letter was, let's sit down in advance. This may happen again. It may not happen again, but it's probably worth a few hours of discussion to figure out how we're going to do this moving forward so that it is pull from the shelf and implement as opposed to trying to figure it out in real time.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, just very briefly. Natalia Rodriguez for the Commission. Mayor Dilkens, my friend for JCCF had asked about an annual marathon, I believe, that takes place that closes the bridge in its entirety. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I just wanted to better understand how the closure of the bridge for that purpose affects the just-in-time delivery that you had spoken about in your earlier testimony.
I would submit that it really has no impact because this event has been happening for decades. It happens on a Sunday morning, I believe, generally, and the closure is very early in the morning, say 7 o'clock, for a defined period of time. And so runners will start the race in Detroit, run across the Ambassador Bridge, run down municipal streets in the city of Windsor, run back through the Windsor-Detroit Tunnel back to the United States. And so everything is planned, coordinated, organized, and it's very time limited. And so with respect to local industry, they're able to adjust and adapt for that very time limited period.
And is a time limited period more than 24 hours?
Oh, no. No, we're talking the matter of maybe 2 hours.
I see. Okay, thank you. That does help clarify. And I just wanted to also clarify the communications that you had with the Premier and Solicitor General Jones over this period of time. My understanding is that you had one phone call with each of them. Is that correct?
No, I think I had 2 phone calls, but they were all quick. You know, it was just, everyone was busy. I was trying to give information, so they had situational awareness, pass up the information that I knew was coming, you know, through other channels, like the number of officers. And both the Premier, I think I've said this, but the Premier, the Solicitor General, Minister Mendicino, the Prime Minister, all extremely receptive, understood the issue, were well briefed, and certainly, you know, it was very good communication from my perspective with the 2 orders of government.
And with respect to the Premier specifically, we know you had a discussion with him on February 9. It's in the institutional report. When would the second phone call have taken place?
I can't remember if it was just a text or whether it was a quick phone call in and around the time the injunction was granted.
And with Solicitor General Jones, my understanding is that there was also one phone call around the 7th or 8th of February to discuss the resource request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and aside from that, the discussions would have been over text message?
I thought there was more than one call with both, but I just can't be sure. And it's a function of the volume of what was happening. They were very quick touch points. And it was just a matter of sharing information very quickly. These were not long phone calls. It was in an effort for me to share what I knew. And, you know, the Premier was excellent in terms of understanding the impact on the business community. He relayed that to me. And both of them were great to deal with.
Anything else that you can tell us about the content of those discussions other than what you've told us?
Nothing else to add.
And I understand you also had a discussion with the Prime Minister on February 10. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did he initiate that call or did you?
I can't remember who initiated it. I mean, it was set up. And I know our federal member had asked, and you know, there was lots of things going on behind the scenes. But I was told the Prime Minister is going to call at a certain time on that date. So I was by the phone waiting for the phone call.
And what can you tell us about the content of that discussion?
We talked about what was happening on the ground in the city of Windsor. We talked about the battery factory and you know, the work that was being done. And the Prime Minister understood very clearly what the impact was. He knows the city of Windsor. He understood what the impact was with that particular closure as it related to the Ambassador Bridge and the importance of the Ambassador Bridge. And he was very supportive in conversation about trying to find a resolution that got us all past this particular point in time and got things back to normal.
And was the Emergencies Act discussed in that call, either by you or by him?
No, not at all. The Prime Minister mentioned in that call that, you know, there may be something coming with respect to the United States that would make folks who participated in these types of activities, perhaps make them inadmissible to enter the United States. And I think that was enunciated in the readout of the call, but no discussion, and nor was the Emergencies Act ever mentioned in that call.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to my friend from the city of Ottawa, you told her that at some point somebody did indicate to you that the normal order of operations would be to go to the OPP or the province for resources first, and then to the RCMP or the federal government. Can you tell us who indicated that to you and at what point in time in terms of the resource request?
It came up in a conversation with Minister Mendicino, but I didn't, you know, I mean, I knew that was the order of operations. He knew that was the order of operations. So we had a quick discussion about that.
No, they don't,
I
Susan.
relayed to
I
him
mean,
that
maybe a few times a
my
year.
primary concern was getting the resources here on the ground so the response could be provided. I never felt like the federal government was sitting on their hands and not wanting to act in any way. I always got the sense that they were very receptive and trying to be a partner and trying to
Good catch,
solve the
Donna. Good
situation,
catch.
to find resources that would be helpful.
So
But
there
to
was
be
no
fair, he
sense
said
that
he was talking about
RCMP
who
resources could be
initiated it, not
delayed
who
as a
called who
result of
first.
having gone to the OPP first, for example.
I never felt that way. No one ever enunciated that, and I don't believe that to be true.
Okay, thank you. Finally, my friend I believe, former Chief Slowly, spoke to you about the in-camera board meetings that you had. I want to clarify, who requested that these meetings be held in camera?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why was that?
Because I anticipated that police would feel more comfortable to share operational details that we would not want to be in the public forum. And I also wanted the board members to feel comfortable to ask any question of the chief or the administration that they felt needed to be asked. And so in camera was the best place to do that. And I thought it was right then, and I think it's right now.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay,
You're free to
well,
go.
Mayor Dilkens, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go, and
Thank you, sir.
very appreciated. Okay, next witness. I think you have a procedural matter to deal with first.
Yes, Commissioner Eric Brusso, Commission Counsel for the record. Before we call the next witness, I just want to formally table the bulk entry list from last week, which some may have noticed was not tabled. The list being entered today was first circulated on October 24th. We asked parties for their objections by 5 p.m. on November 1st. Commission Counsel received those objections, removed those doc IDs from the list, and the final list consists of 250 documents identified by Commission Counsel working on the police aspect of the Commission's mandate. As with the prior lists, emails, plans, a number of documents which we did not have time to put to the witnesses. And as well, there were 92 documents identified by Commission Counsel working on the protester aspect of the Commission's mandate, largely documents produced by the convoy organizers group, but other Commission documents, OPS, JCF, and a few other parties. So those now will be sort of formally tagged and marked as exhibits. And I also just want to speak very briefly about the process for resolving the objections, which the parties were advised of this morning. Going forward, Commission Counsel will be using a revised template to send out the doc IDs each week. We will continue to give a week's sort of notice and opportunity to review the documents. By 5 p.m. the following Monday, we will ask for the parties to put their objections in writing within that Excel spreadsheet. We will, as Commission Counsel, put them together and then try to deal with them directly with the party who has objected. And if not, Commission Counsel will embed their responses within that sheet, which will then be up to you, Commissioner, to sort of make a decision on the admissibility. The default will be that it will be done in writing, so parties are being encouraged to put their submissions as fulsomely as they'd like in that Excel. Oral hearings will be sort of exceptional, subject to your discretion. This is the process which we will use starting today for this week's bulk entry. And at some point, we will communicate a timeline for dealing with all of the objections which have accrued to date. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And now I'd like to call the Commission's next witness, which is Deputy Chief Crowley of the Windsor Police Service.
Wiping everything down. That's hilarious.
Deputy Chief Crowley, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
It's the Bible, please. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Jason Crowley, JASON CROWLEY.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Crowley.
Good afternoon.
What is your current rank with the Windsor Police Service?
I am the interim deputy chief of operations.
Okay. And that's not the same rank that you held in January and February, correct?
That's correct, sir. I was superintendent of investigation services at the time.
Okay. And I'd ask the clerk to pull up your witness statement, which is WTS 6017. You'll recall sitting for an interview with Commission Counsel this summer.
That's correct.
Okay, and you reviewed this witness statement before it was finalized?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any corrections that you'd like to make to it?
There is one small correction on page 3.
Okay.
If we could go to that, please. I think it's near the bottom. The very last paragraph, it says protesters blocked the lanes that lead to the Ambassador Bridge. They actually blocked the southbound lanes away from the bridge originally. It's the only correction.
Okay. Thank you. Everything else remains accurate to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also going to ask that the Windsor Police Service institutional report be pulled up. That is WPS.IR.701. And you've reviewed this in preparing to attend today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that remain accurate?
There are a couple clarifications, if I could.
Absolutely. You just let Mr. Clerk know which page.
Paragraph 23, sir, please. More of a clarification, it says the public order units were from the OBP and Waterloo service started to arrive on the 9th, I believe. Can you scroll down just a little bit, please? Yes, on the 9th.
Yeah.
So they did, it was like slowly through the night. They weren't deployed that night. They were just slowly arriving amongst other agencies as well. But that was just a clarification. They all didn't show up on the 9th.
Okay.
The other clarification is paragraph 58. So essentially, the public order unit was moving southbound down here in Church. This paragraph refers to that. And it talks about a secondary group of officers traveling northbound. If you could scroll down, please. To the southbound, in the southbound lanes of Huron Church to move the crowd eastbound onto Tecumseh Road. So that was the eventual movement once they hit Tecumseh Road.
To move the crowd?
Was the movement towards
the Sovereign?
Tecumseh Road towards the east.
They were wrangling the Sovereign there?
Those two roads intersect, as we know. So
to move the
I just want to
crown.
clarify that. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
And that is it.
And the rest remains accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, except for the word crown.
Now, so in your
Move the
role
crown.
at the time as Superintendent
crown.
of Investigation Services, what did that entail?
I oversaw the entire division in investigations. So everything from the investigative side of the house, which includes major crime and property crime, right over to the support side of the investigations. So the drug unit and, ident, things like that. So that was my designation at the time. I also was the in charge of our critical incident command program, and I oversaw that as well.
Okay. And so you're trained as a critical incident commander?
Yes, I am.
And, I understand you were appointed as one of the 2 critical incident commanders from WPS for this incident.
That's correct.
And at the time of the convoys, did WPS have any public order unit trained officers?
No, we did not.
How about police liaison team?
No, we did not.
Okay.
We had critical incident, we had critical negotiators, critical incident negotiators, but not PLT per se.
Okay. And we heard Mayor Dilkens this morning explaining to us a little bit about jurisdiction, but perhaps you can just sort of refresh us and help us in terms of what WPS is responsible to police versus the RCMP versus the OPP in this sort of Windsor area.
So the Windsor Police would be responsible for municipal policing within the boundaries of Windsor. There is an OPP presence on the provincial highways that lead into Windsor, which I believe now includes the Herb Gray Parkway, which is the extension of 401 to the new bridge. And the RCMP, they do have a presence that is more, I believe, customs and excise, things like that, with when it comes to international responsibilities, but nothing as far as municipal policing goes at all.
Okay. And so when an incident occurs on the bridge, who responds?
The Windsor Police do.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the intelligence leading up to the blockade. Now, I understand there were a number of slow roll protests that had come through Windsor previously. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When did those start?
They started months before the bridge blockade, months. We were dealing with them on a weekly basis all over the city, but the ones pertain to the bridge, really, we were made aware of them that weekend. They were going to be ramped up, which would have been the 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Okay, so before that, there had been slow rolls in the Windsor area, but nothing that targeted the bridge specifically? Correct. Okay. And how long had these slow rolls lasted typically?
Typically, they would be, last 2 or 3 hours. We would assign a certain group of officers to basically monitor it, manage it. There were never any issues typically. The slow rollers were typically they were cooperative, and we would work with them prior to the slow roll. We would reach out to them to ensure that they, if we could do something for them, essentially, as in facilitate their route or things like that. But we would try and reach out to the organizers to maintain that communication piece.
Okay. Now you're familiar with the terms Project Hendon and the Hendon reports?
Yes, I am.
You were receiving those directly from the OPP?
Yes, but I was not responsible for monitoring Hendon. I had an inspector that was responsible, Inspector Carl DeGraff, who was on those calls daily, or as much as they were happening anyways. And he was responsible for intaking those Hendon reports and updating me on any pertinent information.
Okay. Did you read them when you received them?
No, I read them on Inspector DeGraff's recommendation.
Okay. Would you have discussed most of the Hendon reports with Inspector DeGraff on a daily basis?
Yes, and particularly when Windsor was mentioned, but that wasn't very often at the very beginning of Hendon.
Okay. And did you brief Deputy Chief Belair or Chief Mizuno on the reports?
Yes, anything I thought they needed to be aware of, I would certainly bring that to their attention.
Okay. So I'd like to bring up the Hendon report for January 31st.
This part's going to be
which is
really dry,
OPP
guys. So
50819.
bear with us.
And this, if we can go to page 3, looking for point 13. This is, like I said, from the 31st. So point 13 says open source information suggests that truck drivers from the United States plan to block the American side of the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor to coincide with Canadian drivers blocking the bridge in Windsor. The available information does not include a date or time. So do you recall seeing that at the time?
I think I do, yes.
Okay. And what steps did the Windsor Police take to prepare for that possibility?
Again, this is our best source of intelligence. So we would obviously meet and discuss potential blockages, but there was also reports saying that numerous bridges might be blocked. So we would basically just keep that intelligence handy. I still am actually on the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Emergency Preparedness Committee. And these are the things that were discussed during almost a daily meeting on that committee.
Okay. Would this information have gone to the OPP from Windsor Police, or this is coming to you through the Hendon report and you're sort of learning of it for the first time?
This was being learned about for the first time, essentially.
Okay.
So there was, if I can take you back to that time, you can imagine Ottawa was, just starting to gain some traction, and the protesters had just rolled in here. We were dealing with protests in Toronto as a committee on the weekends at Queen's Park. So a lot of the discussion went there, and this intelligence and this information wasn't really at the forefront at this time. In that
Okay. A few days later, sort of skipping ahead to February 3rd, I believe you told us this summer that the Windsor Police learned through monitoring social media that there was a slow roll planned for the coming weekend. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, was there an indication of a blockade on February 3rd?
Just what I had previously mentioned about, potential bridge or border crossing blockades, but nothing that I recall that was specific to February 3rd.
Okay. And from what I understand, at that point, perhaps it was a little bit more serious, and Chief Mizuno actually sort of put you in charge of the Windsor Police Service's response to that intended slow roll. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did that response look like?
At this point, I met with our patrol inspectors. I asked for an operational plan from them regarding the slow rolls. They seem to have more traction and be a bigger entity than we have been dealing with. So I was asking for an operational plan. I also started to include members of the bridge. So CBSA, the bridge company, was their contact. So indirectly they were involved. Our intelligence unit, I included them quite a bit. So this is the day the meetings really started about, okay, we're going to deal with these slow rolls, but what if? This is where these conversations started.
Okay. And what was the plan? I mean, you mentioned what if. What was the plan if the slow rolls just blocked the bridge?
Well, this was the problem. So I think it's been discussed prior to this about the difference between intelligence and information. Intelligence was limited, in my view, at this point, about a confirmation of a blockade or a slow roll that would bear hug the bridge. To me, it was more information at this point. We still didn't explain how they would do it, how it would be done, and what we could do to stop it. I think what we really were thinking at the time, this bear hug idea, if you can recall the geography of the bridge, it's essentially the road is a circle around the entire bridge property. And they talked about the bear hug, and if vehicles went around the bridge and stopped, that would essentially shut down the bridge. So that's kind of where we were thinking that might happen. So we tried to put some mitigating plans in place there for that.
Okay. And if I could just stop you there for a second, because we've talked about slow rolls and how the Windsor Police Service took steps to facilitate those in the weeks leading up to it. I mean, Section 132 of the Highway Traffic Act prohibits unnecessarily slow driving. And so a slow roll, depending on the speed, would be contrary to the Highway Traffic Act, correct?
Correct.
And so why was it that the Windsor Police Service was, to use your words, for facilitating those protests?
So we were of the mindset, amongst other police services in the province, we were trying to find that balance of people's ability and right under the charter to protest. We felt it was better to work with the protesters to facilitate their slow rolls, It maintained public safety, which is what we were concerned about. And we did not certainly want to escalate any situation. And it was in the model of the way slow rolls were being policed throughout the province.
If we could pull up OPP 50825, I'm taking you to the Hendon report dated February 4th. And Mr. Clerk, if we go to page 6, there's a section entitled Ontario Open Source Information, Media and Social Media. And so this right there, the second point, commercial truck drivers and supporters may conduct slow rolls on roadways near the Ambassador Bridge over the next 3 days and may attempt to block the bridge on February 7th. I think this is the first time that there's actually a kind of specific date to a potential blockade. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in light of this information in this Hendon report, what steps were taken to prepare?
So not undifferent to other slow rolls, we were in communication with the organizer. Very cooperative, worked with the police, supportive of our involvement. We had no issues with this slow roll group for that weekend. But as the weekend progressed, this intelligence became a little bit more solid, I would say. And that's when, by the Sunday, which would have been the 6th, we started to gain more information about this date being legitimate of blocking the bridge. Again, the problem we ran into was how are they going to block the bridge? We had no intelligence. Again, the geography of the bridge is very porous as critical infrastructure in the middle of our west end, with side streets and access to the bridge, exits to the bridge. It's not as easy as a one way in, one way out. So we were trying to make considerations for numerous plans, but nothing was in stone because we didn't know what we didn't know.
Fair enough. I'd like to take you to the operational plan for dealing with the slow roll now, which is WPS 401883, although it might actually be 5 zeros. I think WPS has used 9 digits. And so I think this is the operational plan that you had asked be put together on February 4th for the slow rolls. You'll be able to tell me if that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. That's it.
Okay. If we go down to page 2 on the situation, in the middle of the paragraph, there's further mention of the ongoing protests / blockade situation at Coutts, Alberta, port of entry, with intention to mirror this type of activity in Windsor at the Ambassador Bridge, port of entry. And if we can go down to the execution on the same page, the 4th point, they will be utilizing this route for 3 days, then consider Ambassador Bridge blockade on February 7th, 2022. And so, I mean, I think there was pretty clear evidence as of the 4th that the 7th was going to be the day of a blockade if one was going to occur. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what kind of assistance did Windsor Police Service seek at that point?
So that weekend was very busy reaching out to numerous partners. So locally, it was the Chief of Fire, Windsor Fire and Rescue, Steve Lafayette. As also Bruce Crowder from our emergency medical EMS. Again, I already said we spoke with CBSA. Those kind of plans started logistically. Again, what if this happens? What do we need to do to help our partners? We believed right from this point it was a police response. So we certainly were trying to help out our partners as best we can to plan for them as well as us.
Okay, and I understand that Chief Mizuno spoke with Commissioner Carrick of the OPP on February 4th as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know, I don't think you were on that call, but did Chief Mizuno relay to you what was discussed?
I think in the email there was some discussion about. I was not on that call. Sorry to clarify that. There was some discussion about getting some local assistance from the OPP from the 2 detachments within our area, for some help. Also sending some public liaison officers, PLT, down to Windsor to assist us on Monday. Those were the discussions of potentially maybe having 35 officers or so come and help us. And at that point, it was strictly to for traffic control, intersection control, that kind of thing, to set up a perimeter that we felt was manageable.
Okay, so on the 4th, the intention was to be setting up a perimeter to try to prevent the blockade?
Yes, essentially, to prevent the blockade, to manage a slow roll, all these things that, again, we didn't have specifics where we could plan a specific response to a specific action by protesters. But certainly we were trying to do a very general response to be able to react to something that would possibly happen.
Okay, I take it you didn't have a time on the 7th. You didn't know anything more than something might materialize on the 7th.
Yes, the information I had was that the bridge would be blocked if they didn't get what they want, meaning relief of vaccine mandates, things like that. That was the only information I had about Monday.
I'd like to take you to, I think, probably one of the emails you just mentioned, which is WPS 501880. This is an email exchange between yourself and someone named Dwight Tibb of the OPP. Who is Dwight Tibb?
Dwight Tibb is the chief superintendent of the region. So as a result of Chief Mizuno's conversation with the commissioner, I spoke to Dwight, who you can see here that he put me in touch with Dana Earley, who is a superintendent of the region, one of the superintendents for the OPP, basically saying, if you need something, please don't hesitate. He CC'd Superintendent Dana Earley, who oversees their emergency response team.
And he says in this email, as discussed, you can continue to liaise with our Essex Detachment Command team.
Yes.
Should intel be received or action by demonstrators taken to shut down the bridge, don't hesitate to reach out. So,
yes, that original discussion with the Essex Detachment Command team was more of an information sharing session at that point, and they were going to monitor the 401 for us. But exactly what the intention there was to continue discussing with them.
Okay, and at this point, I guess what I'm trying to understand, even on the 4th, there is a threat of a blockade on the 7th, and the response is at the local OPP detachment level, nothing that kind of was escalated above that from a resource perspective.
That's correct. Right. I would call those like informal requests.
Okay. And I think you mentioned earlier that there were 35 officers dispatched as part of that?
Approximately, yes.
And those would have all come from the Essex detachment?
Essex and Lakeshore and anywhere that might be close to those.
Okay.
I'm assuming, I can't say for sure, but I would assume.
And your summary of our interview this summer mentions that you spoke with a CBSA officer and RCMP officer, border integrity officer on that day as well. What can you tell us about that? That's
correct. So my first call was to a chief superintendent RCMP officer in London, who put me in touch with Kevin McGonigal, who is a border integrity officer. I believe he's also out of London, but he was the closest contact for me as far as the RCMP goes, as the border, it pertains to the border. So I spoke with Kevin and basically said, their resources were stretched thin because of other potential threats to other borders in the province, but certainly they had people on call and that they would assist as needed or as could be.
Okay. Neither of them were, neither the CBSA nor the RCMP were taking steps to prepare for like the blockade?
Not at that time. In speaking with CBSA, I asked them if they had an operational plan, I believe on the Friday, the 4th, and they didn't. They were referencing Coots as well because the Coots blockade was not on the border property. It was down the road, similar to ours. So they were just trying to work with us in a response and help us in any way they can.
Okay. I'd like to take you to another Hendon report dated February 6th. It's OPP 401622. And on page 6, there's again a reference to the possible attempt to block the Ambassador Bridge. So this is, we're now, February 6th is the Sunday. What steps were being taken that weekend to prepare, the 5th, the 6th, as the information still says, yep, Monday there's likely to be a blockade.
Mm-hmm. So, and again, we didn't know with the geography that presents itself to us, the bridge, it is very difficult to plan something solid that we don't know what's going to happen, or how it's going to happen, I should say. We did discuss, as was suggested earlier, about, potentially rerouting traffic off 401, closing the 401, which just was not an option coming into the city. So there was all kinds of discussions on how we might be able to do it. But essentially we thought if we could control that intersection around the bridge, that again, we were in the mindset of this bear hug. If we control the intersection, limited vehicle traffic through it, we would be able to essentially control access to the bridge.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
Okay.
But that evening of the 6th, there was a slow roll protest at Micmac Park, correct?
Yes.
And what happened there?
That was the first noticeable difference in any of the slow rolls that we'd had. There was a little bit more aggression by the protesters at Micmac Park. There was a fair number of them. And that was the first time that officers had to actually disengage some of the protesters because of the aggression that they showed.
Disengage from the protesters?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, we're trying not to escalate things. We're trying to plan, knowing what is going on in Ottawa at the time and in Coots, we're trying not to escalate anything and work with, as all the previous slow rolls, we're trying to work with the protesters. And also at this time, we are also planning for information we had received was for the next morning, a potential gathering at a Comber rest stop, which is about 25 minutes outside of Windsor off the 401. There's a truck stop. And we were potentially planning for this gathering. So we had planned for our surveillance team to go out, as well as the OPP. They were going to be there and try and engage the truckers to see what their plan was and their intentions were that morning.
Okay. You mentioned by this point you had seen what was going on in Ottawa. So if you can just pause there briefly and tell us what, up to the 6th, what lessons the Windsor Police Service had taken away from what had been going on in Ottawa for 10 days by then.
Mm-hmm. So I think, to be honest, at this point, we were so involved in our planning and what we've been doing. I can't say that there was a lot of takeaways at this point from Ottawa, but certainly we knew about private property, engaging our partners and our business owners at this point about who is willing to have protesters on their property near their bridge, so we didn't have to waste any kind of valuable time in the moment. Again, dealing with protest leadership was a big one, and also we knew a strong command team had to be set up.
Okay, and those are all, you're saying those are all lessons that you had taken away from what had been going on for 10 days.
Yes, so part of it was because of this emergency planning committee that I sit on. A lot of the other police leaders were in Ottawa, could see some of the issues they were going through as it went to planning and things like that. So I realized that this was a large piece of what we needed to accomplish.
I'd like to pull up WPS, I think it's 560-221. These are some emails early in the morning between Deputy Chief Belair and Chief Mizuno. I'll ask you about them.
Okay.
we're still on the 7th. Chief Mizuno emails Deputy Chief Belair. If we know when they are coming and where from, any thought to stopping the convoy and negotiating some terms before they reach the bridge? Sounds like they want the transports to lead the convoy with everyone following, so there may be an opportunity to try to control it. And then Deputy Chief Belair says, yes, talking to JC about that exact thing. I assume JC is
It's me, yes.
So what can you tell us about these attempts at negotiation the morning that the convoy is descending upon Windsor?
So this was one of the major differences from Ottawa. Again, we assumed a lot, seeing what we had seen here. This is not, so at Comber that morning, there was some trucks, which there always are going to be trucks at the truck stop, but there was more pedestrian cars than we expected. We had information again that there was convoys sitting in concession roads off the 401, hiding, waiting to join the trip down the 401, which never materialized. But it was something we thought, okay, that's the information. That's what's happening. But the main difference was it wasn't all semis. It was a lot of pedestrian vehicles, pickup trucks with flags. And at this point, when we were there, we don't know who a protester is at that point, other than people with flags, for instance. So it was very difficult to even determine who is a protester and who's just driving down the 401, essentially. So stopping a convoy just wasn't as easy as it sounded.
Okay. And I understand that ultimately there were sort of multiple groups of protesters that set up in Windsor. Was that apparent at this stage, the morning of February 7th?
I wouldn't say it was as obvious as it became. At this point, like I said, we had very good relationship with the organizer of the slow rolls. And that was that Sunday group was that first different group that we said, okay, there's a different leadership faction here. And in fact, the original slow roll organizer actually pleaded with the other group not to block the bridge. So we had to develop that relationship with him to, on our behalf, try and plead with him not to do it. So that's the first, but it wasn't as obvious down the road.
And did that original slow roll organizer ultimately participate in the blockade of the bridge?
I don't believe he did. I just can't say for sure, but I don't believe he did.
I'd like to go to WPS 60266. These are emails between yourself, somebody at the RCMP, and if we can go down, Kevin McGonigal, I think is the name that you gave us before. So he is writing to you again the morning of the 7th, wanted to check in to see how things are going in Windsor this morning. As you are aware, we are being requested to support Ottawa with the situation there. We will have to balance operational response in all of our border points, especially Windsor, Sarnia, Erie, etc. Evaluating what is going on in those locations will assist with our decisions. So I guess my first question is, what sort of pre-February 7th assistance was the RCMP making available, or had they made available to the Windsor Police Service?
At that point, it was just a connection that was made with Kevin and offering, if there's anything they could do, let him know.
Okay.
But it was more of an intelligence thing, I think, at that point. We didn't really utilize Kevin McGonigal's services at this point.
And there's sort of a reference to needing to balance operational response. Now I'm just talking about the convoy protests in general. Did that play out in the sense of, did you see an inability or a reticence, or were you told we can only send you X number of officers because we've got to police a whole bunch of different protests?
The police resources were spread very thin throughout the province. It was very clear to me, being as a part of the emergency planning committee, it was quite clear that resources were in high demand. So yes, I saw that quite clearly.
And I think you told us this summer, and it's in your statement, that you attended a meeting of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police committee that day on the 7th, and you were told effectively the same thing. There's a limit to the number of resources that we have for Windsor.
That's correct.
And how about when it came to the OPP at this stage on the 7th, were you being told the same thing? We can only give you X number of officers, vehicles?
Yes, at this point, the bridge had not been blocked. So we were, we were okay with just having boots on the ground, providing traffic, resources at that point. But I had sent Dana Earley an email, I believe the night before, or maybe this on the 7th, asking, hey, if things go a bit sideways here, how available is any POU resources? So that was really my first, again, informal ask, just to get an understanding. If we need to look that way, what does it look like for you?
And what was the response?
I'd have to see the email exactly what the response was, but at this point, Dana was working with us from London still, basically trying to put resources together. I think the response essentially was, if you need something, we're going to supply it for you.
Okay, and I think I've got the email. You'll tell me if I'm wrong. If we could pull up WPS 60374. This is an email from February 8th. This may not be the one that you're looking for, but you reach out to Superintendent Earley and say, hi, Dana, I received direction from Aurelia to contact you if our blockade occurred and began to get to a point where extra resources may be required. It's relatively manageable. I know your people are very spread out, but my ask at this point is if we were to need POU or PLT down here, what would availability be? This is the email?
This is correct, yep.
And again, I don't know that we have her response, not in this thread, but what was the response in terms of availability?
Again, I think it was, let us know what you need and we will try and make arrangements, essentially.
And what kind of coordination occurred with the CBSA at this point, once the blockade started?
So at the very beginning of it, we were managing the blockade from our Windsor Police headquarters in a project room. To later in the day, we moved to the EOC and stood it up. At that point is when I expanded the command team and invited CBSA to be a part of the command team. So they supplied personnel at that point to be that direct link with us to CBSA. And they were providing intelligence and any information they had along with the resource at that point.
Which other organizations were part of the command team?
At this point, I would say CBSA was the only external partner that was in the EOC with us. We had expanded our internal resources to include major crime at this point. We expanded to include more intelligence officers, along with the sergeant that was already in the command team, and some more resources for logistics because it was growing. We needed some help.
Okay. If we could pull up WPS 60235. This is an email with Glenn Miller of the OPP about the availability of the OPP's PLT for Windsor to Windsor Police. Go down to the email as the last paragraph, as we speak, Brad is reaching out to Sergeant Mike Acton, PLT, if he could have his resources immediately deployed to Comber, as it's anticipated those in attendance will be leaving at 1000 hours. So were the OPP PLT able to reach the protesters before they set up the blockade?
That's a really good question. I don't recall if they did or not. I had never heard of PLT till this weekend, unbelievably. And I don't recall if they made it or if it was just regular OPP officers discussing intentions with the Comber people.
Ultimately, there were OPP PLT deployed to Windsor.
Yes.
And I think you told us this summer that they had some success.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you expand upon that or elaborate on that?
So in those first few days when we were really relying on just essentially, mostly Windsor Police resources. We had some difficulty in negotiating ourselves with all the protesters. Again, we talked about the fractured leadership and different groups. The PLT, how it was explained to me through local OPP resources, were, they have relationships with a lot of people through different protests across the province. That's their role, to maintain these relationships, and because of that, trust is built, and they are able to, basically fulfill their mandate with the negotiations with any kind of demonstration. In this case, they were able to, and again, it was so dynamic over the first 4 or 5 days, with lanes closing, lanes opening. I can't tell you times or days, but there was numerous times where lanes were open and closed, but essentially it was PLT doing that for us. They had also brought in a couple of minor tactics with printed pieces of paper for officers in their notebook for common messaging, handouts for the protesters. So it was all about education and communication with them, and they did a fantastic job.
Do you know why, when they succeeded in opening a lane or a couple of lanes, those lanes would then subsequently re-close or be blockaded again?
Yes. So we had we were monitoring many open source sources for intelligence. We actually heard a lot of the conversation from the protesters about their conversations about the police on Zello app. And so that was part of it. We could hear the infighting. So somebody would negotiate a lane open, and someone else would step up and say, no way, we're not giving this to the police. And their people would come and clog it up. And then we would hear that right on ground as well. So it was quite obvious that the leadership was not, there's no solidarity there for sure.
Now I want to move ahead to the evening of February 7th, and there's an event that happens on the property of Assumption High School.
That's correct.
Can you describe that for us?
So if I could just back up to the Monday, one of my first questions was, again, when it comes down to lessons from Ottawa, knowing that the tow truck companies did not want to participate with the Ottawa police or help them. That was one of my first questions. We have a contract with a company in Windsor, and to Inspector Crosby, I remember asking her, are they on board? And she said she already asked that question, and they were. So that was good news to us. And that first night, again, we were trying to keep protesters off of private property, and Assumption High School is, as the mayor said, right in the protest area on Huron Church between Tecumseh and College. We started seeing protest vehicles go into the school property parking lot, and we went over there to discuss with them you're not welcome here. We've already talked to the board. You're not welcome. It's time to go. And we kind of gave them an ultimatum saying, listen, you have 10, 15 minutes to move. We're going to tow you. So we held the tow trucks back out of sight as best we could. Again, not wanting to escalate things. You
don't want to escalate things, but you told them you're going to tow them.
We had some
altercations.
Sorry, not altercations. Some of the protesters came out of their cars with tire irons, and we were at times, not only on this occasion, but almost outnumbered and getting swarmed a little bit. And again, having our officers have to disengage to not escalate. So then they ended up moving after some negotiation, but that was the Assumption High School incident.
Okay, and just jumping ahead a bunch in the story, but you mentioned wanting to keep protesters off private property as something that you had learned from the experience in Ottawa.
Yes.
And once the blockade was cleared, my understanding is there was a decision made within the Windsor Police Service not to set up an alternative protest site on private property or sort of away from Huron Church Road, and that was also a sort of lesson drawn from Ottawa.
That's correct.
So
can you tell us
They've
what
been
that
talking
lesson
about
is
this.
and
That's
why
the
that
approach,
decision was made.
and the bridge starts at that first
So
pillar
under
there.
the Trespass to Property
It's
Act,
technically, so everything up to this point
we
is
cannot
the
remove
approach,
someone from
like the mayor
private
said.
property without, we act as an agent for
So-
the owner. If they are not, if they're willing
it
to have
starts
someone go to their property and not be
between the two
removed, then the
pillars, so
police are, have no
here
authority there to remove them. So we did
to
not want to give any
the other
kind of,
side.
spot
To
for
be
the protesters
down there in
to basically
Detroit,
congregate.
Detroit, Michigan.
Essentially right there at
That's what
Tecumseh
we're
Road,
talking
we
about
have
here.
very large parking lots. There's a grocery store and numerous, it's a strip mall essentially. So it's a very big parking lot. So
We're
that
talking
could
about the
have
food
really led
basics?
to another protest area essentially. Plus we had smaller businesses, the cab company,
talking
all
about
these
this
places
place
that we
right
just
here, the
did
food
not want to
basics, like
interfere
right
with
here.
business
It's
any more than we
close.
already had, and
really close.
keep things under control.
Okay, so there was no,
Where are we? We're too
there
far.
was no option to continue
So that-
protesting in the way that had been the case once the blockade was cleared.
That's correct.
Oh, is this here in church?
Sort of going back in time to the
I kinda lost
establishment of the
myself there.
blockade, can you tell us how that unfolded the evening of the 7th?
So
I'm on the
we had
wrong
carried
road.
through with the plan that we had talked about with
Okay.
trying to control the intersection of College and Huron Church, which is the first intersection
Right here.
south of the entrance to the bridge.
Right here.
And what we did,
That's
we
this.
established control of it with
That's
traffic officers, our traffic
this
enforcement
intersection
officers,
here.
by basically just letting 2 or 3 cars go at a time. And if they went on the bridge and crossed, then we'd let another 2 or 3. So that's how we controlled it for quite a while, actually. Same with coming off the bridge. We would try and do that best we could. And then I think doing that for some time, it was frustrating the protesters. Again, we're listening to open source media, and they were getting frustrated with us. So I think the comment was, one of them basically said, I wonder what happens if I just stop my truck right here in the southbound lanes. And that's what happened. That truck stopped, a pickup truck stopped, I would say 200-300 meters south of College. Another one
So
stopped,
south,
and another one
that's over
stopped.
here?
And next thing you know, all 3 lanes were blocked. And that's how
That's
it
right here.
started. So from there, the traffic started to clog up very quickly. And within probably 20 minutes, there was a line of semi trucks that were just regular commuters for industry.
So they come back.
Creating a line of trucks miles into Detroit and Michigan. So that's
So
how
they
it
were
started.
blocking it on the south side, which is here.
And I understand
They blocked it like
early
somewhere down here.
in the blockade, a number of trucks
Blocked it somewhere here.
stranded on the bridge. Is that
Over
right?
here.
How
That's
were
correct.
how were they cleared? How and why?
So the why would be, people were stuck on this bridge for hours. The bridge is almost 100 years old. So we were worried about structural integrity of the bridge. We were worried about commerce. We were worried about people having no, food, water, washrooms being up on the bridge. We wanted to get that bridge cleared off. So the
Go down
how
here
was
on
very
Church a bit.
difficult. So again,
So they blocked the south
geography of the
side
bridge,
originally.
There's one main entrance that comes out onto Huron Church Road, which is southbound. There's a
just
secondary
put that
entrance or exit. Sorry, if I said entrance the first
That
time,
was
I
a
meant
food
exit.
basic.
There's a
Imagine
secondary
it being
exit that turns to the west and goes up a small road, part of Huron Church beside the bridge towards Wyandotte. And then the only other
There we go. Now we can
access
see
to
it
the
from right
bridge
here. That's what I
is,
remember.
off of Wyandotte Street. It's an entrance. So at that point, again, very dynamic. There was blockages at all 3 at
So-
times. So we were at points we were
I
using
don't think we're far enough north
an
yet.
entrance on the
We
north
are
side
there.
of the bridge for exiting. We were trying to get out that secondary exit, which was impossible because cars and trucks had
I think this is where
clogged
it
that
is.
small section of
Down
Huron
here.
Church just west of the bridge almost instantly.
Just west of the bridge.
There was a decision made at one point by myself to allow trucks access to College westbound, which I didn't want to do because that was our emergency route for fire, because their fire station is just east of Huron Church. And if protesters clogged College, we were in a bad way.
Right here.
But there was just no
That's the
other
fire station
decision
he's
to make at
talking
that
about.
point. We literally had to do what we could to clear that bridge. So, and again, with negotiations through all that to allow us to essentially, open this part, open that part, to eventually clear the bridge. And I think the bridge was cleared of traffic by about 10:20 at night. So they were up there a while.
I want to pull up WPS 60356. This is an email from February 7th, and it's regarding the Ambassador Bridge Corporation.
Okay, which was used to be owned by this like
President
really
of the
elderly man. I
corporation.
remember seeing an interview. I think he's gone.
So you're not on
This is
it.
an older bridge, man. It's rough.
but
Like when you're in a
Gary
semi,
Williams sent an
it's a
email
rough
to,
bridge, man. There's a lot of potholes on the
looks like
asphalt here.
M-
It's in rough
M.
shape.
Murphy.
Man.
I don't know if you know who that is.
Mark Murphy's an inspector of patrol.
So this is
Um,
it here.
And
So
it's
this
essentially
is
relaying a
this is
conversation
Detroit,
that
Michigan. Detroit,
Gary
Michigan,
Williams
right
has
over
had
here.
with the
Detroit.
president of the
That's how you say it. Don't say
Ambassador Bridge Corp.
Detroit. It's
And Mark
Detroit.
says, I will forward
Detroit,
to Graf
Michigan.
and Crowley to deal
here we
with.
are.
Thanks for the heads up.
So the
first
two
of all, did
basics.
you,
Yeah, here it is. It's down here.
get that email and
Okay.
sort of deal with it?
So
I don't know if I got
and
this
is where the
email,
Harveys or whatever is.
but
or
I
the
definitely got a
Tims, yeah.
message either directly from Murphy or from our communication center,
There's the
our
food
911
basics.
center, that this call was coming
It's
into
a
them
Musket
as
or
well.
whatever you say this, and then there's a
The
restaurant.
bridge
over
company
there,
wasn't
Tim's.
happy with us. I think they thought we were
I think I
blocking
got a
the
peach
bridge.
juice here once.
And we were just trying to tell them we are doing the best we can. And my question to them
Fairly
was,
certain I got
have
a
you
peach
stopped
juice there
letting
once.
trucks on the bridge? Because that just wouldn't help us to continue to let trucks on the bridge. So
And here's
at some
here
point,
on Church
they
North.
started routing traffic
And there's
to
the bridge. You
Blue
can
Water
see it from
Bridge,
here.
which at this point they had no issues there. So
But to get here,
Do you know why
this
they
is a
thought, Windsor
municipal road
Police
here.
was blocking the bridge?
I don't.
It's a municipal road.
And how was this your only sort of contact with the company, or did the Ambassador Bridge Corporation, weigh in or sort of get in touch with the Windsor Police throughout that week?
yeah, I can't say I
pretty long,
didn't have any
yeah.
more conversation or contact with the bridge company at that point. That was my only contact with them.
So get off the 401
Do you know
down
if
here.
anyone, do you know if Chief Mizuno or Deputy Chief Belair did?
No, I don't.
No. And how about just,
Never mind.
again,
Get to
generally
401
speaking,
way, another place.
other interests,
Yeah, right here,
unions, there was
So when you're
some
coming,
evidence this
I
morning
can't zoom
about
out enough to
Stellantis,
see the
this
perspective of the road here.
EV battery manufacturer, I think. But what was
Yeah.
the sort of economic pressure
this
like
way.
from the businesses in Windsor?
And then
So being in the EOC, we were approximately 10 kilometers
It's like a
away
tunnel,
from the
if I
bridge.
remember.
So I was getting reports, but to be all honesty, the pressure that we felt, just knowing the impact of what was going on in the EOC was enormous pressure. We felt that we wanted to do more, but we were so handcuffed at this point with what was
Wrong.
going on.
We took the wrong way.
But certainly, just reports in mainstream media
Coming in
and
the
the
400.
economic
Again, why all this thing
impacts
about the
we knew
media?
was,
It's always
was
about the
humongous.
media.
It was just giant.
Okay.
So is it fair to say, you were aware from reading the news that this was having an impact, but you weren't personally aware of pressure being exerted on the Windsor Police Service to?
No, that was not in my realm at that point. But growing up in Windsor, I grew up my whole life. I understand the
It's all circumstantial.
essence of
They have nothing.
how important that bridge is to our community and our country, to be honest. So it's not
I
lost on
remember
me
this bridge.
the
This,
impact that would
these
have.
lights in here.
Okay. I'd like to go to WPS.
It's going to be a sign.
60609.
We're on Church 3,
move ahead
Ambassador
to,
Bridge. So we come in on
Wednesday,
the 401,
February 9th.
coming into Windsor right now. We're driving our little car that doesn't go very fast, apparently.
This is an email from you
Or
to
maybe it goes very
Jane
fast.
Crosby and Inspector
We
DeGraff,
gotta take the phone.
saying I was
What is
asked by
that?
Jay to put something together to present to the
Driving right
OPP
now.
for a request for 100 officers to assist and include how, why, what, etc.
So
Further
now we
down
are
that
heading
paragraph,
towards the
100 officer
Ambassador
request
Bridge.
does not include
I think.
POU. And so the attachment,
just
which
so
is
confused
the
right
next
now.
number 610.
Because of the
And I assume
Yeah,
when
this
you
looks
say I was
correct.
asked by Jay,
Been a
that's
while.
Deputy Chief
Hold on,
Belair.
let's go back a second.
No, I think that was me.
Sorry, I think you were writing that. If we can
Imagine
just
you
pull
can
that
do
back.
that.
Sorry, was I?
You were writing that. You sent that email.
I think we got
Okay,
off the
sorry,
wrong
then that
road
would be
here.
Deputy Chief Blair
No.
at the time. Yes.
No, we're definitely
And so
correct.
you're the one who
Now
spearheaded
we're
kind
on-
of putting together, okay,
here on
here's
Church,
the numbers we're going to
EC3,
request and here's how they're going to
303.
be used. Is that right?
Yes. The background of that actually was before
Throwing her on church now.
Sorry, that was on the 9th.
And now we're driving.
Before that,
we're nowhere near any kind of
at
blockade
about
yet.
6:30 in the morning from Superintendent Mike
We're not near this.
McDonnell from the OPP, who I was a colleague with on the Emergency Preparedness Committee. And he
Driving.
obviously had seen on the news what was
Can't
going
really see the
on,
bridge
and he
yet.
asked me what we needed. And I just told him we need some bodies.
If I squint, maybe I can see the bridge
So
down the road.
his ask to me was, and this was over time, this was not on that first conversation. He said he would talk to the commissioner. But again, informal request here, right? This is a superintendent asking another superintendent. It's an informal request. So within time, he gets back to me and says, I need a plan of what you're going to do with 100 officers. And I understood that just to ask for 100 officers. So I put together a very generic plan, considering there was two 24-hour coverage, two 12-hour shifts essentially. And we are also policing a very busy city with our own resources and resources for the bridge. So that was really my ask, and I put together this very generic plan for them.
Okay, and
I was about to say, are we going to drive by the
make sure I
protest on
understood
Street View?
correctly? It was
Okay, so here's the
McDonnell who
food
suggested the
basics.
100
Right now we can see the
officer
bridge.
figure to you.
No, he asked me what we needed.
So the blockade was at college.
Just literally doing the quick math kind of right there. I said,
going
I could
towards
probably use 100 officers. And he asked me for a plan. Well, I need to know what you need 100 officers for. I said, no problem.
Okay, and so this document
So
that
no
we're looking
problem.
at
Wait, did I
on
get
the
up the wrong
screen
road?
was the plan for how you're going to use the 100 officers.
Oh
Yeah, I
my
think so.
God.
Yep.
If we could just scroll down.
Oh my
just so you see all
God.
of it.
Yeah, I would say it
I
is.
think they're engaged in unlawful protesting activity
And
here on
this is
bridge
being put
building
together
group.
with not knowing
Is
anything
that a
about
protest?
the OPP's collective agreements.
Is that
what
a
shifts they
blockade,
work,
chat?
What, I
Does
came
that
to
make
find
this
out
activity a
over
blockade?
time how this is very normal for them. And they all expect deployments like this. And, this is very normal. So, but this is at a time where I'm trying not to step on another organization's collective bargaining agreement and to try and, satisfy our needs as well. So
Here we are.
We saw in the covering email that this doesn't include POU units. Why would you have left those out of this
That's
request?
the pedestrian bridge that they would have been on.
I think this was still fairly early in sense of this conversation happened
This is the high school.
essentially less than 24 hours
No, it's
after
back.
the bridge was locked. So
Fire.
again, our plan at the time
Fire.
was to negotiate. We had set up a perimeter and to negotiate with them. And at the time, we thought hopefully we could get there at the end of it through negotiation. Again, not trying to escalate anything, but that's why, my background told me 3 days before to ask Dana, hey, if it goes this way, what are we looking at? But that was not in the plan yet. And again, knowing what was going on here and in Toronto.
And so this exchange is between, this arises as a result of your discussion with Superintendent McDonnell, but you're aware on the same day, Chief Mizuno sent letters to Minister Jones, the Solicitor General in Ontario, and to Bill Blair, Minister Blair, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Okay.
I in preparing for this, I found that out, and I'm assuming that ask was the formal ask because of this. But I can't confirm that. I don't know.
So, and again, just so we understand, on February 9th, Chief Mizuno did not consult you or make you aware that she was writing to those two politicians asking for 100 officers.
I don't recall that she did, no.
Okay. Now, if we could pull up WPS 60827. And so apart from seeing the letters, do you remember any discussion with Chief Mizuno or Deputy Chief Belair at the time about that correspondence to Sylvia Jones or Bill Blair?
No, I don't recall that at all. I was sending situation reports to them regularly, and there may have been conversations back and forth, but I don't recall them, to be honest.
So I'm showing you an email, and again, you're not on this email, but it's an email in which Commissioner Creek of the OPP is writing to Commissioner Lucky of the RCMP, and it's subsequent to Chief Mizuno's emails and letters to the ministers. It says, Chief Pam Mizuno and I had an opportunity to discuss the attached correspondence. Currently, Windsor Police does not require the deployment of additional police officers from the OPP or the RCMP. And so what I'm trying to understand is, do you know why the about face? I mean, that morning, Chief Mizuno had said, we need 100 officers, sent the letters directly to the ministers. And then that evening, it's, according to Commissioner Creek's email, everything's fine.
Yeah, I can't explain this. I did not know about this when it happened. I mean, if you look at the time, it's 11:20 at night on the 9th. I was working straight midnights at that point. And if I would have known this at the time, I understand there was mass confusion to a situation that we've never dealt with. So I can't explain this email. I did not know about it at the time.
Okay. And we heard this morning from Mayor Dilkens that there might have been some issue or confusion over going to the OPP and the RCMP, and that the proper channel is to go to the OPP first. Was that something that you were made aware of around this time?
No, but the Police Services Act of Ontario is quite clear that if we can't provide our own, for instance, in this case, public order unit, we need to go to the OPP. And our directive, our policy says that as well. So,
thank you, Deputy Chief. Commissioner, as I believe you know, the balance of the examination will be completed by my colleague Guillaume. We're sort of 15 minutes prior to the break. I don't know if you'd like Guillaume to start now or take the break early.
This might be a good time to take the break then, if you're going to change council then. So we'll take the afternoon break for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to find where I was going. So I was saying, oh man. So I was like, okay, you see that giant beaver? So based on the perspective, we see the pine tree. This is the pine tree. It's the same pine tree here. So this is the right McDonald's. But we can look at the beaver. We can see a car is parked. You can see a police vehicle or something right behind the beaver. It's hard to see, I know. Right here, behind the beaver, we can see that police vehicle kind of right there. And it's parked like right here. It's facing this way, and it's parked this way. And it's like right in the crosswalk over here. And then the giant beaver, let's just get this. Come on. Giant beaver is like right here somewhere. I think this is the high school. So the beaver is like right here. And then in the picture, if you look at the bottom left of the picture, you can see these types of pillars right here. You see them, but they're in a line. So you see them right here. And then you can see that that's these pillars. So the perspective of the image, it's obviously an optical zoom. We got a diamond sign. So I'm just trying to find that as my reference point. It's probably this yellow sign that I just seen 10 seconds ago. This one. That's probably it. But then, so that's, they didn't move this around, did they? There is a few issues with this. Signs aren't in the right place. Certainly this is the same. That's the blue. It would be more tinged blue. And then that's the bridge there. But this person, the only thing that doesn't match is the street sign. 1, 2, 3. So there's a pathway. That has to be this. That has to be this pathway here. This one right here has to be this. Has to be. And we can see that there's another one going towards the pillars. but I guess maybe this wasn't really like, there's nothing really here. So it wasn't shoveled. That's probably this right here. So that would mean that there used to be at some point. Okay. I don't see the hydrant either. I don't see the hydrant. So this is a 2 years difference. This picture was taken in 2021, and we can see that. So I think they did a lot of work here. I'm not sure. So that looks to be this sign right here. What it looks like, and then then there's one more street light. Hold on. So actually, if you look at it, the street light is in the image is like right here almost. It would be like here, but more in line with the sidewalk. So it would be like right here. They must have added different street lights here. I was gonna say these are old, but they've got like the LED style. So they moved them around. They must have moved them around. My guess though is that this is absolutely 100%. And this individual has an optical zoom. So obviously it's not like a digital zoom like here. So this is starting to get pretty close to the frame of reference. If you can see that there's the clip of this building over here. And the reason you can see the bridge deck a little bit, I think, and this is my theory, is that the photographer is actually probably right here. There's somewhere right here, the photographer. I'm just using the Google Maps because I could use Bing, I guess, but do they even have a surface level view? Okay, so the photographer, probably on this platform, because then there would be chain links on. So he's like right here, and he's using an optical. He's standing like right here with his camera, maybe, and he's taking a picture of this from up there so he can see the road better, and he's using an optical zoom, so the picture's a much higher quality. So that's where this picture is taken from. With that in mind, the blockade, as it were, started right here. These three trucks are right here across the road. Okay? And then they proceeded from here. They kept going. There's a big gap between them. Well, there's some gaps right there. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's a gap. It looks like they've left this open. It looks like they left the gap around this open here. So there's 2 before it, and then there starts to thicken up around right here. And we proceed. Because of the zoom, I think the perspective is a bit mashed because of the zoom, but other than that. And the fact that we can't get a good reference because the street signs have been moved around. I'm 100% these pillars are these pillars. Anyways, and there was a giant beaver here too. So at least it went all the way from back over there. It went all the way from back over there, which is right here. Continued this way. And then it seems like it might have gone a little bit further over on this side. Like there's the McDonald's. There's the McDonald's entrance, I believe, right over here. So basically went like this far. So from here to here. From here to where the Google car is, right down here, to here, this stretch. And then we can see that there's a pittering of vehicles on the other side here. So when we come to here's this side of the intersection. This is the far side. This is the far side of the intersection. And starting right here, which is the northbound lanes, we see that there's a pickup truck parked. Pickup trucks are parked on a northbound starting. They got a trailer on the northbound. Okay, well, there's construction. So, but they got a trailer right here. Like a trailer, Freedom for All, is parked over here. There's a pickup truck. And then cross the intersection. There's the turning lanes with the arrows. Just going this way. This is getting kind of complicated now. Frame of reference. Okay, so we got this thing in the bridge. We can actually see the patina of the bridge. And we got some blockage from the far side of the intersection on the north. It's all the traffic is facing the same way, but I believe that this part is this part. There's going to be a turning diamond somewhere here. What are they called? Chevrons. Chevron diamond, yeah. Okay. No. That's this way. Right there, 2-2. Fork, split, 2-2. Now we're looking at this thing in the distance. Yeah. Yeah, and you can see the top of the truck bays, and you can see that they're empty. So, and with the lights on them, which is this device here. That's this. So they come down to this split. And they're parked all across this. They're parked in this lane too, heading towards this. They're parked in both sides of this here. But the chevron split, there's some chevrons here splitting the road somewhere. I think that's right there. This is going off this way. Yeah, there's the chevron right there. Boom, boom. Two chevrons. So they're not in this side because that's here. Well, they do have the trailer. They have a pickup and a trailer somewhere. Pickup, park, the trailer. Freedom, peace, love, freedom, mandate for all, freedom, mandate, freedom, peace, love, freedom for all. That's like right over here somewhere, and the pickup's over here, right before the chevron, which is here. So right now on the Google view, we're about right this area here. Okay, that's that. No real thoughts. Me, I'm just trying to figure out like exactly where the footprint of this thing was by looking at this. Oh, I have a lot of thoughts. The biggest thought is right here. This is the biggest one. They said something about people coming out with crowbars. You think if that happened to police that they wouldn't, they wouldn't have detained that individual like for threatening them with like a long metal stick, basically. So that's what I'm thinking about. That was my biggest takeaway from all of that. Really. This is a beautiful picture. Yeah, we can see that it's in front of that those pillars there. This is where the police line eventually moved down. I'm seeing so many beautiful Canadian flags. Isn't that a lovely sight? All right. Move these back over. Boom. Boom. That's certainly true. This is something that I've repeated multiple times. The Ambassador Bridge, Coots, all of that was ended without the Emergencies Act. So it was literally just Ottawa left, and Ottawa was a legitimate protest, and certainly they were putting in a lot of effort to keep Ottawa clean, right? I'm going to take a small break here. I'm just trying to get my new tab going. You know what? I think I have to do that on this side. Just taking that to my side. You can't have that one. Man. All I was seeing, Dwayne says all he was seeing was flag waving, not crowbar waving. I would be compelled to agree with you, Wayne. And I think if people were waving crowbars, they would have moved in there quite harshly. You know, they would have been on top of that. So certainly, them saying that somebody went to tow someone and that somebody jumped out with a crowbar. Still, the police deal with violent. So let's take that at face value. The police deal with violent interactions, assumably across the police force at least once a day. Someone's going to make a threat. Someone's going to act, violently, or is going to bang on the side of a window, or is going to do something, that could be construed as violent. And certainly they are extremely well equipped on how to deal with that. So you think and again, to specify, the Emergencies Act requires that no other law of Canada can deal with the so-called national emergency. That's a prerequisite for the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that no other law of Canada can deal with the emergency. The Criminal Code of Canada is a law of Canada. And certainly as somebody who is in the process of being towed by police, who jumps out of their car and threatens police officers with a crowbar is in the commission of a crime according to the Criminal Code of Canada. Show video. Show video of what? Of them, of the crowbar incident? I really wish that more police officers in Canada wore body cameras. I think it's important from every perspective. All right, I'll be on a short break, guys. If you enjoyed today's coverage, please consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie. And in any case, we'll be back soon. So thank you very much.
Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good afternoon. I'm Guillaume Sirois, Commission Counsel. I will be leading you from the events of February 10th. In the morning of February 10th, this is when Superintendent Dana Earley from the OPP arrived in Windsor.
That's correct.
I would like to pull up WTS .000000022. While it's being pulled up, I'll just summarize what's mentioned. That's Dana Earley's witness summary at page 3, second paragraph at the top. She mentions that upon arriving in Windsor, Dana, Superintendent Earley, engaged in discussions with the Windsor Police Command team, including Deputy Chief Belair, and that during those discussions, the Deputy Chief Belair told her that WPS welcomed OPP's assistance, understood that OPP had more experience policing blockades and protests than WPS, and understood that all operational decisions needed to come through Superintendent Earley. Were you present during these discussions?
I was not present during these sessions. I was working midnights at this point. Carl DeGraff was our critical incident commander on days, but I was not present during this. No.
And were you informed about the content of these discussions afterwards, or?
No, I mean, so Dana Earley came with numerous resources. It was clear that the Windsor Police, to all of our admission, had no experience in public order. So it was my understanding right from the beginning that Dana and her team was in charge of the public order response, as well as numerous OPP resources. So that would just my understanding was we would be forming a unified command team.
And was this understood prior to Superintendent Earley's arrival or once she arrived?
I would say before she arrived, that was the intention. We did not have that experience, and we were asking for help, essentially.
So it was, just to make sure I understand correctly, it was WPS command's position that OPP should take over the event in Windsor.
No, that was not my understanding. I was never told that. My understanding was unified command.
Okay.
Which again, so in my experience, before I was a critical incident commander and as a critical incident commander, when you have multi-jurisdictional command and unified command in that multi-jurisdictional command, there are times to step forward as a critical incident commander, and there are times to step back. And that's what unified command is. We learned through this process that Superintendent Earley's command was, she was in command of public order response, was in command of OPP resources. And those were the times she stepped forward. Then there was operational times when the Windsor Police would step forward, be it myself or Inspector Carl DeGraff.
So you would say that OPP was in charge of the POU response and PLT perhaps, and WPS maintained control of the overall operation?
It was, again, this unified command. I can't say anyone was in charge of the overall operation. Unified command, there is consultation that goes on. Like for instance, even the POU plan, where Superintendent Earley was clearly in charge of the POU plan. She consulted us on it after that it was done. She would consult us, any issues, any logistical issues, any Windsor issues. So that is the true meaning of that unified command. So I was not part of those discussions, so that was not my understanding.
Okay. So in the same paragraph, we see that that Superintendent Earley later called Craig Abrams and informed him that Windsor has told us being OPP, this is now ours. And Superintendent Earley explained that she meant that OPP was in charge and that WPS will be working alongside OPP. That's not your understanding of how it took place?
Well, I agree with the working alongside. Yes, it's 100%. I agree with that. I don't know about this. I was never informed of this. I would say that yes, we worked alongside each other, and again, that concept of stepping forward and stepping back in unified command was present right from the immediate arrival of Superintendent Earley and her team. I would also say that Windsor Police was always the police of jurisdiction. We never were not the police of jurisdiction through this event.
I think we can come back to the witness summary later on, but I would like to pull up WPS 00702 at page 27. Because I think I just want to understand who was taking decisions and who was giving advice and so on in the command structure. Because I understand that the idea of coming forward and giving some space to the other command, but I just want to make sure I understand properly how this works in practice.
Okay.
In that this is a document that the debrief, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
This is something that you prepared?
It's not my document, no.
Okay, but it was prepared after the Freedom Convoy events to make a debrief of the events and have recommendations moving forward.
That's correct.
And if we can go at page 27, please. on the right table, it's point 4. It says under CIC takeaways, CIC understand is critical incident command. We see at point 4, needed WPS to be more engaged with collaborating on operational plans. WPS members have best idea of the area and implications of decisions and should be embedded in decision-making matrix.
So this document there's a lot of opinion in this document. The way it was prepared, the superintendent that was in charge of this document of preparing it essentially sent out opinion papers to all our subject matter experts within our service. And this, I don't know where that came from. It didn't come from me, but certainly that was just part of a recommendation that somebody felt that, was legitimate.
Okay. Maybe we can talk a little bit about the comment table that was formed by Superintendent Earley. Do you recall that comment table?
Yes, very well.
Can you just explain how it worked and who from the WPS was on the comment table, what was their role, and so on?
So prior to the OPP command team arriving, we had our command table. Superintendent Earley came with her command table, which essentially in the positions kind of mirrored ours. But so her team arrived on the 10th, and immediately that team was inserted in our command table effortlessly and seamlessly. So she had a scribe, as I had a scribe. She had another inspector involved in logistics. She had a boards person that is in charge of all the whiteboards with all the information on it that is changing throughout the event. Essentially, it was this very same setup or very similar setup than we had. But the day they came in, they had some recommendations on the actual layout of our EOC, which were taken into consideration immediately. Things like more boards, things like that. So those were taken care of right away. But after that, they hit the ground running with us, and it was a seamless transition, to be honest.
So it's fair to say that your initial comment table just merged with theirs.
Yes, that's what I would say.
Okay. More on the same topic, but more narrowed on the critical incident command questions. We can remove that PowerPoint, by the way. Just specifically on the critical incident command structure and how it works. We understood from previous testimony that the CIC's purpose was to give autonomy to the CICs to take decisions on the go and to have their own autonomy and so on. I'm wondering how did it work with Dana Earley, Superintendent Earley being a critical incident commander for the same incident that you and you were?
So again, that shared or unified command in stepping forward and stepping back. So for instance, a perfect example is the POU response. Superintendent Earley put that plan together with her team, consulted us after. There were other times, for instance, and I don't want to jump ahead too often or too much, but on the Saturday night, for instance, there was a bomb threat. It was a tactical call. I stepped up and took the lead on that. So those are the kind of things, and again, even though if I'm making decisions at that bomb threat, Dana was right next to me and we're talking about decisions as they're made, because that's that shared command. So that's kind of the dynamic, if that helps. But that's the model.
Yes, this provides a lot of clarity. Thank you. Maybe we can jump to February 11th about the approval of the operational plan. We can pull out the operational
I wonder
plan just to refresh your memory.
if that was a
It's
protester
WPS
or a member of an
144
extremist political
0
organization that has been mentioned before.
That's not the operational plan itself, but it's an email that presents the operational plan. I'm wondering, it says that It's Inspector Yunnan who was in the planning team under under Superintendent Earley, and he emails her about the plan, and he says, please reply all with your approval of the plan so that our municipal partners have the recorded approval. I just want to understand why it was necessary to have the approval recorded for your purposes.
So the part of Dana Earley's team was the public order commanders. So that would be Jason Yunin, Inspector Yunin, and Angela Ferguson. The two inspectors were in charge of their OPP public order units. They would come up with the plan because they're the subject matter experts. Just like in any critical incident, that's what a critical incident commander relies upon. They're subject matter experts to come up with a plan, and then within the framework of critical incident command, the commander will either approve it or not approve it. May have questions about it, may have, may suggest things that may be added or deleted, but essentially they have questions or they'll be able to approve or not approve that plan. So it's as a critical incident commander, it's not Superintendent Earley's job, or even maybe not even her subject matter expertise, to physically make that plan. So that's why it has to be approved by the critical incident commander, because the CIC is essentially in charge of every decision that's being made in that command team.
And that's why you had to have her approval for your records.
Yes, because in that planning team, though, there was other POUs involved. We had other municipalities in that public order unit. So the public order commanders have come up with this plan. They sent it to Superintendent Earley because that's who's in charge of the public order plan. And then she approves it. And in that process of approval, she consults with Inspector DeGraff, myself, whoever was there, and is there any concerns?
Excellent. Can we pull out now OPP 00004557? I understand this is the overall Ambassador Bridge operational plan. Just have a few questions on it. I'm wondering, it took only 2 days, in fact, to come up with that plan. Do you have any insight as to why it was so quick?
Well, this is why you rely on your subject matter experts. So, this planning informally starts with those first few phone calls and emails to Superintendent Earley, hey, we might need some public order help. So the situational reports were going to her and her team before they even came to Windsor. So they knew the geography, they knew what was going on with us, they knew what was happening with the protesters. So when they get there, subject matter experts can work very quickly to come up with a plan to essentially clear the bridge. And that's what happened.
And on February 11th as well, not only the plans were approved, but the province declared a state of emergency under the EMCPA, and there was a civil injunction that went into effect.
That's correct.
It was quite a busy day.
Yes, it was a very busy day, actually.
Did either of those, either the declaration of emergency or the injunction, have any effect on the plan or the operation itself?
I would say the injunction was impactful for us. It allowed, obviously, just another tool for us during the whole planning of everything, but it allowed us to really focus on exterior or perimeter roads as opposed to just here in Church. So if there was parking and that came into play later, but towing cars off of side streets, the injunction was very helpful for things like that. It was another tool. Plus, of course, it was another charge that we would be able to lay if we had arrested anybody. The emergency for under the EMPCA really, I don't think was much of a consideration for us for this plan.
And so I understand that charges were laid under the breaking of court order criminal offense under the criminal code. If these charges were laid during the operations or afterwards?
Well, the arrests were made during public order action on the 12th and 13th, and the subsequent charges were laid after that. The investigators then take the files and lay the information subsequent to the arrests. But prior to the injunction, we already had reasonable grounds for criminal mischief. Like I said, the injunction was simply another charge that we would be able to lay on the protesters upon arrest.
And I would like to move to the operation itself. I think we can remove that, the plan. You explained in your witness summary that there was perhaps around 730 officers that participated in the operation and approximately 500 OPP officers that were present. Is that
Those were estimations. I think at my point, I was never involved in the scheduling. I was involved in some discussions with the officers we had scheduling out of our training branch. It was hectic. We had people reporting that we didn't know were reporting. And I mean, you can imagine the logistical, it was very difficult for our schedulers. So those were estimations, judging by what we knew the OPP had sent and other municipalities had sent us.
And do you have any understanding or insight about why so many officers were sent in the end, despite the fact that only 100 officers were asked at the beginning?
I really don't have that information. I think that's probably better directed at the OPP. But I would say, like, from my point of view, the original ask of 100 officers was simply an initial response to the beginnings of the blockade. The blockade grew enormously throughout the week, and it really peaked on the Saturday night to really, and I call it the highest point of incivility that I've seen in a long time. So I would say that's probably why. The number of officers, the conditions we were working in, it was cold, the snow, public order had done their thing that morning on the Saturday. They started their action. So I would say just, and then they were, I wouldn't say that there were 700 officers at one point. I would say there was probably in and out, because there was officers going from Windsor to Ottawa and to Toronto and all these other things. They were in and out and almost interchangeable at times, from my understanding anyways.
And what was WPS' role during the operation itself? You mentioned a bomb threat. Was there any other things?
Well, we were side by side with OPP and RCMP and other municipal officers. So we would have, say, like, for instance, it came up earlier about swearing RCMP officers in. So before we could swear the RCMP officers in for provincial legislation, we would have to pair them with a municipal officer or an OPP officer to ensure that they would have those abilities to enact provincial offenses. So we had, at times we had an OPP cruiser with 2 Windsor police officers in it. Like, it was shared resources for perimeter control, for any kind of uprising that we might need, like the bomb call, or we had an abandoned house fire at one point in the area. So these are the kind of things that we were trying to manage, that perimeter with the boots on the ground, those initial officers other than POU.
Okay, and the operation lasted from the February 12th to the 13th?
That's correct. And
would you consider the operation a success?
Yes, I would consider it a very successful. We had eventually, I think we charged 44 people. I think that was the number. We had no injuries. No.
And they did all of that without the
damage.
Emergencies Act.
And we
It's
were
amazing.
able to clear that bridge relatively quickly, in my book anyways.
And now moving on from the operation, on February 13, I understand that WPS, the Windsor Police, and the OPP both adopted a joint traffic plan.
That's correct.
We can pull up the plan if possible. It's WPS 00000711.
Well, we certainly had some of that going.
At page 2. So the goal of that plan was to prevent a further blockade.
That's correct.
And if we go at page 2, there's that mission statement, which is basically the same of the February 9th operational plan, about maintaining establishing and maintaining a safe flow of traffic, respecting individuals' charter rights. If we move, yeah, it's here as well. The immediate action plan, it says what you mentioned, that if members observe an imminent highway blockade and form reasonable grounds of an offense is about to be committed, officers will intervene to prevent a blockade if it is safe to do so. I'm just curious as to how both interact, preventing a blockade and respecting individuals' charter rights and freedom.
So at this point, when we had basically control of the area through Jersey barriers and police presence, we had no problems with protesters that were still in the area on sidewalks. And there wasn't very many of them, but there were a handful, mostly up at the Tecumseh Road area at Huron Church. And that was okay. So that was still respecting people's right to come out and protest on the sidewalk. We don't want you to block critical infrastructure. And then relying again on the OPP's experience in these long drawn out, protracted demonstrations, we adopted this plan that mostly was from their experience. And so we were able to control that area from essentially EC Row Expressway to the bridge through Jersey barriers. And if there was protesters out on the sidewalks or even on foot in some of the parking lots, we just allowed it.
So the limit, so to say, is blocking an infrastructure or a highway. That was a no-go, but as long as it's off the highways on.
Well, at this point, we were dealing with like probably under 10 protesters. Again, I'm still working midnights at this point. So the crowds at night were, 4 or 5 in the morning, people were sleeping. So you might have 5 or 6, 7 protesters on the corner of Tecumseh and Huron Church. That was okay. We weren't going to remove them. They were off the road. They weren't, in any danger, and they were allowed to protest.
Understood. So you briefly mentioned the plan itself on the ground consisted of establishing Jersey barriers all along Huron Church Road. I think Mayor Dilkens explained it this morning as a pipeline to allow the trucks to go directly from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had left a safety out in case somebody accidentally got up and tied up at Tecumseh Road, but we didn't advertise that. If somebody came across and said, hey, I really don't want to go on the bridge, I'm just here on accident, there was an out for them. But essentially it was a tunnel of Jersey barriers from the expressway to the bridge, yes.
And members of the public were not allowed to just go on the highway without a lawful reason or justification on Huron Church Road?
No, the bridge was open. If members of the public wanted to go over to the States, they could have used that. But once they would have to enter at the expressway, which was very, a few kilometers south of the bridge.
Okay, but they had to move forward and go towards Ambassador Bridge, or else they could not just hang on Huron Church Road.
No, yeah, they could not stop, and no, but we didn't have that problem. We didn't, not to my recollection at this point, anyways. We had anybody stop and try and block that, but there was numerous threats of it, and that's why we would reevaluate every single day to where the traffic plan was and when can we start demobilization of that traffic plan. It was very measured and very conscious of what the intelligence was and what the potential threat of protesters coming back to block the bridge. Again, open sources we were hearing people asking other protesters from Ottawa and Toronto to come down to Windsor. We're going to come at them again. We're going to block the bridge again. This was daily. So we would reevaluate with our intelligence, our information every day, and then act accordingly from there.
So were there any situations where the traffic management plan was helpful in preventing any blockades?
It was helpful every day.
Yeah.
I know it was a major inconvenience for the citizens of Windsor. And I think the mayor explained it well. People on the West End trying to get to the other side, of the east side of Huron Church was very difficult. I would hear it on the radio myself of our local radio stations, and the frustration of the people, because that was closed, or not closed, but that was, we were controlling those roadways for a considerable amount of time. So we understood the frustration, but that's why we would reevaluate every day. We really understood the importance of maintaining that posture there by the bridge to ensure that we wouldn't lose it again.
And just moving on to February 14th, the day there was a declaration of emergencies by the federal government.
Which was, everything was resolved well beyond that.
I'm wondering if you had any, because of the injunction was enforced, the AMCPA was in place, you had a traffic management plan. Is there anything that the Emergencies Act added to the situation, or helped you in any ways in preventing further blockades?
I can't say operationally that we didn't use the Emergencies Act after that, but I can't imagine it didn't dissuade people from coming back. But that's just a speculation. We did not use the Emergencies Act at all.
So you would say it may have had a dissuasive effect, but it was not used on the ground.
That's correct.
No, of course. Of course it wasn't used.
And moving further down the timeline, just to wrap up the Windsor story, the WPS and OPP adopted a demobilization plan as well, which it lasted until March 13 to fully demobilize. I think OPP, it seems a bit long. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, if I'm a citizen of Windsor trying to cross, yeah, it seemed long, but we really felt it was necessary. And again, we're relying on the experience of the Ontario Provincial Police in these matters. So we would take their advice. We did, in the demobilization, we did modify the plan more than once because of those reevaluations daily of, hey, are we at a spot where we can open up a little more than the plan says? And we did that probably 3 or 4 times throughout those weeks. And but it was very important to us, especially when we got up to Tecumseh Road, to take a very measured approach on reopening. We were very paranoid about it happening again.
I'm so glad that they said that. We were very paranoid. We all knew it.
A possible blockade.
We all know they're very
just on open
paranoid.
source. So I don't
Open
recall
source.
any credible intelligence or information.
No credible
from law
intelligence. They were
enforcement.
paranoid.
But I that's just my recollection right now. I could be wrong. Stand to be corrected on that. But certainly on open source, on all the social media, we had heard numerous pleas and numerous threats that it was going to happen again.
Now that the Windsor story is complete, I just want to go to lessons learned, concluding questions for just a few questions. Would it be possible to pull up WPS 000002? It's the same documents that we viewed earlier about the debriefing by WPS about the Freedom Convoy event. If we can go on page 19, please. There's a mention about it's areas to improve about the initial patrol response, which I understand is before the blockade happened or before OPP arrived. It mentions areas to improve, issues with the operational plan. Is that in reference to the February 4th plan?
I can't answer that at that point. That's not my document. I don't know what that's referencing. I would assume that's what it's referencing. But again, we were a medium-sized service trying to police the city and deal with this at the same time. So, and just because everyone didn't know about an operational plan and the ins and outs of an operational plan, some of these opinions may come from that, right? Like they didn't know what we weren't communicating what the operational plan is to everyone in the organization. In
your witness summary, you mentioned that if WPS had a public order unit at the time, it would have been able to come up with a better plan in responding to the initial stages of the blockade.
We may have. It was very, even I think the
It's
protesters
a very
were
fluid
disorganized at the
situation,
very
guys.
beginning.
That's what we're about to
The-
hear.
Probably at the height of, because we talked about this fractured leadership that they had, they were probably as disorganized at the beginning as throughout the whole protest. So
Because it was
if we would have
grassroots.
had a public order
Grassroots
unit in
doesn't have a
place
formal
and
organization.
the experience
It's
and
authentic
the
and
subject matter
genuine.
experts, I would think that we might have
Materialized.
been able to act accordingly because of the just the state of that initial few hours. But again, that's an assumption by me. I don't know. I don't have that experience in public order.
And it says also on that same slide, on the second point on the left side, extremely resource intensive, only a fraction of patrol officers remained to take calls. Patrol personnel were totally burned out. So it was not just a POU issue, it was a resource issue as well.
It was an enormous resource issue. Again, this is an opinion that someone had, but certainly we had nowhere else to draw from other than our regular patrol and investigative personnel to police the bridge. So were our patrol personnel very tired and getting very burned out? I imagine they were, as were the OPP and all the other municipal officers that came into town for sure.
I would like to pull up COM 0000822.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
It's the
Just resetting this
adequacy
real
and
quick.
effectiveness of police services regulation.
I'm just resetting this thing here. I'd never get
which I
messed
assume
up.
you're familiar with.
I didn't.
I was
quite hear, so
editing
which
again
regulation
last
is
So
it?
night.
it's the adequacy and effectiveness of police services regulation. It's under the Police Services Act.
Yes.
Okay, and under section 18, it mentions that police forces shall have a public order unit. Despite subsection 2 says, despite subsection 1, a board may enter into an agreement to provide the services through another police force. Are you aware of any agreement with another police force to have a public order unit dispatched
Ooh.
in case of a public order event?
We do not have a formal agreement with another police force. I think what in our policy is mirrors this.
Thank goodness
this
this is,
adequacy standard,
these are
this-
one of the,
this
there's like
legislation.
2 or 3 more police witnesses besides. like,
Essentially,
the
what our
RCMP.
policy says that we shall enter into an agreement in the event we need one. Like for instance, the London Police had one right away when we asked for help, and we signed it. Well, the mayor signed it, I think. So it certainly no one asked us to do that, but certainly we are ready to, upon requirement, we would enter into an agreement for sure.
I think I have the policy you're mentioning. Can we pull up WPS 00001877? I think that's the policy about public order units deployment and the possibility of entering into an agreement.
That's a long cross.
Do you recognize?
Yep, that's correct. That's
is that the one you were mentioning?
Exactly.
Okay. Is this the version that was enforced during the Freedom Convoy events?
Yes, I'm assuming it is, yes.
Okay. Can we go at point D on page 2, please? As you mentioned, it says that the service shall provide a service of a public order unit through the provisions of an agreement with the OPP.
That's correct.
I'm just not sure I understand why such an agreement was not entered upon prior to the Freedom Convoy events. And
so that is very explainable. So
very
the OPP
explainable.
provides many services to many municipal services throughout the province. For instance, we don't have a dive team. We don't have an agreement to use the dive team. When we need to use the divers, we have a formal request, chief, to the commissioner. We would like to use your dive team for this investigation. No problem. They get sent down. There's no agreement. We need a technical expert in, say, in vehicles with extracting information from the computers. The OPP have those. Informal request goes to our chief, to the commissioner, comes back, no problem, here you go. So there's no agreement for any of that. It's a chief to chief request. And certainly this is no different. If the commissioner would have come and said, hey, we have an agreement, would you please sign it? I'm pretty sure our board would have signed it immediately.
But this offer from the commission.
I have to
never came
restart the stream very quickly.
No, we never,
because
as far
it gets
as
really
I know,
choppy. I
we
should have done
never
it at
received
the afternoon
any,
break. I don't remember if we had that.
agreement except from the London Police
So
Service.
we're going to start again. I'll be right back.
And you mentioned formal versus informal requests for assistance. I just want to make sure I understand what's the difference between the two,
That's basically
especially
it.
as it relates
Retired,
to
or they
public order
don't like
units or assistance at large to a public order event. In your view, what's the difference between a formal or informal?
Okay, so perfect example of informal
We're
request
just switching over real quick.
was this emergency preparedness committee that I sit on for the OACP. Again, we were meeting at least 2-3 times a week on Zoom or Teams or whatever it was. And the discussion.
I don't even know where they were meeting.
At this time before our blockade was
All right,
focusing
being
on
real quick.
Ottawa
See you
and
soon.
the Toronto